Okay, okay, there we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. The time is 1:09 p.m. Central Time, May 16th, 2025. And we are going to be tracking a moderate risk today for southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, most of Kentucky, southern Indiana, part of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee, and southwestern Ohio. So a decent amount of states are going to be under that risk today. The main hazards are going to be strong tornadoes and possibly hurricane force gusts from this event. We currently have our line of severe thunderstorm warnings over here. But we actually already have a tornado warning. It's not anywhere here. It's actually in Delaware. And this will be including Georgetown and Millsboro until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour for a possible tornado and quarter-sized hail. So that is yeah, that is pretty unusual placement compared to where we're having our main hazard at. But we do have a slight risk all the way out there to the east. Unfortunately, the SPC outlook is not loading on this map. So I'm unable to show you exactly where it is. So yeah, right now we have this line of severe thunderstorm warnings from Waynesville all the way down to Willow Springs. This is in southern Missouri. Our first one over here, that includes Interstate 44 in Waynesville for 3-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect. Let's see if we can get a camera out there. Oh, and yeah, we have some cameras on the top left. One of them is from Evansville. I'm pretty sure it's the middle camera. One of them is from Cadaz, Kentucky. We've been to that camera a lot. And the one is in Missouri. We're going to be swapping that camera out a lot as we go through the stream. And there's Waynesville. We do have a camera there. So we'll go ahead and keep that camera on, as we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning moving through the area. So yeah, moving to the south, we have this other severe thunderstorm warning. This one will be in effect until 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 60 for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado is possible with this storm. To the south, we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 130 miles an hour. Excuse me. Well, I just woke up from a nap. 1:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour for the hazard of golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then this one down to the south, moving towards Willow Springs. This is another destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. And it's warned for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then we have this severe thunderstorm warning all the way down to the south here in Arkansas. That includes Scotland and areas west of this stretch of Highway 65 for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, zooming back out, we're going to see if we can get a camera out of Willow Springs, as I don't think we're going to get much out of this camera. That's from Waynesville. So, yes, we do have a camera out of Willow Springs. So, we're going to be seeing a destructive severe thunderstorm warning make its way through that camera. We also got a extension to the severe thunderstorm warning all the way up towards St. James, still along Interstate 44. This is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Moving to the northeast at east at 60 miles an hour. And for baseball size town, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go ahead and get Sakura on here because she said she can join up. All right. All right. And that also includes Rolla, where we actually covered a tornado there about a month ago. 2 months ago, actually.
Hey, Tyler.
Hello, Sakura. Let me just make sure your audio is good. There we go.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Okay, can you hear me, Tyler?
Yes.
Okay, good. Gotcha. All right, well, so Tyler, just an update of what's going on here near Cincinnati. Um, the sun has come out completely,
Yeah.
and so it is definitely a
Yeah, and real
it's
quick for the
definitely going to
viewers.
be a
Yeah, real quick for the viewers. I'm just going and real quick just copying some. Just trying to fix my mic on the stream. So I'm just copying filters from this.
10-4. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, we got two decent sized severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern and southeast Kentucky. We have one for, let's see, Harlan, Bell, Knox, Leslie, Letcher, Perry, Clay counties in southeast Kentucky. And then another one for Letcher, Knott, Floyd, Pike,
All right.
in east Kentucky. Um, the one for Harlan does include the city of Harlan, which is Harlan's county seat. Does include Cumberland, does include US 119 from about east of Pineville and Blackmont on up through Cumberland and toward Whitesburg, which is actually in Letcher County. But then it keeps going up toward Fleming Neon, up toward, I'm gonna say Pikeville for this one as well.
Yeah.
Does not include Colburn Village, but it does include Elkhorn City onto the easternmost point of Pike County, which is basically the easternmost point in the entire state. There's also a pretty decent sized flash flood warning in east central Kentucky. Jackson's in it, Boonville, McKee, Sand Gap, Mount Vernon, Prestonsburg, that general area. Let's see. Going across the mountains into Virginia, real quick, we do have a big severe. Oh, dental.
Yeah. Oh no. You can keep going. It's just YouTube messing up the
Okay.
thumbnail for some reason.
Yeah, that's the wrong thumbnail. We don't have a high risk today. We have a moderate.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I put in the right thumbnail. I just don't know why it's not showing that.
yeah. Anyway, going onwards, we do have a severe warning for Smith, Tazewell, Bland, Wythe, and Mercer counties in the western part of Virginia. That includes US 19 from about Richland, Tazewell, up toward Bluefield, And then that actually enters into another severe thunderstorm warning, which includes I-77 north of Whitville on up through north of Princeton and further north. And further north of that, you'll end up in Beckley. So that does include the city of Blacksburg as well. The second severe thunderstorm warning to the east of the Hazel one. The
Yeah.
one east of that includes, let me check the county list. Pulaski, Giles, Craig, the city of Radford, Bland with Montgomery in Virginia, and then Summers, Mercer, Monroe in West Virginia. Um, I'm pretty familiar with this relative area here because I've taken road trips through here before. Um, so again, that does include I-77 north of Princeton down to Whitville. That does also include Interstate 81 from southeast of Pulaski to about Christiansburg, or about, I want to say, 5-10 miles south of Blacksburg itself, which is where the National Weather Service office is stationed at. I do want to go west real quick to the tornado watches in the Mississippi Valley. We got a by the way, we do have a tornado watch for Southwest Illinois, most of eastern and central Missouri, the northern, I want to say, quarter of Arkansas, and eastern and extreme. I don't mean like extreme eastern Oklahoma.
And also, by the way, we do got a new decently sized severe thunderstorm warning to the northwest of St. Louis.
I was about to mention that one. That severe thunderstorm warning is currently 2,000 square miles. So it's about the same size as, like, say, Rhode Island or something. Just a little bit bigger than that, or
Yeah.
about twice the size of DC. So give or take. I do want to mention, by the way, the two severe thunderstorms that are in that decent sized severe thunderstorm warning along Interstate 70 west of New Florence, Missouri,
Yeah.
is that I think I think both of them are trying to rotate. If I'm not mistaken. It doesn't show anything on velocity, but if you look at it on reflectivity, it looks like they're trying to get that classic hook shape. So just letting you know
Yeah.
that now. Let's see. Going southward in Missouri, we have a oh goodness, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for Marie's, Dent, Pulaski, and Phelps counties in Missouri for baseball-sized hail, and that was actually a trained weather spotter was actually reported 2-inch hail west of Waynesville, Missouri.
Oh yeah. That's the we have cameras right now out of that. It's in Rolla where we had that tornado like two
I,
months ago.
yeah, I remember. I remember we had that tornado 2 months ago and we caught that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Got another severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail. And these storms are generally moving off to the east at about 60, let's see, 60 miles an hour. I would think they're just about 60 miles an hour. We got another destructive severe warning, by the way. Douglas, Howell, Texas counties, Missouri. That's moving east at 50 for baseball size hail. Emergency management reported that. We got one for 65 miles an hour, moving northeast, moving at 65. Wind speed 60, golf ball size hail. Um, let's see, we got another one for Wright, Lackley, Pulaski, Texas, Phelps. 16 miles south of Fort Leonard Wood, moving northeast at 60. That is for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail. Let me check. And then the one for Rolla, that one is destructive, as I said earlier. Nude severe warning, by the way, relatively decent size. Um, Franklin, Gasconade, Lincoln, St. Charles, and Warren counties in eastern Missouri until 2:15. That one's for 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, and also the tornado not tornado, severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, for uh Willow Springs has a tornado possible tag on it. And also, there's two new
Speak,
warnings that popped up to the
speak.
east.
Yep. We got a new tornado warning for Norton, the city of Norton, and Central Wise County in Western Virginia now. Um, and then I think the second one is another tornado warning in Delaware, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Southeast,
that's
yep, southeastern Sussex County. In Delaware. That's the southernmost of Delaware City counties. The northern one is New Castle. The middle one is what Kent, and then the southern one is Sussex. This is in like far southern Delaware. I just been told there is a tornado warning in Missouri
that
now,
would be
going
the
back
Willow
west.
Springs one or near Willow Springs.
Pretty sure it's that one. So for Shannon and Texas counties, this
Yes, it
one is
is.
north of US 60 near Van Buren. If you remember in Van Buren a couple months back, they got struck with a tornado.
This one
Um,
has this one has in solid rotation to it as well as an impressive hook.
yeah. Uh, another decent sized severe warning north of that had just got issued like a couple seconds ago. Dent, Texas, Phelps counties for $50 size hail. That's the Fort Leonard Wood storm. We'll get to that in a minute. Um,
Yeah. Am I able to go into like depth on these real quick before you continue?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so for this one in Missouri, this one again has some pretty solid rotation to it. That's going to be approaching 137 and then towards Summersville before crossing 17 and 106. And that's going to be again in effect, like Sakura said, until 2 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Moving to the east, real quick, for the Wise tornado warning. You can see in that little notch right there at the end of this line, where you have your rotation right there. That's going to be moving towards Highway 23, towards Wise, and then towards 72, and then towards Coburn, and then going to the tornado warnings in Delaware, real quick. Yeah, again, that includes Millsboro, all the way towards the Fennec Islands. And you can see your hook right there. Don't see much rotation on the velocity side of things, yeah, it's gonna be your rotation gonna be southwest of Millsboro as that continues to move to the southeast towards Dagsboro and Frankford. And I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
North Central you joined us.
Yep, that
All right.
is 10-4. Also, Tyler, I
Yeah.
forgot to mention, for the Wise um storm, that is that is looking that is uh take a look at that storm from Jackson, Kentucky's radar.
Jackson, Kentucky.
Yeah, because Jackson's radar is actually closer than
Yeah, I was checking it out on that radar. Yeah, that is a very impressive notch.
let's see. Morristown has a pretty good look on it too, but I think Jackson will do it best. Let's see, it's moving right over Laurel Road right now. It's about to uh, clip probably the northeastern corner of the city of Norton. Now, Norton is an independent city in Virginia, by the way.
Yeah,
So, as a result, it gets its own portion of the warning. But it's going to miss downtown Norton, but it's going to clip probably the northern side of the city limits.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, northeastern city limits.
yeah, and that's where we get the sort of one of that. Let's go back west real quick. We got two new tornado warnings. Hello. For Phelps County, Missouri. That does include Rolla again.
Oh
So
man, we got
Oh, that would include the Uranus Fudge Factory.
yes, we remember that from a couple months back. Yeah. Um, this includes I-44 from about north of Doolittle through Rolla, through St. James, and into the and toward the county line. Um, we also have another tornado warning, I believe,
the one.
for
The one south of Willow Springs has a really good hook on it now.
yeah. That one, by the way, also has 3-inch hail on it. So even if it didn't have a tornado, you're talking softball size hail almost. All right. Let's see. The tour one is just north of that, and the one for Raymondsville is now on the ground.
Or
I repeat, the
Raymondsville. Okay.
Raymonds. That is practically the Summersville tornado is on the ground now.
Yeah, and this is a radar confirmed tornado.
Yep.
Oh yeah, tornado debris
Yep.
signature clear as day.
Yeah.
Approaching
It.
137.
Yep. Um. I guess you could say the kind of good news about this is that it's in a relatively unpopulated area compared to, let's say, St. Louis or Western Virginia, or indeed the Mid Atlantic, where one tornado warning is right now. But there's still people out there.
Yeah.
Maybe not many, but there's still people
Tornado
out there.
warning for Willow Springs, Mountain View, and Birch Tree. That's the one that I've been looking at.
Yeah, that one is the one that I said that had 3-inch diameter hail in it too. Um, we now have a new severe thunderstorm watch. That is for Western and Central Maryland, Southern PA, Northern Virginia, and the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia. Just came through.
Yeah.
Well, the Eastern and Northern Panhandles of West Virginia. So, like the little like spear tip at the top of West Virginia, that's the Northern Panhandle, and then the area east, then going east in West Virginia is basically the Eastern Panhandle. That is where some historic, like famous historic places like Harper's Ferry is located. All right, let's go back to Wise real quick.
And apparently 4-inch hail was reported in Missouri. I'm not sure where, but
The
Oh
Waynesville
goodness.
storm. Waynesville.
Waynesville.
Yes. The one that's now heading towards Rolla.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, you have cameras there. I'm just gonna switch the main
Yeah,
camera because I had Waynesville, and then not Waynesville, Willow Springs because of that hook on that,
yeah.
but there's no one
Um,
operating it. Oh yeah, the camera is very
yeah,
shaky.
yeah. I would have thought so. Um, look at the YouTube real quick. That way I can get this stream pulled up. So that way I can check comments, read comments, whatever. Um,
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone right now.
yeah,
Camera on the
but
middle is slightly off because I had it for another camera, but you can still see it good.
yeah. Um, yeah, definitely. Okay. So, let's see. We do have another. We do also have severe warning in northern Arkansas. That has Gulf size hail on it. To those
Also,
who,
apparently the
yeah,
radio near New Albany, I think Kentucky, is cutting out.
you mean Indiana, New Albany, Indiana. That's just across the river from Louisville, then. Um,
Okay.
and you said what's going
Yeah.
on with that radio? What's going on with that radio?
Apparently it's cutting in and out.
Oh, that might not. That's probably not good because we definitely need that for tonight here in well, Louisville, Lexington. They probably need those weather radios to be in good condition before these storms come in tonight from central, northern, and again eastern Kentucky as well later tonight.
Yeah. Also, so much happening.
Yep. New decent sized severe warning toward possible for Crawford, Franklin, Gasconade, Washington counties in east central Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds, $50 size hail. Um,
Is that
Pike,
tornado warning in Delaware still active?
yes, it is.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, the one in so there's one in southern Delaware, one in western Virginia, and now three in Missouri. The Rolla one now has softball-sized hail in it. By the way, it's radar indicated still. Tyler, I'm not sure. Can you see anything from that Rolla camera yet?
Not. I mean, there's nothing much. I did see like a lot of shaking from like the winds, but I didn't see anything apart from that.
Okay,
If there's
good
a
to know.
tornado in there, then it's 100% rain wrapped.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. And like I
Yeah, so
said,
don't go
even
looking
if
for it.
yeah, and also forgot to mention, our Central here brings up a good point. Um, still don't go looking for it, even if you're like out there, because you're gonna get pelted by 4-inch hail, and that is actually enough to injure, maybe kill someone.
Yeah.
So you keep that in mind. New severe thunderstorm warning for southwest parts of Virginia, for Russell County, the city of Norton, Scott, Wise, Washington counties in southwestern Virginia. That is so possible. I think that is for the Wise storm that is tornado warned. Let's see, the storm near Blacksburg, that one has been updated now for 70-mile-an-hour winds and $50 size hail. Considerable. So, let's see. Then the two severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky. The one for Pike goes until 2:45. The one for Harlan, Letcher, Perry, that one goes until 2:45 as well. The Harlan, Letcher, Perry County storm, that one is actually moving east at 75 miles an hour. So that thing is flying.
Yeah.
And it'll eventually head towards the Virginia town of Osaka, not to be confused with Osaka, Japan, of course. Um,
Apparently, we have a new SBA in parts of the Virginias, Maryland, DC, and Pennsylvania.
yes, we do. I believe this replaces the old one that was already there. Let me check the SBC real quick. Um, no, the old one was no, the old one's been there. Okay, so this one is for. Let me check the count. Let me check the. Okay, so this one's for DC, Western and Central Maryland, Southwest and South Central Pennsylvania, Northern Virginia, and the far northern West Virginia Panhandle.
Yeah, and also,
Well, practically northern West Virginia, from about Wheeling to Morgantown on east to about Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. Um,
yeah, and
yes, and it's definitely
also just
yeah.
want to say real quick, it looks like the storms from like Owensville all the way down to like Raymondville. It looks like those storms are kind of becoming like a massive mess, while the storms south of it are really starting to get together, and that will probably be some of our storms that will cause the most problems today.
I'm guessing they're in Missouri, right?
Yeah, Missouri. This is the Summersville tornado warning and the Mountain View tornado warning from those storms.
Yeah. And I just want to mention, by the way, the Somersville tornado warning is still on the ground right now, and then the Mountain View one is radar indicating it still has 3-inch hail on it. So
Yeah.
even if they choose to drop the tornado warning, I feel like they could just go ahead. I feel like they could um
It
keep
should
the
still be torque possible.
tour possible severe warning. More importantly, I feel like that should be destructive because 3-inch hail is nothing to screw around with. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, we also got a storm firing over Mountain Home, Arkansas. That looks like it's really starting to get itself together.
Yeah, that one is about to head out of Arkansas. That one also has a special weather statement on it
Yeah.
for Merriam, Baxter, and Fulton. That's about to exit Arkansas right now. So yeah, it's about to leave Arkansas into Missouri. And we also have a severe warning storm, Stone, Van Buren, and Cleburne counties in northern central Arkansas. That one actually has a hook on it. So
Which
oh
one?
boy,
Which one?
the let me check the county list. Stone, Van Buren, Cleburne counties in Arkansas are in a severe warning. It's the only severe warning in Arkansas right now.
All right, there we go.
Um, that one has at least a hook on it.
Yeah, it's a hook.
Let's see.
Yeah, about to
So,
head towards Fairview Bay and Vieira's Ferry.
yeah.
Vieira's Ferry.
Let me check. Let me check this. Bruce Ferry, yeah.
All right.
Um, let's see. The two severe warnings in Kentucky. They are expected to leave Kentucky. Um, one for Harlan and Pike are headed out of the state now, so Kentucky should be good for most of the rest of the day. You know, if you're from anywhere within the state right now, get all your plans done and just batten down the hatches
Yep.
tonight.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
just a reminder for later tonight, have your phones charged for when we really start to get into that damaging wind threat as well.
Yeah. Real quick, I do want to mention that moderate rift, by the way, um, goes from about Maysville, Kentucky, back down towards northwest Tennessee, and then northeast Arkansas, eastern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana. Um, and even if you're not in that moderate risk, you should probably be aware of that enhanced risk, especially in Indianapolis, which they're actually doing. What is it called? Fast Friday for the Indy 500 coming up on May
Yeah.
25th. Um, I'm pretty sure that they're probably going to. Okay, hold on. May 16th. Yeah. Okay. So this is Fast Friday qualifying. Um, and Indianapolis has been an enhanced risk of severe weather today. So if y'all know anything about racing, sure, you probably know that with these cars traveling at like 220, 230 miles an hour, you can't have any water on the track, or else the cars are just gonna
Uh,
hydroplane.
yeah, and also unofficial at this current time, but there is reports of a 3-inch hail out of a roll up.
Now it's not. Yeah. I think I did hear about that.
Yeah, it's not like officially reported, but like some people are saying that right now from people that live in Rolla.
Yeah. Let's see. The tornado warning for Rolla is still there. It's moving northeast at 70 miles an hour. Um, how long do they have left on it? 15 minutes. So within 15 minutes, I think they're probably going to extend that into neighboring counties like Gasconade, Franklin, Washington, in Missouri, and eventually it could actually be extended towards Jefferson County, maybe southern St. Louis County, and eventually end up in places like St. Louis itself, or Muscoda, Illinois, and St. Clair County, Illinois. But you need to keep an eye on that. I do want to run over the SBC list for today, so real quick. Um, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. If you have a moderate to severe weather from eastern central Missouri, from about Mountain View, West Plains, on up towards St. Louis, on east toward Cincinnati and its eastern suburbs, like Maysville, Flemingsburg, Owensville, and portions of northeast Kentucky. And then most of central Kentucky is in it too. Lexington, Louisville, Bowling Green, Radcliffe, E-Town, um, Bardstown, Kentucky, um, those general areas. Um, as well as Evansville, Indiana, too. The tornado threat is mostly located over central Kentucky, which is southern Indiana. However, that 10 stig area does include Cincinnati, Maysville, maybe Nashville. Nashville in that? Nashville is in that. Jonesboro, Arkansas, and just barely clipping the southern edge of St. Louis city limits.
Oh, tornado
So,
warning in Virginia is gone, so that's good.
thank you. Okay. And then for the hail has actually been extended a little bit further east at the 1630Z outlook. For those of you who don't understand Zulu time, 1630Z is approximately
11:30.
I would say so. I think so.
Very sure it's 11:30. Um,
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's
Oh,
1130. Yeah.
also the fact that we have a red flag warning just west of Chicago is interesting.
Yeah,
uh,
that's true. We'll get to that in a minute. Though. But yeah. So the hail threat was actually extended a little bit further east, and now includes cities like Hazard, Prestonsburg, Mount Sterling, clipping the westernmost corner of Pike County, almost.
hail reported in Mountain Home where that cell's developing.
All right, good. Let's see. Williamsburg, Barberville, Monticello,
Mountain Home or
um,
Mountain View?
Mountain Home,
Mountain Home.
Arkansas, about across the Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the biggest threat the for today will be wind.
Yes, they have 45 significant for that.
Yeah. Um, hail too. I do want to mention hail as well.
Also tornadoes,
Let's see.
obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tornadoes. That's definitely going to be a big one. Especially in places like Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, and Evansville, Indiana. Um,
We got an excessive rainfall mesoscale discussion that popped up in Maine and New Hampshire, so there's that.
sort of. Oh yeah, I do want to. Oh, we got a new tornado warning now, by the way.
Where is
For
this?
Crawford and Washington
Expansion
counties in
from Rolla.
Missouri. Yep, Crawford and Washington counties in east central Missouri for a storm near Steelville. It does include the city of Cuba, Missouri, by the way.
Okay, so it would be this
Yes, the ball was gone. Let's see. So,
There we go.
let's check the Weather Prediction Center real quick because I do want to mention the excess rainfall outlook.
Yeah, they've extended that until 2:30 p.m. moving to the east at 60 miles an hour. There is,
Okay.
and it looks like this thing has lost all of its steam in terms of hail, as there is now zero hail indicated with this storm.
All right.
This is the same storm as the one that went over Waynesville, where it produced 4-inch hail.
Yeah. So, yeah, they put that on the radar. They put that on the warning text. Yeah. So, so the excess rainfall outlook. So day one, it's a slight risk for excess rainfall. Southern West Virginia, most of Kentucky, um, Western Virginia, most of Tennessee, and then clipping Northwest Alabama, Northern Mississippi, and into the Boot Hill, Missouri, Northwest Arkansas. And then we also got a slight risk of flooding for portions of northwestern Maine, up near the Canadian border. So that's interesting. And then even if you're not in that slight risk for flooding, we still got a pretty decent sized margin go from Texas to New Brunswick, basically, on that one right there. Day two, it's just two marginal risks. One from Middle Texas onto Southeast Alabama, the other one for the St. Lawrence Valley from upstate New York into western Maine, and probably
Do want to point
environment
out
Canada. Huh? Good.
do want to point out real quick that that this severe thunderstorm warning that's west of St. Louis looks like it's trying to get a hook together right now. The
Is
southeast
that
of New
near
Haven.
Went? Is that what near Wentzville, Missouri? Right.
This is like on the west, like the very western outskirts of St. Louis. This is like just west of
Okay.
the radar.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's that one then. Let's see.
Oh, I
The
have some good news involving in what's going on in the U.S. right now.
Go ahead.
yes.
Taking into account and normally dry, we now officially have 5 states in the U.S. that are drought-free:
Nice.
Louisiana, Arkansas, Kentucky, Ohio, and Vermont.
Let me just get rid of this.
Also, new tornado warning for Greene and Washington counties in southwest Pennsylvania. That is south of Pittsburgh, by the way.
South of Pittsburgh. All right, let's go to that one.
Not the one I live in.
Yeah, no, not that one.
Let's go to
Uh,
that one.
It's a tease.
There we go.
yeah, no. Yeah, it is south of Pittsburgh, southwest of Pittsburgh, in the new severe thunderstorm watch that issued for the southern half of PA, uh, and practically all of Maryland. Um,
Yeah, and
whew,
that's in a very rural area, despite being south of Pittsburgh. That's going to be moving towards Highway 19 and Interstate 79. There's only one place that's in this warning that's not going to be hit.
yeah, it's a pretty empty area of Pennsylvania, which is pretty good news. We like if there is a tornado warning at all, we love for them to be like in an empty area,
Yeah, this moving
like a
east at
relatively
25 too,
empty.
25 miles an hour, so it's slow moving as well.
Yeah. Speaking of tornado warnings, by the way, extension to the Shannon County tornado warning for a storm near Eminence, or 19 miles northeast of Mountain View, Missouri. Needs a 70.
Yeah, and that's the complete opposite in terms of how fast that these tornadoes are going.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm just
All
waiting for
right.
that to show up here.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so there's that extension over there. And yeah, that cell over Mountain Home, well, now northeast of there, has been severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, I see it just got warned in Missouri. Well, no, it actually got warned in Arkansas as well. Okay.
Yeah, it got separated into
If
two
I'm not
because they're.
mistaken,
Go ahead.
isn't that part of Pennsylvania big with like the Amish communities or something?
That's kind of
I
irrelevant right
think.
now.
Well. Hold on, maybe not. I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Uh,
mean,
I would. Okay.
yeah.
I would
Yeah, we
rather.
got more extensions though.
Yep.
I would rather.
Yep. 3-inch hailer for a tornado warning in southern Missouri. Now that's for Shannon County, by the way. For a
Yeah.
storm near Mountain View. I think I ran over that one already. Pretty sure.
Yeah, well, those are radar hole area. I'm not sure which radar would be best for viewing
Okay. So
these.
there's two. Okay, so let me get this straight. So there's two tornado warnings in Shannon County, Missouri. The one near Eminence and the one down by Birch Tree. Both are moving east at 70 miles an hour. I'm not sure why they put two tornado warnings instead of one, but whatever.
Well, because it's two
Whatever.
different storms.
Yeah,
Okay, fair enough.
this.
But
Yeah, and also, again, I want to go in and just go into quick detail about these warnings, real quick. We have again. This one is for this one. This is east of Mountain View. This is going to be rolling up towards Birch Tree. This is basically paralleling Highway 60, and that has a pretty impressive hook to it, considering how far we're scanning this from. Yeah,
yeah, which radar are you using this? Which radar are you looking at?
Springfield.
Springfield, Missouri. Okay.
Yes, Springfield.
Second.
Yeah, but
Yeah, this isn't a radar hole, but it has a pretty impressive hook for it being in a radar hole. It's moving towards
Yeah.
Birch Tree and then across, basically paralleling Highway 60 until it approaches Route 19 to the north. That rotation up there seems to be collapsing right now, as it approaches also US 19, and then all the way up to the north. We've been watching this storm. This is near Steelville, and we'll be moving just south of Interstate 44 to the east at 60 miles an hour, and then going over to the east, way over to the east, into Pennsylvania. We have this tornado warning that we just talked about moments ago, that has a rotation moving towards US 19 and Interstate 79. The rotation's very broad, so we're gonna have to watch and see if it tightens up. Right now, that's gonna be in a very rural area until it moves more to the east past 79 and then towards US 40. That's when it will start heading into more. That's when it will start crossing into more communities. And then of course we got this tornado warning over here by Delaware. A very strange placement. We do have a slight risk over there. This is your rotation would probably be over by Shelbyville. And this will be in effect till 3:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour, and eventually that will be going into the Atlantic Ocean, where we're probably going to see a special marine warning be issued.
I think there already is one for it.
Oh
there
yeah,
is.
oh yeah, there is. Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah, there.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a couple special marine warnings for X tornado warnings already out there.
Yeah, we just
By the
got.
way, I do want to mention this. We do have a severe warning just south of State College, PA. So this is something worth noting. So in effect, this is basically going to be a pretty big, like widespread severe weather day from the East Coast to the Mississippi Valley, basically. So,
Yes.
yeah.
And also, I've been there's also this. Let me just head over here. There's also these cluster storms over here that is now crossing to Virginia, where we have multiple damage reports from the straight line winds. And right now, I'm going to see if any of these. I'm seeing if these are warned for anything higher than 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, this one over here, west of Christiansburg, is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but the rest of these warnings are warned for 60-mile-per-hour gusts, which is something you still shouldn't underestimate. As you can see right here, we have multiple damage reports of trees down and yeah, some power lines are snapped.
Yeah. Let me get IAMBA open so I can take a peek at the reports. Let's see. So, Feds Creek in Pike County, Kentucky. Let's see. Emergency manager reported hail of 2 inches in diameter. Let's see, 2 miles east southeast of Garden Village, also in Pike County. Reports of hail to nickel size. See, Elkhorn City, also in Pike County. Transponder reported hail of $50. Dumont and Breathitt County.
Yeah.
That's also again in Eastern Kentucky. Photo of at least a foot or more water over Quicksand Road at the Happy Church. Kentucky Transportation Cabinet trucks appear to be manning both sides of the water to deter vehicles from crossing. So there's also flooding here too, by the way.
Yeah, so quickly gonna go over this. I'm actually gonna switch to weather-wise here to show so I can draw here and show you what's going on. But for this Steelville storm, I'm starting to notice that it looks like a more impressive hook is trying to form here. You can see how that kind of extends outwards. And normally, what these storms do, if they do this successfully, is that they can curl up into a hook, and that's when they can start producing more stronger tornadoes. So that's something that I'm watching right now. That's over Steelville right now, and again, this is southeast of Interstate 44. So yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and cover that real quick. That's the storm that I'm going to be watching at this current time.
Okay. Let's see. New big severe warning for Iron and Reynolds counties.
Yeah.
The entirety of Reynolds and southeast Iron. This was an area that actually got hit by a couple of tornadoes a couple months ago. I believe a couple of us may remember a couple of these names: Annapolis, the Ark, Reynolds, Ellington. Those areas actually literally got hit only a couple of days ago by a couple of tornadoes, or not days, months ago by a month or two ago by a couple of tornadoes. New severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis itself. Calhoun, St. Charles, St. Louis City until 2:45. This includes the northern half of the city of St. Louis itself. And this also includes St. Charles, O'Fallon, and that general area.
Yeah, and also a severe thunderstorm warning from Glover all the way towards Ellington, and this is going to be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central, moving east at 60 for ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Okay. You talking about the St. Louis one or the
one it's one of the southern storms, the northern of the two warnings that are like next to each other, with the top one.
let's see.
That includes Annapolis and Ellington, those places that were hit by
Oh, that
Tri-State.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did mention that one. That was
All right.
for Reynolds, for 43 miles southwest of Ironton. Um, so that should say something about how empty that area is in southeast Missouri, and I'm quite thankful that this is mostly over relatively empty areas of southeastern Missouri. Um, so
Yeah.
you know,
And yeah,
so
yeah. Now I have on screen that severe thunderstorm when you were talking about that includes St. Louis.
yeah, yeah, it just got popped for St. Louis. Now, unlike what we got going down in southeast Missouri, where the area is relatively rural or like hills, mountains, but not very many people, right? But in St. Louis, this becomes a problem because you have about a million, maybe 2 million people within that metropolitan area.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Going through Jackson's reports again, by the way. Garden Village in Pike County reported hail of nickel size. Feds Creek, 2-inch hail in diameter in Pike County. Lost Creek in Breathitt County, Kentucky.
Tornado
Hail of
warning. New tornado warning including Van Buren.
Van Buren again? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Lost Creek in Breathitt County, Kentucky. Hail of baseball size. Yeah, there's a report of baseball size hail in Breathitt County. So yeah. We got an update on that severe thunderstorm watch in Eastern Kentucky. They canceled it for Bath, Elliott, Johnson, Martin, Menifee, Montgomery, Morgan, Rowan, and continued the rest. They're probably going to keep the rest of those counties in Kentucky in that severe watch until the watch completely expires, which is about at 6, my view. Um, Let me give you check to see when this watch expires. And then the one in Delaware expires in 2 hours, unless if they get rid of it early, which chances are they probably will. In Delaware and New Jersey.
Yeah.
Let's see. Update to that tornado warning for Washington County, Pennsylvania. That one is allowed to expire.
All right.
That's put an X on that tornado warning. We can lay that off. Let me check that forewarning in Delaware. That expires in 7 minutes. For some located near Selbyville or 8 miles northwest of Ocean City, Maryland. They're probably going to let that one go.
Yeah.
Actually, there is actually a possible severe warning for Worcester County, Maryland. That's probably because of that tornado warning storm just north of it in Delaware. That's actually about to cross out of Delaware and into Maryland, where it will probably directly impact Ocean Pines, Ocean City before heading out to sea and into that special marine warning.
Yeah, and also
Um,
also just to point out some new storms firing in Missouri. We got one southwest of Willow Springs, and east of Gentryville. Another one is firing south. Actually, two of them are firing near Waynesville, and another one has been firing north of Farmington.
I believe this is in eastern Missouri.
Yeah, all the storms I just mentioned are in Missouri.
Okay. Oh, I should mention, by the way, the St. Louis storm, by the way, has 2-inch hail in it.
2-inch
So
hail.
it's
Okay.
already 2-inch hail, yeah. I forgot to mention that, my bad. But yeah, 2-inch hail.
A very impressive hail core as this gets very close to the radar. Scanning us at just like 260 feet.
Yeah, 260 feet. That's yeah. That if you think about how tall 260 feet is, it's about from ground level to about, let's say, about a third of the way up the Empire State Building, I think.
Yeah, and also again, this storm I've noticed has tried to become tornadic, but right now it's failed every single time. I do see it trying to curl up a hook, but I don't know if it's gonna become successful at it. But it has been trying to become tornadic. This would be the St. Louis storm.
Yeah. Yeah. So. All right. By the way, guys, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin. Wisconsin actually got battered just last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two storms on either side of Green Bay, of the city, Green Bay. One to the west of it, from Menominee, Oconto, Langley, Shawano counties, for a storm near Wittenberg, 20 miles south of Antigo, moving northeast at 40. And the second one is going to move up the Door County Peninsula, or the Kewaunee and Door County Peninsula, out into Lake Michigan. And eventually might end up in Lake Superior.
Yeah, there we go.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, let's see. All right, so we got another severe warning for, oh goodness, a lot of areas in Western Virginia for Roanoke, especially though. Um,
Yeah, let me just go over there. Keep in
yeah,
mind, keep,
they're
yeah, keep in mind that that area of like storms is destructive. It has caused damage. It knocked down trees and power lines.
yeah, and also I think that is the storm that probably caused the baseball sized hail in Breathitt County, Kentucky earlier. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, not sure though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I might have to check that real quick. I actually need to check that really quickly.
So yeah, for the viewers on the bottom, let me just fix this. On the bottom left camera, the most bottom camera on the live cam bar, I'm going to be switching cameras through St. Louis as that storm make its way through St. Louis.
Yeah,
I might switch it to a multi-cam when things get serious enough with that storm.
yeah. Let's see. So, okay. Let's put the one in here. Put it in. Uh, let's see. I think that St. Louis storm I actually started to look a little bit more. Keep your eyes on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think there's also a little bit of rotation on it, but I can't be sure. This is so
I doubt it. I
damn.
doubt
This
it.
is so close. This is so close to the goddamn radar.
I doubt it. Oh yeah, yeah. Conditions on that bottom camera are getting really intense. That's southwest of Weldon Spring.
Yeah. Yeah, it's up to Weldon Spring, which is actually where the radar is located.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't
Um,
lose the radar.
yeah, because if we lose the radar, which one are we gonna have to pick? Because a lot of them are quite a ways away. Namely Lincoln, Paducah, and Evansville. Now let's see. Uh,
Switch over. There we go.
yeah. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania. This one actually includes Punxsutawney, PA. Um, I'm sure a lot of people are very familiar where that is. So no need to explain why. Um, this one is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, small hail, in PA. All right, going back to Missouri though.
Yeah, and by the way, we're now on that multi-camera view for the storm moving over St. Louis right now.
Yeah. Also, oh goodness gracious! Look at that storm near Van Buren, or sorry, Missouri. Oh my goodness.
Which radar you want me to use?
I'm looking at it from St. Louis, but I'm gonna swap to Springfield because that hook looks nasty. Oh my.
Let's
Uh,
go. I'm also gonna check it from Paducah.
yeah, check for Paducah. Cause I haven't yet. Yeah, it looks pretty nasty. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yes, so that's gonna be moving towards Van Buren. That's gonna be in effect till 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is also for 3-inch hail as well. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, this will basically be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning on top of the tornado warning, but
Yeah. Let me do that real quick. Okay, so that tornado warning in Delaware is gone because it has moved out to sea. So that's one less tornado warning we have to deal with. Don't want to jinx it.
we're gonna
Fingers
get more
crossed.
tornado warnings regardless.
I know we're gonna get more tornado warnings regardless,
Yeah.
but hopefully we don't. Hopefully we don't get another one in Delaware. Fingers crossed.
Okay, from what I'm seeing on this camera, PSA: do not park under an overpass. We got cars parked under an overpass here. You do not
Yeah,
want to
don't
park.
do that.
Yeah, you do
Yeah,
not want
don't
to.
do that.
Yeah, you do not be like these people who are parked under the overpass. Even though there's no tornado warning, you still should not be parked under one unless unless yeah, there's no tornado warning and it's actively hailing, but in any other situation you do not want to do that.
Yeah. Um. By the way, this that severe thunderstorm warning, or that severe thunderstorm moving into the western side of that severe warning, it is actually headed right for the Spirit of St. Louis Airport. And now we have NWS employees now observing 2-inch hail. So that's about the size of like the eggs that you find at the at like like your Walmart or something, like your Walmart or Kroger or something, that's about the size of those eggs. Um,
All right, I do have this camera here. It looks like the storm is.
Look at that! Look at that St. Louis cam you have on the left. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and also look at the one I just put up on the right too. Yeah, and also like if it's at for we've seen with the overpass stuff. If you are under a tornado warning, again, do not be under an overpass. But if it's actually hailing and there is no tornado warning, then you can park under one to protect your car from the hail.
Yeah, just make sure it's not on the interstate because
Yeah, because those overpasses during tornado winds and even straight line winds, that can turn into a massive wind tunnel.
Yeah, look at that camera on the left. Tyler, can you take that camera on the left full or something?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is getting rocked right now. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to see what I can do here. I would have to refine the camera. Which I forgot where it is, so unfortunately I can't right now. But yeah, that is shaking hard.
I'm gonna check and see where that camera is. All right, Missouri DOT cameras. Thank you very much. Oh, I think the camera on the left just went out. Oh, never mind, it's back.
Oh yeah, it's still going.
Wow, that looks like a
This is warned for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, like you said, that's National Weather Service employees observed.
Yeah, so National Weather Service employees have actually seen that. So you know it's true if Weather Service employees actually see this. And yeah.
Yeah, we could actually see hail on some of these cameras, but some of them are really hard to tell. I'm going to take this to where's Chesterfield. I'm trying to track this as it's going east, as places are getting hit.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go here for now. Can't really find a decent one. That camera on the top left, compared to what I've seen from the other cameras, that might just because I've seen cameras like that where they're like really, really shaky, and like during winds, they get so shaky that it feels like there's like 80-mile-per-hour wind there, like 80-mile-per-hour winds there, when it's really like not that strong at all.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Maybe not 80-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe not 80. Oh boy, but that's still. But even if it's not 80, even if it's like 65 to 70, it's still strong. Like you're talking almost hurricane force. So
we're not downplaying that. And it's just something that I think is going on with that one because I saw other cameras right next to it and it didn't seem as strong as that one is suggesting.
Right.
Yeah, not downplaying this, that's for sure. Yeah, this is starting to push into more of the western St. Louis outskirts here. This is still warned for. They actually upped the hail from 2 inches to tennis ball size hail, so 2.5 inches.
Yeah. Any higher, by the way, and that goes
Destructive.
destructive. So yeah. Destructive is like baseball size hail. So think. So and if that hits you, think about how an MLB batter, right, would be hit by like a baseball like 90 miles an hour. That hurts. I'm trying to come up with an analogy here, but think about that.
Yeah, you're starting to get into the kind of size where it can start like punching holes into like your roof and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, looks like from what we're seeing on the ground, looks like we're seeing a massive spike in wind on velocity. And again, this is very low, so we're basically getting as close to the surface as we can. And let's see, we're picking up about pockets of 66 knots.
Yeah, that's about 70, 75, 78 miles an hour, I think.
Yeah, we're picking that
Yeah.
up about 350 feet off the ground.
Yeah. By the way, I have another MO dot camera that's looking to the east. That is, well, looking from the east to the west, I believe. And you can see those clouds in the background look very, very ominous, I would think.
Where is that again?
This one right here is 70 I-70, I believe, at Missouri Highway A.
That's gonna be.
So let me swap to another camera.
Yeah, and also I don't have like the Discord thing set up, so I can't share with the viewers what you're seeing, but I'm trying to like pinpoint what you're looking at, like the camera.
Oh, fair enough. You can definitely see some areas are being absolutely rocked right now.
Some of the cameras in like the Chesterfield area are down.
Yeah, I would think so.
So yeah, trying to track this down for the viewers here on the cameras as best as we can as this pushes eastward. Looks like the strongest part of this is now east of Chesterfield, and we'll be moving basically towards downtown St. Louis in kind of the long run, but not really the long run.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let me just fix. I'm just gonna fix my mic because it is a bit quiet.
Bit too quiet.
It's too quiet. I'm just gonna. I forgot to paste over the filters I have for the stream over here, so let me just do that.
Okay.
Oh, massive flash. Don't know if that was I was looking at something else, so I don't know if that was a power flash or just a lightning flash. If you want to go back, Sakura.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
It
There we go.
it might have been a power flash, but I'm not sure. Then again, if there was a power flash, I would think it's from what is it? Um
Yeah, I was looking at my OBS, so I wasn't able to see that. But yeah, there's cars parked under the overpass. Yeah, it's near whiteout at this point. Oh my goodness,
yeah,
very strong
yeah,
winds. A lot of cars are stopped.
yeah, yeah. Uh oop. So hey, you need help?
Yeah, mental health.
Not a
Traffic,
psychiatrist.
a lot of traffic out there. But yeah, that got very, very intense. You know when those cars have to you know when those cars have to stop. You know things got really intense. You got a bunch of cars pulled over. Now we're starting to see traffic slowly roll again. And these roads that are ahead of this line are very congested, so I'm kind of a bit worried to see how this progresses. Yeah, again, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, a bunch of these cars had to stop over here. Yeah, and also the roads ahead of this line are very congested, so I'm kind of a bit worried to see how this progresses.
Yeah. Um okay. So I think the main part of the storm that is moving into St. Louis. I think the main hail core is up near Maryland Heights as well as St. Louis Lambert International Airport. Um,
Don't know the situation ahead of them, but these cars on the top right, they are barely moving. Like they are
yeah,
moving at a snail's pace. I see some of the
yeah,
lanes are clear, so I don't know if a tree fell or if the light is out because I saw a light up ahead, which basically turns
yeah,
into a four-way stop.
yeah. All
Hey,
right. As Mia just told us in chat. Thank you, Mia. By the way, we severe thunderstorm watch for Maryland, northern North Carolina, southern and eastern Virginia now. Um, from now until 10 tonight, till 11. So 65. Yep. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. Quarter size hail. Um, this is actually the same batch that just came out of Kentucky, Tennessee, into Western Virginia and Northwest North Carolina. And now this will be in for parts of northern North Carolina, north of I-40 and Raleigh. So we're talking Winston-Salem, Greensboro, Burlington, Chapel Hill, Durham, Rocky Mount, Greenville, Washington, North Carolina. out towards Dare County, and then points north of them. Um, so the one severe thunderstorm watch left for Delaware is about to expire in about less than an hour from now. We also have, Tyler, I don't know if you can hear me, but we do have a new tornado warning for Huntingdon and Mifflin counties in Pennsylvania that just
New
got the
tornado.
State College.
Sorry to jump in, but new tornado warning, including downtown St. Louis.
I was about to say, we also got another one for downtown St. Louis. Thank you. For Madison, St. Clair, St. Louis County, and its city until 3:15. That does include St. Louis proper.
Yes.
So now this is for again the entirety of the city of St. Louis.
And mainly northern parts of St. Louis.
Yep, at least the northern half of the city. It's like how a lot of the independent cities in Virginia work. St. Louis is its own entity, and is not part of St. Louis County, but it still is again very important, very populated. Um, it's Missouri's second largest city.
Want to point
Um,
out that we've been losing a bunch of cameras, and that and now what we're tracking this to, we've been losing cameras left and right. So
yep.
there might be a lot of power being lost right now, which again, what we saw earlier, that would be that is probably what is going on right now.
Yep. Let's see. Going back down to that Van Buren tornado warning, by the way. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that band.
tornado and softball size hail still. So even if there's no tornado warning with that Van Buren storm, it's still gonna drop softball size hail. And again, think about a softball pitcher throwing a softball at you at 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. That will hurt, and that will cause damage to you or your car if you are outside. So just don't be outside with these storms producing hail this big. So
Yeah, right now I'm just trying to see if there's literally any camera I can get that would help track this thing. But yeah, right. Yeah. From go
pretty.
ahead.
I said I'm pretty sure a lot of the cameras near St. Louis are gonna get knocked out by this.
Yeah, considering what we saw earlier, which by the way, I can confirm that the power did get out. It did go out there because there was a bunch of traffic. I did not see the light anymore, so it's out.
Yep.
So yeah, again, if you're driving and if the traffic lights go out, you need to treat it as a four-way stop.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we have a lot of people on the roadways. We have a lot of traffic on the interstates right now, and some of the interstates here. So, yeah, pretty
Yeah,
dangerous situation.
Yeah, 64, 70, 55, and then some of the auxiliaries like 255 and 270 in Missouri and Illinois, by the way, too. Um, again, this is interesting. Definitely. Let's check the radar again. So the part of the storm itself has not gotten to downtown St. Louis yet. Like we're talking, Busch Stadium, that area. As a matter of fact,
Your strongest wind seems to be approaching Richmond Heights up towards University City.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh
So
yeah, oh yeah, we are picking
I
up a lot
believe,
of wind.
yeah, yeah, we definitely are. So good news today is that the St. Louis Cardinals are not playing at their home stadium today. They are out in Kansas City. They probably got there last night. So that way they could probably beat the
All
Storms
right,
to KC
top left
tonight.
being hit by this powerful, by very powerful winds. Camera shaking hard. Oh yeah, rain currents are going sideways right now.
Yeah.
Gonna be
Okay.
watching this. Top right one also
Yeah.
starting to have its conditions rapidly deteriorate.
Yeah.
And again, this is tornado warning, so do not park under the overpasses.
Yeah. Don't park underneath any of the overpasses. On I-44, 64, 170, 270, 255, 70, 64. Those interstates near St. Louis, just don't park underneath the overpass at all in any of these. And those of you who are like in like a skyscraper or stuff, well, I guess you could say skyscraper or something. Get to the lowest floor near the center of the building and stay as far away from windows as humanly possible because those windows break. You could have like a large shard of glass, hit you, and God knows what'll happen to you there. But the idea goes, but the idea still stands.
Power flash on the top
No
right.
win.
Power flash on the top right camera.
Okay.
Got power flashes, we're losing power. That's to be expected with these winds.
Yeah. All right. So the St. Louis storm now has a pretty decent hook on it. Over Richmond Heights. Let me check Missouri DOT
Yeah,
cameras.
top right camera's
Actually,
down, replacing camera.
okay. Go to Richmond Heights, like that area.
Yeah, I've been tracking this through Richmond Heights right now.
Yeah, it's literally right on top of them right now, or the hook side of the storm.
Oh
And in
yeah,
fact,
yeah,
the hook
we're
side,
getting
and in
really
fact, the
good
hook,
rotation on this. We're getting really good rotation
yeah,
on this right now.
and in fact, the hook side of the hook part of the storm is actually going to head right for St. Louis itself, with the
So yeah, if
downtown
you're
parts
in
portion of
downtown St.
down.
Louis, you need to seek shelter right now. I do want to see if we can get a view of the skyline. I know there's a skyline camera. I just gotta re-find it.
Yeah, we have Earth Cam, but I'm not sure if we can use them.
No,
If we can use it.
we can't. And also they aren't live video. I don't think. Can't use Earth
Yeah.
Cam anyway.
Okay. Okay.
We got massive hook signature on this now.
Yeah. Although I am looking at this from the St. Louis live cam or the St. Louis camera on Earth cams. I can't show these. I can't show this obviously, unfortunately. But fortunately. But yeah, this is looking. I guess it's looking back to the west
Yeah, we're
from
losing
the arch.
a whole lot of cameras right now.
Yeah, we are.
So even if you don't get hit by the tornado, we do have some very powerful winds with this right now. A lot of cameras. Yeah, Skyline cameras down. Can't do anything about that.
Yeah. Look at that hook, though.
That is going to touch down at any moment if it's not already on the ground. It's on the ground. Tornado on the ground. This is
It's
over
down?
University
Okay.
City. You need to seek shelter right now. That is actually
Yeah.
a debris ball. That is actually that is going to be your debris ball right there. Take cover right
Yeah.
now. If you're in the
Yeah,
path of
St.
this
Louis.
storm.
Yeah, St. Louis University.
Back.
You know what?
Just
Welcome
have your
back.
headphones in.
Yeah,
Welcome
that
back.
Earth
Okay.
Center. We're currently tracking a possible strong tornado in progress over St. Louis right now. That is a debris ball right now. We have cameras on this. We're trying to see if we can get any visuals on this tornado. Back notch of 70s. Basically as close as we're going to be able to get. And yep, PDS tornado warning for downtown St. Louis.
Oh, it's down? Okay.
Yeah, down on the ground.
Oh,
That is a debris
there
ball.
it is.
100% a debris ball.
There it is. Okay.
We're trying to get. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah.
You cannot miss a camera that could have this on the ground. I had to say this one would probably be hit. Yeah, this is moving very close to downtown St. Louis.
Yeah. So St. Louis University. Yeah, we're talking like
Probably got your
we-
power flash. That is probably your tornado on the top right camera right there. That is probably your tornado right there down on the ground. I just saw a power flash in that direction. That is, I'm 99% sure that is the tornado.
yeah. Oh goodness.
The camera on the
Oh my
east,
gosh.
on the east camera is down. That camera is going to be hit by this tornado.
It's practically going through downtown. This is not good.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Okay, newest scan shows the hook is completely curled in on itself, which is good news. But we're still tracking this tornado right now. We saw a power flash on the top right camera. We might have just saw the tornado right there. Yeah, we're losing virtually
Goodness.
every camera at this point. And I think that's going to be the end of us tracking this one on the cameras.
Yeah. Going down south, and I don't mean to take priority away from the St. Louis one, but I do want to mention this one. That tornado warning down in Van Buren has been extended. That one is for Bollinger, Carter, Wayne, and Stoddard counties in southeast Missouri. Paducah issued that one. That one is still for a tornado and softball size hail. We got another one, by the way, for Iron and Reynolds. That one is for Annapolis. If you are familiar with the tri-state tornado, you may be familiar with Annapolis then. That one is for tornado and quarters. We still have that tornado warning, by the way, in Pennsylvania. That one's for a tornado and $50 size hail. Still, the same rules apply to all of these.
We do. I'm also gonna go over some of the So some of the other people that were checking the cameras, just in case we missed something, I do think we found one. This is from one of the. Wait, no, wait, let me just get this on the right thing here. We do have a photo from one of the cameras that I was trying to find, and it will be this one right here, and that is most likely that tornado that we just seen go through St. Louis, and then there's probably going to be more here soon. I'll go in and send this in the I'll go and send this in our team chat here.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the camera I was trying to find.
Yeah. That was from the Arch Cam. So,
Yeah, Arch Cam.
I'm surprised it didn't go tornado emergency.
Yeah, that one scan, that looked like an intense tornado for sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, this thing is still on the ground, I should mention.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. We don't have any more camera coverage on it.
Well, not coming yet.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, so we don't have any more camera coverage. There is cameras in Illinois, obviously, but they're picture by picture. They're not live video.
I'm sending in some footage into the chat from someone in another server. Oh, wait, I have to send them one at a time because I do not have Nitro. But there's some footage from... Oh, I can't even send them at all. Never mind, because it wants to be dumb. I do not have Nitro.
Are you able to go into what it is about?
It's hail footage from downtown St. Louis. And a little bit of flooding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
if
fair.
you're just joining us real quick, we just tracked a tornado through St. Louis. It's still on the ground for the National Weather Service. And we've basically been tracking that since it was on the very western outskirts of St. Louis. And yeah, we're still in that multi-cam view. We're trying to see if we can get anything else. But in terms of that tornado, that's basically going to be the end of tracking that on the camera.
Yeah, because I think it just exited Missouri into Illinois.
Yeah.
So now it's gonna probably stay south of Interstate 70. Yeah, it's probably gonna stay south of I-70. South of Edwardsville. If you remember December 10th, Edwardsville got hit with an EF3 that night. There's also a severe warning south of that just got fired up. So maybe those two might merge over southern Illinois. Not entirely certain. All right, let's check. Annapolis, that tornado warning remains in effect. Annapolis, the Arc, that area still. That tornado warning for Garwood, or 10 miles east of Van Buren. That one is for tornado and softball size hail. So again, even if you're not in a tornado warning with this, you know,
New photo just came in. I would like to share
I
in
got
chat.
dogs about to go crazy because the delivery guy just showed up.
All right. I just posted in Team Chat. I'm gonna try getting this on our on the stream here as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I saw. I was gonna say I did see that on the
Earth Cam.
Earth Cam. Yeah, thank you. Um,
Yeah, and Earth Cam, unfortunately, is something that we're not allowed to share due to copyright reasons, but still. Yeah,
yeah, I saw that in the Earth Cam. I couldn't show it on. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Of course. Yeah.
don't worry about it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, let's go ahead and I do want to try seeing if we can get the scanner, possibly.
Do we want to use the
St. Louis.
St. Louis City or St. Louis County scanner? Because
Um,
Dogs are calmed down.
oh goodness. Is there one that covers both counties?
well, here's the thing: St. Louis is its own like city county thing.
Yeah, but I've seen scanners that cover multiple counties in one scanner, so
I'm pretty sure St. Louis County can also cover the city too.
yeah. If we can figure something out for that, then we're gonna need that.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if this will work. All right, let me go ahead and pull up this here. So this is what is this? This is a repeater feed that has a direct tie-in with the St. Louis NWS office.
Yeah,
So I'm not sure if this will be useful, but we'll take a
I
peek
think
at it.
those color cover warnings only. Um, Definitely not Metro Transit. That wouldn't cover that.
Yeah. Let's see. Ooh, Missouri State Highway Patrol. I think this works.
Yeah, that
I think
might
this
work.
maybe not yet. Alright, we're gonna turn this down a little bit, and we're gonna let that go. We're gonna let that run. Real quick, we got more damage reports from Eastern Kentucky. Wilkesburg and Jackson County reported 2 inches, or 2 inch hail.
Yeah, we do.
Collingsworth and Jackson.
Yeah, we do have
Yeah,
a
Collingsworth and
camera.
Jack.
Yeah, no other camera
Hmm?
captured the tornado. That actually someone I think increased the contrast on it. That looks like a large cone tornado that happened.
Oh wow.
That
Oh
is
my.
a very large tornado that happened.
Oh, the skin is coming through or something. Okay. Oop.
I remember where this tornado was. Again, there's a lot of people that were on the roadways as well.
A good thing. Yeah. Considering it's a Friday and time of day, this is around the time schools start letting out.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people on the interstate, so hopefully everyone is okay. That did hit. Playing back the radar, this did hit Interstate 70 potentially, but yeah, mainly hit areas east of University City. This is definitely where it was the strongest at in terms of radar data. This was east of University
Yeah.
City and in between Interstate 70 and 64, playing back the radar. This is not now. This is from earlier. This is what it looks like at the moment. It looks like the entire Yeah, yeah. Looks like basically the entire tornado's dead at this point. But yeah, that was a very powerful tornado, and we'll definitely get.
The
Go ahead.
yeah. By the way, the hold on, scanner coming through. I'm gonna switch scanners because
All
I don't
right.
know if that is St. Louis.
All right. We also got a new tornado warning southeast of Rolla, including Lake Spring, as well as a bunch of these tornado warnings over here. There is funnel cloud report out of Van Buren. There's also, and these two storms over here, east of Indianapolis and east of Mill Spring. These have some pretty decent hooks to them right now. I will actually switch over to Paducah's radar, get a better angle at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the southern one's moving up towards Williamsville, and will be across Highway 67 south of Greenville. Piedmont, Patterson, this tornado will stay far away from you. Mill Spring, you're in the clear. And also Sylvia, this tornado, and Sylvia and Greenville, this tornado remains to your south, mainly going directly for Williamsville, but across Highway 67, and then to the north, that one's directly over Des Arc. Will be moving its way towards Coldwater and Lodi along Highway 67, and Annapolis, Sabula, I think that's how you say that, and Zion, not Zion. But yeah, Sabula and Annapolis, you are in the clear. Zion, this tornado will likely remain to your south, but I would remain in your shelter just in case if it tries to curve more northward. And again, we have a bunch of these smaller storms over here that are firing up. One of them is severe thunderstorm warnings southeast of South St. Louis, from Redbud all the way up towards Nashville, going to Interstate 64, moving east at 60 miles an hour until 3:30. And we also have these severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Illinois, including Springfield and Jacksonville. I'm pretty sure a friend of ours was near that.
Well, former, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, northeast at 55. Okay.
Yeah. All right, we got a severe warning for Appomattox and Buckingham counties in Virginia now. That one is actually near the Appomattox National Historic Park. For you history nerds out there, you probably are aware of Appomattox's importance. Pretty sure. That one is headed to the east. We got a couple more severe warnings in the panhandle of the eastern panhandle of West Virginia. Let's see.
Yeah, the tornado warning that was over Lake Spring has been extended all the way up towards Shirley, and that'll be in effect till 3:45 p.m., moving east at 60 miles an hour.
Okay.
What are you doing, dog? You're fine. Just like your mother.
Anyway.
I don't know what that was in the background. or Central, your mic's unmuted. I don't know if you were.
Oh.
Hot bike.
Yeah.
Hot bike. Hot bike.
Yep.
To one of the dogs.
I have been told that my friend's county, which is Oldham, Kentucky, just got put under a tornado watch. I'm not sure. Yes, there is. Tornado watch number 265 from 3 until 10, and it is almost PDS.
Almost
boy.
PDS. Let me get that pulled up that I see on your screen. Let me get that pulled up because that
I actually do. Yeah, go ahead and pull up my screen because This is wow. Okay.
All right.
So,
All right. You go ahead.
all right.
Imagine having
So,
videos sent in.
okay. But anyway, so looking at this new tornado watch, the probabilities. Now, the probabilities are pretty darn high. Almost PDS. PDS is basically if all of these here, like if you're watching this,
Yeah.
all of this here is high.
Mhm.
We only have one thing that is a moderate probability, and so it's not PDS, but it is extremely close to being one. So here are the probability numbers: 80% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 60% chance of one of those being a strong tornado, so that's pretty decent. Wind 80-70, so a pretty decent chance of of high wind damage, and then hail 80%, 80 for that. Here's the county list. I won't read out all of them because there's too many. But for central southern Illinois, western central and southern Indiana, western and central Kentucky, into far southeastern Missouri. Now, hopefully that'll actually show up on here shortly. So this is from 95 miles east and west of the line, from 35 miles northwest of Indy to 40 miles south of Paducah. I think they are probably going to postpone Fast Friday qualifying for the Indianapolis 500 because of this tornado watch, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and toss it back to our radar feed here in just a second once I can fix the stuff here.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So Indy 500 practice is probably going to get red flagged early because of that tornado watch, which runs from
Do you wanna?
western.
Yeah, I'm sorry to
Huh?
jump in real quick, but the tornado warning south of Fredericktown, that is now a confirmed tornado. Law enforcement confirmed tornado that's moving straight for Coldwater.
Okay.
That's what state? Missouri?
Missouri, yeah.
Missouri. Yeah.
The only state that's having. Actually, no, we have a tornado warning in Illinois, but still.
Yeah. We got some
A very
activity
impressive
in.
book that's going to be crossing 67 into Coldwater. So if you're in Coldwater, you need to seek shelter immediately. And after that, it's going to remain mostly over rural areas up towards Marble Hill, which right now is outside of the warning, but it's very likely going to be extended into Marble Hill. So I would start heading to shelter right now.
And we got Brett 8 Adair out there streaming it, so.
Obviously, can't share
Okay.
that, but interesting to note.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let me check. So the eastern edge of that tornado watch just barely misses the Cincinnati metro area. So that is definitely going to raise some concerns here in the Cincy metro. Lexington, Louisville is in it. Goes from Trimble, Henry, Olden, Jefferson, Bullitt, Shelby, counties like that, back off to the west.
Yeah. And then, like, Elizabeth, Town, Bowling Green, Aderville,
Yeah,
Beaver Dam, that region is also under the flood watch as well. So do keep that
yeah.
in mind.
Yeah, so
Yeah, overlap.
yeah. Yeah, Bowling Green, E-Town. Bardstown, I would say, is in it. Is Bardstown in it? Bardstown's in it, yeah. Bardstown, E-Town, Owensboro, Evansville, Indiana, Mayfield. We know that area really well.
Yep.
Sure.
It's at least getting close enough for Paducah radar works. Okay.
Yeah. Let me refresh this real quick. There's a shit. There it is. There's a tornado watch. So Trimble, Oldham, Jefferson, Shelby, Hardin, Green, Warren, counties like that, and back off to the west are in next new tornado watch. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning that is just northwest of DC itself. So
And
yeah,
also, it looks like we had a pretty powerful storm that's moving towards Springfield right now.
Illinois, I'm guessing. Yep.
Yeah.
That's actually a that's actually a considerable severe.
Yeah,
So
just updating on my end. Never seen it update the warning text on my end. Didn't know it did that, but
yeah, it's 70 miles an hour, inch and a half hail. Let's see, another severe warning in Southern Virginia. That one is for oh boy, Pennsylvania and Denville, or Pennsylvania County and Denver, City of Denville. All right, let's go to
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, I did find a way to send that video I was talking about. I do have it unlisted. So,
let
but yeah,
me. Yeah, right now I'm just gonna get some cameras out of Springfield.
Illinois.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So by the way, this is kind of related to the severe weather because this is getting impacted by the severe weather. The practice today for the Indy 500 is under yellow because of this tornado watch. They're probably gonna put it under red flag and end it early because again, this tornado watch is more important than, of course, the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Um, this is not today. Let's see. That tornado warning for Madison County, Missouri, has been updated. It says here that this storm has a history of producing tornadoes, and we have seen that already. Just want to let you know, Tyler, that is the storm that is south of Fredericktown in
Fredericktown.
Missouri.
Okay. There is our cameras out of Springfield, Illinois that we have up now.
Yeah. I wanted to see what they have, what they're going to do at Indy Motor Speedway right now, because I don't think they're going to continue practice with the tornado watch in effect now. Um, I'm not sure why that yellow is out actually. I'm gonna go on mute so that way I can see this see why real quick. I'm probably gonna go on mute and see why they have the Indy Motor Speedway under yellow. My guess is that it's because of the tornado watch that's going.
And while you do that, I'm just going to go over some of these warnings real quick. Again, we have that tornado warning east of Williamsville. Now moving towards south of McGee. That's going to be in effect until let me see here, 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then we have this confirmed tornado moving towards Coldwater. This has been confirmed by law enforcement. That'll be moving towards Highway 67. And then we have this tornado warning over here. We'll stand. We'll switch it over to Springfield for this one. This is going, and this one over here is near Cook Station. When it's way to the northeast towards Shirley. This storm is completely by itself, so it's something to keep an eye on. It's gonna be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving to the east at 60 miles an hour for the warning text. This will be crossing 19 and into Davisville in the long not the long term. So this will be crossing 19 to Davisville and on its way towards Shirley. In that polygon, take cover now, and that will remain mostly over rural areas. Now into Illinois, where first of all we are currently tracking that tracking the severe thunderstorm as it's moving its way through Springfield, Illinois. This is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong sized hail. That will be moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and we'll have. Hold on, okay, and we're gonna keep our camera there for right now, as conditions deteriorate, and we have these group of severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them over here. This one has a tornado possible tag on it, and this one looks fairly interesting in terms of tornadic activity. This is south of Interstate 70. We'll be approaching Highway 51. So if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, I would remain alert for a possible tornado with that one. And then, also you have all these severe thunderstorm warnings out here. We do have a lot of wind damage reports out of Cumberland, Maryland. And we actually have some severe thunderstorm warnings over here, and an area that I'm familiar that I actually track for another station over here in Maryland. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. There we go, just making sure that camera's still working. That's moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. That includes Clarksburg, and then moving over here down to the south, 16-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. I know several people that are in this, and those are the two severe thunderstorm warnings over there. We also have these severe thunderstorm warnings over here as well. One of them, and also another severe thunderstorm warning in Pennsylvania for Lewistown, and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Virginia. We're starting to see conditions rapidly deteriorate here on the cameras here. We're gonna go in and keep it on Springfield. Keep it on the storm in Springfield for right now as we see that go over. Pretty sure we're seeing hail falling right now. On the top right camera.
Yep. Yep. All right. Yeah, Tyler, I'm looking at the yeah, Tyler, I'm looking at the camera on the left side, the upper left corner of the stream, and that camera is just being jolted around.
Yeah,
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, top left camera as well is going crazy too.
Yeah. Although, unlike the one in Missouri, that one might actually be justified. Because again, that is for 70-mile-an-hour winds right now, and ping pong balls that hail too.
Yeah, we're
from that.
saying leaves fall in the top left one.
Also, real quick, tornado warning for Bond, Clinton, Fay, Marion counties in south central Illinois. That one is going to be for let's see. Thankfully, it is in some relatively rural areas. It's gonna stay north of Centralia. It's to the east of St. Louis. It may impact Effingham, but we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see that. New civil thunderstorm warning for East Central Shannon County in Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah, that one camera got really battered. Still really shaky too. And keep in mind that this is significantly higher up. This is like on a skyscraper. So the winds are going to
Yeah.
be stronger up here than it is on the ground. Oh yeah, did you? Oh yeah, you covered that tornado warning, like southwest of Effingham, right?
Yep, I just went over it.
All right.
Yeah. Speaking of tornadoes or tornado possible severes, we have another one that is for a storm 7 miles southeast of Carlinville. As a matter of fact, that severe thunderstorm warning does include Carlinville, and it is headed up towards the town of Decatur.
The town of Decatur. Okay, let me.
Yeah. Oh,
All right.
sorry. The
Don't worry about
Carlinville
it.
storm is headed up towards Decatur, I think. And yep. New tornado warning, by the way. That is for Cape Girardeau County. And we got another tornado warning for Crawford, Washington counties in east central Missouri for storm near Courtois, or 14 miles southeast of Steelville, to the Steelville cell, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. If there's any good news about that Steelville cell, it's not it is over practically empty area, right? It's practically
Yeah,
over a completely empty area right now. Because I zoomed all the way in and I could not find a single town within that, which is absolutely excellent news. Like, if there is a tornado warning, we want it over absolutely empty areas, like where almost nobody lives. And so,
yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So. Oh yeah. I see that new tornado warning you're talking about now.
yeah. All right, I think we just got a couple damage photos out of St. Louis. Um,
I was about to check that. What are you able to send them?
I am doing that right now. It looks to be limited to just maybe roof damage, some shingles flying off, maybe some tree damage as well. Last photo though, oh boy. Okay, hold up. Get the flash
Damage.
photo in. Yeah, I think it's just limited to like roof damage, like some minor roof damage, fallen trees, and whatnot. And you can see in that house on the left there, on the right there, that the top of the house caved in. Hopefully nobody was up there. Thank goodness me.
Yeah.
Um, but overall, I think it's just limited to roof tree damage.
In this area anyway.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I think they're gonna start trying. I think they're gonna start peeling away piece by piece out of that tornado watch in Missouri and Arkansas by the time it leaves Missouri. Um, and then they're probably gonna have to pop another couple more severe watches in northern Kentucky, which is where I'm at, as well as portions of southwestern Ohio, and maybe, just maybe, portions of maybe far southern Michigan. We won't know until we get there, but the storms are definitely moving pretty darn fast uh, across. Whew,
Yeah, and
whew,
also got some more footage of that tornado that happened earlier yeah, these cars here are completely these cars are completely stopped on the overpass that prevents cars from behind actually getting to safety. This is something that again you never ever want to do.
yeah,
This and you not only you're threatening your own life, but the people behind you, you're also threatening their lives as well because they're unable to get to safety.
yeah. Okay. So that one flash flood warning in Kentucky, that one will be allowed to expire within the next 5 minutes. That's good. A couple more flash flood warnings in PA and New Jersey. Oop, and the one on the coast of New Jersey has just disappeared. Okay, well, that's one way to get rid of the flash flood warning, I guess. Um, anyway, let's see. So Tyner in Jackson County, Kentucky, reported hail of 2 inches in diameter. That's about the size of a hen egg. So think about the eggs you buy at like your local Kroger, Meyer, wherever. Um, about that size, if you will. Um, and that's actually pretty big for Kentucky, I should mention. Let's see, Rowdy in Perry County, Ned in Perry County, hail of about an inch to nickel to quarter size, and then one report of golf ball size hail in Perry County. Ned, I believe, is actually not too far from Hazard, which is actually one of Eastern Kentucky's larger cities. Um, up there with the likes of Ashland. Um, so I think folks are going to be wanting to definitely felt that. Uh,
And hold up,
yeah.
I will be right back in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just got back from dealing with something in Alaska.
Nice.
Yeah, the 3.4 in Kodiak.
That's nice. Anyway, earthquakes not really our biggest problem right now.
Unless something surprising happens at the New Madrid fault, because we have a tornado warning. We got tornadoes popping up in that region.
Oh,
as
that's
is.
true.
So,
Yeah, that's true. You're right. So even if there's if there's an earthquake there, then that's actually pretty relevant
yeah,
because
yeah,
because here's the thing: if it's strong enough to cause damage, then the tornado it's going to cause more damage on top of that because there's actually a tornado warning
yeah,
just south of Cape Girardeau. Let's
yeah.
see.
Yeah, it reminds me back. I think it was the Pi Day event or the day after, where we had that earthquake near Taylorsville, Mississippi, while we had a
Mississippi.
tornado emergency in Taylorsville, Mississippi.
Yeah. So yeah, that
That
can happen. That definitely can happen.
was, I mean, it may not seem relevant now, but if it does something, then yeah, we're already covering stuff.
All right. Okay. So, special marine
Brett's
warning
gonna
for
want to go a little bit further south if he wants to see that tornado. I don't know what he's doing up there in advanced.
where?
In Advance, Missouri. I don't know what he's doing up there. Like
Is that like near
he's
Cape?
just going for structure.
Is that like near Cape Girardeau or something?
Nah, he's in Advance is west of Paducah, southwest of Cape Girardeau.
All right, so I'm back.
Oh, that's them. Okay.
Yeah, the
It's
Puxico storm.
oh, okay. Yep. Good to know. All right. Okay, guys, I will be right back.
I
Yeah,
think
we're
he's debating on what to go to for the north cell or the south cell.
yeah we're starting to get a bunch of damage reports now to St. Louis. Numerous buildings damaged. That is east of University City, where we got that report from. Numerous buildings damaged,
Yeah.
including an apartment building
Actually,
that's
right now, if I had a vehicle, I would be out there chasing.
including an apartment building that that sustained significant wind damage. Per that report.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't on Josh house.
More damage here, some more damage videos. Yeah, trees down, roofs damaged. And we'll definitely share more. We'll definitely share more photos as they become available.
We have a new severe thunderstorm that just popped up in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Uh,
Oh yeah.
yeah, Manitowoc. It's a minimum wage one. Inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. But we have a mesoscale discussion that popped up for parts of Wisconsin and Michigan, calling for 70-mile-an-hour up to 70-mile-an-hour winds and inch and a quarter hail. I didn't even know they had severe weather potential today.
Yeah. Let me just.
Oh, they have that marginal.
Oh yeah. They're on their margin, like you said. Yeah, and just
So
by the
yeah,
way,
Wisconsin got a.
we'll go more in depth on this later on in the stream. But there's also an enhanced risk on Sunday, and but what's basically going to be enhanced risk on Monday.
Yeah, I'm in the slight on Sunday. I might get dragged into the enhanced on Monday.
Yeah,
And we have a new mesoscale that popped up for parts of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, calling for up to 115-mile-an-hour wind with tornadoes, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and 3.5-inch hail.
wait, did you say 115 mile
Yeah,
per hour gusts?
or tornado.
Oh, tornado. Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah.
You also got that
We have
a new
fire
civ-
weather watch and red flag warnings popping up all across the southwestern U.S. Oh gosh.
Yeah, so we have severe thunderstorm warning from Morrisonville all the way up towards the Macon. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That would make its way towards well, actually, it'll probably just stay a little bit south of Decatur, although southern Decatur could get some of this, as well as eastern Decatur in Illinois.
Why do we have a severe thunderstorm in Maine?
Severe thunderstorm warning in Maine.
Yeah, and we have
Oh,
a
yeah.
couple. We have a special weather statement right next to it, and we have another special weather statement in upstate New York near the on the Canadian border and Vermont border.
Yeah, well, we'll give this like just a quick mention, I guess. But yeah, here's that severe thunderstorm warning. That's basically over nothing. That's literally over nothing. That's moving to the northeast. That's moving to the north at 15 miles an hour for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail until
Yeah, we got
4:45.
some flash flooding popping up there too.
Yeah, main that yeah mainly over like nowheresville areas. So that'll basically be the only mention we'll give of it. But yeah, we have a developing situation over here over the DMV area where we have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings extending from a line from York Spring all the way down to Middleburg, and yeah, it's kind of a cluster of thunderstorms that is pushing its way to the east. Yeah, most of these are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Law enforcement reported down trees with these storms, and the Martinsburg Airport gusted up to 62 miles an hour. Yeah,
Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin is under a severe for 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
and we have
And
a
the west side of Milwaukee is under severe for the same stats.
bunch of wind damage reports behind these cluster of storms in the DMV area. So if you're in the DMV area, I would be heavily careful. We have some pretty strong storms pushing through the area in this cluster, and then we have these severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Virginia, and one of them is west of Richmond. But this is definitely, well, the northern part of it is definitely lost steam versus what I think I saw when we started. But we still have this line of storms over here, and it's pushing its way towards South Boston, Halifax, Danville, Ridgeway, Martinsville, and these two are well. This one is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This one up here is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah. Real quick, by the way, guys, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch for Delaware, southern half of New Jersey, and southeast PA.
Yeah, we're also starting to get a bunch of hail reports out of Springfield, Illinois, where we had that where we had that powerful storm movement that we had on video.
Yep.
Guess I got some winter storm watches in parts of Idaho and
Tornado
Montana.
possible
So
severe
there's that.
thunderstorm warning including Richview, Ashby, Addyville, Oakdale, and Nashville along Interstate 64. East at 55 miles an hour, and this is in Illinois.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this is just about Nashville, Illinois. That's for Washington County, central or southern Illinois. Um, yeah, this is to the east of. Again, this is way east of St. Louis. Um, along Interstate 64 between Mount Vernon, or west of Mount Vernon. I think Mount Vernon's about to get it here in a minute. And if he keeps riding I-64, it's going to end up in Louisville within the next maybe couple of hours. Speed limit on 64, by the way, is about 70 miles an hour. This thing's moving to the east at, let's check the speed, 55. So I would say within the next couple of hours, it's going to head into Indiana. And then if this keeps going, it'll end up in Kentucky. Um, so this is basically going to be paralleling I-64 for the better part of a couple of hours. So we might need to keep an eye on that in case it decides to drop anything big. Not saying it will, but can't be set. Can't be. Um, yeah. We also do have Tyler. I don't know if you can hear me, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern half of DC itself. As well as Montgomery County and Prince George's County in Maryland, since that's like a kid. Let's see, that includes Howard University, Trinity Washington University, Catholic University of America, and all that.
People for the St. Louis tornado, people are reported trapped of a building collapse.
Oh goodness, that's not good.
Yes, so we'll definitely keep you updated
good.
on that.
Yeah. 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 So they're chipping pieces out of that tornado watch from the west. In Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, and Oklahoma, which I'm surprised they actually did keep the part of the tornado watch for Oklahoma and not drop it early. But yeah, they're taking bits and pieces as this event goes on. What the storm, and for those of you who don't know much about this, let me explain. Once the storms themselves like pass through a certain area, then the or the local National Weather Service office, whichever one it is, so for example, St. Louis here, they're taking bits and pieces out of that tornado watch once it moves east. So even if like the time says, it runs until 7, you can chip away at that tornado watch once the storms move east, or like once the storms move out of the area, of which it'll end early for, I don't know, let's say, Springfield, right? They were in the tornado watch earlier, but they're not now because the tornado watch keeps getting chipped away. Same thing goes for some areas. Same thing goes for areas ahead of that line. They could be extended into that tornado watch for the Weather Service office's discretion. So as a result, sometimes some of these shapes are quite odd, but they are necessary. Real quick, by the way, that tornado warning for Advanced Missouri is actually headed right for Cairo, Illinois, and Paducah, Kentucky. Yeah, that is taking aim right at Cairo, Illinois, and Paducah, Kentucky. So,
Yeah, currently in terms of warnings, we have 22 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 tornado warnings at this current time.
yeah. Well, on my end it says 5, but one of them is expiring in a minute. like literally 1 minute. Okay. Now mine says 24 severe warnings, and I think we have two flash flood warnings, both of them in Maine, I should mention. And three special marine warnings. Um, these are associated with thunderstorms that are headed off the. Well, one of them is for parts of the Atlantic Ocean. The other is for parts of Lake Superior. Where is that last one? Oh, it's just downstream of DC. Okay. That's for the Potomac River from Indian Head, Cobb Island, Maryland, to up to DC itself. Okay. Let me fix this. That's not special statement.
Yeah, those just to recap so far, the main thing so far up to this point was that strong tornado in St. Louis, and
Yep.
yeah, right now we do have, again, I already said it earlier, but we have reports of people trapped, a building collapse.
Yeah.
Oh, we have an injured animal confirmed out of one of these.
All right. We got a new thunderstorm warning towards southeast Jefferson, southeast Washington, northern St. Genevieve, and northwest of South Francois counties in Missouri until 4:30. This does include the city of St. Genevieve itself in St. Genevieve County. So, that's a fresh severe. I'll caught up with that. 6 mile an hour winds, quarter size hail. I'm going to keep at that on St. Louis radar. Bontal, Potosi, St. Genevieve, Bloomsdale, Park Hill, Del Deslage, Leadwood, Mineral Point. Those areas are about to get hit by this severe thunderstorm.
I was out of Wisconsin yesterday.
Okay. Anyway. Okay. So let's see. Oh. Okay. So the tornado warning that is headed for Cairo, Illinois, and Paducah has just been updated. That one is for again Bollinger, Scott, Cape Girardeau, Stoddard counties in Missouri. That is for a storm located near Bell City.
Del City.
And no, Bell City.
Bell City.
B-E-L-L
I
City.
just realized that.
Yeah. Real quick, by the way, new tornado warning for Effingham, Illinois, and that is going to be riding along Interstate 70. And if that keeps going, that is going to head right for Indianapolis.
Yeah, be getting Terre Haute first.
Yeah, it's going to get through Terre Haute first, then it's going to head right for Indy. And as it stands right now, the practice session at Indy Motor Speedway right now is still going green. So they may be able to get it in before this tornado warning storm actually gets there. I'm not really certain of how that's going to go. How fast is this going? This is going at 65 miles an hour. And by the crow, what's the crow fly? As the crow flies, that storm is currently located at about. I'm gonna go ahead and take a peek at this real quick on radar. So it's at about 155 miles from Indianapolis as it stands. And moving 65 miles an hour. So doing the math on that, I'd say gives it about 2 hours to get there. And Indy 500 practice has 1 hour left. So I think, unless if this thing decides to speed up a lot, Indy Motor Speedway will be able to get practice finished for the day before the storm gets to
Oh, maybe
Indianapolis.
tornado warning for Jackson, Missouri.
Jackson, Missouri. Copy that. 10-4. Let's check. Oh, it actually includes Cape Girardeau. Oh goodness. Okay. Tyler, do we have any cameras out of the Cape Girardeau area?
Yes, we do. Let me get that.
Yeah, go ahead and get those cameras up because we got a tornado warning headed right for there.
Maybe to the north of it. But yeah,
Like just
north
north.
side.
Up towards. It would work. There we go. No, let's see if I can get some south of there to get that area covered. Hold up.
Okay. Oh goodness. Let's see. So if Paducah manages to extend that tornado warning that's aimed right at them in Kara, chances are they're probably going to do it here in the next 15, 20 minutes, I think. Let's see. The severe watch in eastern Kentucky is officially gone.
Okay, good.
Let's see. So the whole severe watch in eastern Kentucky is out of here. So that is one less severe watch we have to deal with. And then we got to deal with the tornado watch for parts of western Kentucky, for western and central Kentucky, and later on, northern Kentucky. Um, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, I'm on my laptop right now. I will swap to my tablet once the storms actually get here.
Okay.
No word yet. They will be here. They will probably be here a little bit late tonight, I would think. Do you know what the timing is on these storms, or?
Not really, not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got some cameras out here. This is top right one's out of Jackson. This is under this tornado warning, and I'm also gonna get cameras down here to the south. We'll occasionally switch up the cameras a bit as these storms get closer towards the interstate. Yeah, right now tracking this one here. This one is camera operated. There's a controller on this. So they'll probably point it at the tornado here if they haven't done it already.
Okay.
We're seeing that move to the east towards Jackson, and then also we have this tornado warning up here moving towards Effingham. I'm gonna check that one out real quick. There's our signature southwest of Edgewood, moving up towards Interstate 57, and then we'll continue its way to the northeast here, and this will be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Yeah. Okay. So just to get everybody up to speed, for those of you who are joining us, I'm gonna go ahead and run over what we got going right now. So it's near the top of the hour anyway, so I might as well go ahead and run over what we have. So we do have a moderate risk of severe weather. This is for most of Kentucky, extreme southwestern Ohio, southern Indiana, southern fifth of Illinois, southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and it's kind of centered over like as we usually have seen these past couple of years, the western Kentucky, western central Kentucky area. The tornado risk is not the biggest threat this time, but it is still a very big risk. I want to make that clear. Not the biggest threat out there, but it's still a very big threat. There's a 15 sig tornado risk that is centered over the bullseye moderate risk region, um, about Patriot, Kentucky. That is in Gallatin County, down towards Lexington, Glasgow, and Scottsville, and then points west in Kentucky. That does include Clarksville, Indiana, or Tennessee. It includes Madisonville, Owensboro, Hopkinsville, E-Town, Bardstown, Louisville, Mayfield, Paducah, Murray. That area. In terms of wind, I think wind is basically the biggest threat that we got going so far. So the wind risk is centered over also portions of west central and northwest Kentucky, but also portions of central and maybe even bits and pieces of northern Kentucky as well, where I'm at. Cincinnati, Maysville, Irvine, Lexington, Cynthiana, Owensboro, Somerset, northwest of London, Harrodsburg, Eastham, Bowling Green, Hopkinsville. Hail risk earlier, that hail risk was actually extended to the east, and I know there's a tornado warning, Tyler. I will get to that in a minute.
Right.
The hail risk was actually extended a little bit further to the east, so now it's taking up places like Hazard, Prestonsburg, West Liberty, Paintsville, Cumberland, Harlan, Pineville, Williamsburg, Jellicoe, which is on the Tennessee-Kentucky state line, Moorhead, Flemingsburg, Falmouth, Crittenden, Levy, Indiana, and of course it's further to the west. The hail risk, though, is actually centered over Cape Girardeau, around that area in Missouri.
Yeah.
So basically, the I-55 corridor from about St. Louis down to about just north of Blytheville, Arkansas.
Confirmed tornado on the ground north of Sykeston.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And then, yeah. So now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead and run over these tornado warnings. So the Sykeston tornado, as Tyler did just mention, is now on the ground. That is the storm that is actually headed right for Paducah and Cairo. I think Cairo, Illinois is in the tornado warning.
If not, it will be shortly.
Yep.
Yeah. Paducah is probably going to have to hand off their is probably going to have to hand off their power thing to Louisville or Memphis to cover for this. Because if this keeps going on the ground as it is now, this is going to hit Paducah head on.
Yes. Yeah.
And the National Weather Service office in Paducah. Further north of that, we also have another tornado warning for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties that is headed for Cape Girardeau itself. That does include Interstate 55 from to the southwest of Fruitland, Missouri, to the northwest of Cape Girardeau, north of St. Francis Medical Center. So nobody should be on Interstate 55 from about Jackson, Missouri, all the way down to the Arkansas state line, practically.
Yeah.
Like nobody should be on Interstate 55 in Southeast Missouri or the Bootville, for that matter, at all. Let's see. No one should be on Interstate 69 in Kentucky to the northwest, to the northeast in Mayfield. I do think.
If you're an experienced chaser.
What?
I think unless if you're like an experienced chaser, storm chaser.
Okay. Let me just put this out there. Even if you're an experienced chaser, don't go chasing because there's a lot of hills, there's trees, and like I get that it's relatively unpopulated, and that's good news. Like this is a relatively unpopulated area. However, don't go chasing if you're from if you're
If you're not
wanting to
from the
chase
area.
them, don't shut up. So sorry, but don't go chasing at all in this area because you have hills, you have trees. This is not the plains. These tornadoes can be rain wrapped.
So
You can't see anything.
Not to
So
mention a hail will total your vehicle.
yeah.
yes. So right
Anyway.
now, I am pretty sure we do have a look at this tornado warned storm. I'm just gonna go over to this camera over here. I'm just gonna take this camera full near Sykeston.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can get the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. Traffic cameras. Because I'm gonna try and see if I can pull one up from Paducah.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, right now that tornado that's confirmed on the ground. That's now southwest of Haywood City. Once this crosses the interstate, we should get a pretty good look at this. We have.
This is what you think it is, and I
We
did take a
have
look.
what is.
Apologies, I clicked something I wasn't trying to.
Okay. All right. Let me go and fix some things here. As we do have a little bit of technical issues here. Okay, there we go. But yeah, right now, we are going to get a pretty good view at this tornado once it crosses the interstate. So we'll have that camera in full on the top right. It's on the interstate. What was that in the background? There's like a dinging noise. Oh, that's from Sakura. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize for
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Um, but yeah, I am pretty sure that the thing that we've been watching will be on the left-hand side of your screen. That's probably it right there of that wall cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is very likely it right there.
And the Sexton tornado and the Sexton camera.
Yes. If you look at the camera here, yeah, that is definitely the wall cloud of that thing right there. That is going to be pushing its way towards the interstate.
Yeah. Okay, so update on the thing that I tried to do for the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet cameras. Unfortunately, I could not find any that did
I do
like
want
the
to
live footage.
Yeah, I do want to
So,
go. I do want to focus on this because considering the fact that we do have a live view of this storm right now, this wall cloud. Yeah, okay, camera. The velocity glitched out, but that hook is crossing Highway 61. That wall cloud, it will be on the top right of your screen on the left part of it. That will be where your camera would be. And hold on, let me just step in to fix something on Discord real quick. But yeah, we currently have that wall cloud that's right there that is continuing to push its way towards the interstate. I don't know why they put that back into place, considering what we're looking at right now. There we go. But yeah, this was on the grounds. This was a tornado confirmed. I'm pretty sure it still is. Yes, okay, it still is. They're still not really focusing on that structure to the west. They might fix that here in a second, hopefully. But yes, so far, we're currently seeing this push to the east. We did get a tornado report, actually. From a train spotter, reported a tornado. So yeah, right now they're not putting it back, but there is a wall cloud to the left, on the left-hand side of this camera that we're seeing right now. I want to see if the other camera they have down there has it. During the fact that that one does not want to show it right now. And yeah, I'll go ahead and toss it down real quick to the south. And I'm pretty sure that might be that could be a fauna right there, but it's really hard to tell with that. That actually could be a tornado, but that could just be something on the range. I do want to check it from up here. And yep, there it is. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. We had it live on air. Tornado on the ground. We have a tornado on the ground. Check the stream. Tornado is in progress on the top right camera. It's near Sykeston.
there it is.
Yep, tornado is on the ground.
There it is.
That reminds me of Waverly.
Yeah, so yeah, tornado is on the ground. This is approaching the interstate right now. Yeah, that thing is chugging to the east. But yeah, that is your tornado right there on the ground. And let me just go ahead and fix this. But yeah, that's moving to the east. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter right now. Man, that is a very impressive tornado that we have right now with that storm. That is continuing to move towards Interstate 55. And let me just go ahead and alert people to this. And let me just go ahead and let me just turn that off. Okay. Yeah, that's approaching the interstate. And let me just, there we go. Yeah, that's approaching the Interstate 55. If you're in that warning, you need to seek shelter right now. I'm gonna go ahead and alert the National Weather Service about this. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's Paducah that. But yeah, that is still on the grounds. If you are these cars, I would pull over right now. This is about to cross the interstate. That is basically that is basically as good as you're gonna get with this. All right. Okay. Okay. I think I had the Discord issue fixed. But yeah, we just saw a tornado there. Rain spotter reports tornado.
Still there.
Yeah, it's still there. Crossing interstate right now. Crossing the interstate as we speak.
55 is which one it's crossing. Then it'll cross 57 like almost immediately afterwards as it hops into Illinois. And then it'll jump the Ohio, the far southern part of the Ohio River, and into northwest Kentucky, where it'll make a beeline for Louisville, or not Louisville, sorry, Paducah. That's a Paducah, not Louisville. So as a result, unfortunately, cameras from the Kentucky Transportation
Yeah.
Cabinet
So
are
yeah,
not
I
as
do.
good as well.
Yeah. Again. Yeah, I do want to focus on this tornado as well. By the way. Yeah, that's just crossed the interstate. Now it's kind of hard to see now. But yeah, we
Yeah, it's
just
gonna
had.
get rain wrapped.
Yeah, but we just had a tornado live on Shimano. Oh, and okay, there we go. But yeah, that is. I just gone ahead and alerted the National Weather Service about what we just saw there.
Do we have another funnel pop up to the west, or is that a
No,
scud?
that's Scud. That's the Scud train coming in and feeding this, like feeding into the tornado.
Okay, I guess sure.
Yeah, that's just the Scud train. So, yeah, we just saw that tornado cross. We don't have any more cameras ahead of it, unfortunately. But we'll remain on that top right camera, see if we see anything. But yeah, that was a confirmed tornado that we just had live on air. And let me just make sure that I tag the correct office. It's Paducah, right?
Yep, it is Paducah.
All right. Okay.
Yep,
Okay. There we
it is
go.
Paducah, Kentucky that issued it.
Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. I just tagged Paducah in that, and the tweet that I just sent to alert them of what we saw. But yeah, we'll keep you updated on that situation. That looks to be that looks to be all that we can get out of this.
Right.
Yeah, we'll okay, yeah, I'm just making sure that this is going out to the right places. So yeah, we're gonna zoom back out here. That tornado is continuing to move to the east, towards Route 77, then towards Cairo, and then the very long term Paducah. Now this storm is completely by itself, so we will talk about long term areas that could be impacted by this, as this storm could be going for quite a while.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if Paducah decides to go ahead and issue a tornado warning within the next maybe 20 minutes for Ballard, Hickman, McCracken, northern Graves counties in the near future, or maybe even southern parts of Livingston County later on down the road. Um, so also affect Interstate 24. Well, in the long run, it probably affect Interstate 24 going
Here be
from Eddyville on up north to Metropolis, Illinois. Interstate 69 from Calvert City down to, I want to say, Benton and areas way north of Mayfield. I want to stress this will stay north of Mayfield. PDS tornado warning now.
PDS tornado warning. Okay.
Yep, it says weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Still,
Yeah,
I believe.
on the warning before it, but the warning text, it said multiple weather spotter confirmed tornado. Yeah, there is
Yeah,
multiple chasers on this as we speak.
yeah. I think the tweet that you sent in. I think that forced them to put a PDS on it. I think that was the trigger that they
As well as some of the other
needed to
chasers I'm
pull.
seeing getting photos of this right now.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Wycliffe, Barlow, LaCenter, Kevel, Bardwell, Arlington, Cunningham, Hickory, Paducah, Metropolis, Calvert City, maybe areas further along down the road. Um, and this looks like it's going to ride Interstate 69 or the Western Kentucky Parkway for a while. Um, yeah, the Western Kentucky Parkway is practically the biggest, want to say, the biggest connection between Paducah and Elizabethtown, which that connects to the Bluegrass Parkway from there to Lexington, and then from Lexington to Winchester, and then on down to Pikeville to the Mountain Parkway. So basically, the Western Kentucky Parkway is like one of the main connections from Western Kentucky on throughout the rest of the state. Um, we now have another tornado warning for Union County, Illinois, and Cape Girardeau County, Missouri.
I also want
That
to I'm sorry, I just want to jump in real quick because because of a lot of people are going to be impacted by this, but there is a Gulf Ball size down 70-mile-per-hour thunderstorm warning for the entire city of Baltimore.
but oh goodness, Chris. Yeah, there is. That's actually observed too.
Yeah.
Law enforcement reported significant tree damage in Frederick County, Maryland.
Now we have a bunch of wind damage reports out there as well.
Yep. And there's also and then also that severe warning for DC is actually considerable now, 70-mile-an-hour wind. And then there's also another severe warning south of DC. That includes the southeastern part of DC. So Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is getting absolutely hammered right now, I would think. Uh, Goodness gracious. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Maryland, Montgomery County,
Montgomery County, that's in an area that I track. I'm going to...
Colesville, Dawsonville, and Gaithersburg, 80-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size sail.
All right, let me get my contacts over there because I cover that area for another station, so we'll get some stuff there. But yeah, I'm going to get some cameras out here in Maryland as this is continuing to push to the east.
Yeah. Yeah. We also probably might want to get cameras out of Washington, D.C. because they're about to get absolutely hammered.
Yeah,
The northern side of DC and the southern side of DC are under the gun right now. And as a reminder, this is a really extremely heavily populated area between Baltimore and Washington, D.C.
trying to get it here. Thing is kind of
This is a
bothering me.
really yeah, yeah. But this is a really heavily populated area of DC, of Northern Virginia and Eastern Maryland, along with DC itself. And everybody knows why this is really important because it is the nation's capital, of course. Um, if there's any good news, I don't think any of those severe warnings are tornado possible near DC right now. I would like to mention, by the way, and this is kind of outside of the main threats today, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Vermont, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in a general thunderstorm risk. Yeah. Um, so back here right now, the skies are completely clear. At least almost completely clear right now. The sun is out, and we are going to just wait and see what this does here and around.
Getting very bad camera coverage over here right now.
Yeah.
Roads are also very congested as well.
Yeah, that is kind of to be expected, considering the fact that this is of course rush hour traffic.
Yes.
All right, the tornado watch just got updated. St. Louis has now been pulled out of it, out of the tornado watch. Um, so again, they're gonna keep chipping away at that tornado watch until they feel like it is no longer needed, as I've stated before. Um, Yeah. They're going to keep chipping away at that tornado watch until it is allowed to expire at its usual time of 7 7 p.m. East Central Daylight Time. Um, or they can expire early if they feel like it is no longer needed in some areas, of which I don't think it is needed in Arkansas and Oklahoma. Maybe a couple showers over northern Arkansas, but otherwise, I do not think it is needed in northern Arkansas and extreme eastern Oklahoma. But I do think it is still needed in Missouri and maybe southern and central Illinois, Indiana, and of course western and central Kentucky for a little bit for the next several hours. I would say maybe 4, 5, 6 hours at most. Um, at the most as of right now. Um, let's see. Got a couple severes in Wisconsin. Got one in Michigan as well. The UP in Michigan. Of course, we've been keeping our eyes on the severes in Maryland. One from Montgomery County, Maryland.
80
Um,
mile per hour wind gusts observed over Gaithersburg. That just came
yep,
in.
I was gonna say. Um, we got a couple
Friend
in
of mine's in
Pennsylvania
that.
too.
I'm gonna have to contact them.
Yep, yep. And that yeah. So, uh, so that's severe warning for the southern half of DC. It is still 60 miles an hour and quarter size hail, of course. 'Let's see. I think we just got a new tornado warning, by the way. Yes, we did. For Jasper and Richland counties in southeastern Illinois. That is for a storm capable of producing a tornado located over Bogota, or 8 miles southwest of Newton, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Um,
80 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning from Westminster all the way toward Shepherd.
in Illinois
No,
for
Maryland.
Maryland. Okay. Also, as I said, new tornado warning that does include McCracken, Ballard, Northwest Graves, Carlisle, Pulaski, Massac, Alexander, and Mississippi counties in Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri. So, and that is still on the ground too, by the way.
Oh,
This
damn.
does include, this does include Paducah, Metropolis, Brookport, La Center, Barlow, Wycliffe, the northern part of Graves County. This is nowhere near you, Mayfield. Mayfield, you're fine. Mayfield, you are fine. Bardwell, you are fine. Clinton, you are fine. It is Paducah and Wycliffe. Those are the two main areas where it is the most dangerous. So let me read the counties again. Pulaski, Sac, Alexander, Illinois. Carlisle, Ballard, McCracken, Graves. Northwestern Graves, I should mention, in western Kentucky. In Mississippi County, in southeast Missouri. This does include Cairo. This does include La Center. This does include Paducah. This includes the National Weather Service Office, which I'm pretty darn sure they're going to have to take cover, which I'm pretty darn sure they are going to take cover if they haven't already. So, so again, Mayfield. Mayfield. This is going to stay north of you. You are okay in Mayfield, but this does include Interstate 24 from. Let's check this. So Interstate 24 between mile markers 1 and 12. I-24 in Illinois between mile markers 36 and 38. I-57 in Illinois between mile markers 1 and 7. So the last 7 miles of I-57 in Illinois going from the state line to mile marker 7 are in this tornado warning. And again, this thing is on the ground. So um, So don't wait to see this thing because people have already seen it. So, real quick, while we're going on, let's throw other stuff here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in northern North Carolina for Person, Vance, Warren, Granville, and Franklin. That is for a storm near Alton in North Carolina. That is in what county is that? That is in I believe that is. I believe that's Person County, North Carolina, near Roxborough. So that includes Roxborough, Oxford, Henderson, Warrenton, north of Louisburg, and the extreme northern part of Granville County in North Carolina. And this is going to stay north of Raleigh. So those in Raleigh, you're fine. Those in Durham, you're fine for now. Greensboro, you're good. It's just areas north of the Triangle region. This is those north of the Triangle, north of Winston Salem, High Point, Greensboro area. That is basically going to be the worst concern. Let's see. That's from last week. Been there. All right, let's go back west. And we'll go ahead and take a peek at this tornado warning again. So this is for portions of southwestern parts of Kentucky. Pulaski, Massac, Alexander in Illinois, Carlisle, Ballard, McCracken in northwest Graves in western Kentucky, and then northeastern Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri. Oh goodness. All right. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any good cameras out of Cairo, Illinois.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So yeah.
Do you have any cameras out of Paducah?
Cameras from Paducah. I tried getting cameras from Paducah, but they're not like the live cameras. They're like the photo cams.
Um, well,
Yeah.
those are sort of fine during the daytime. So also, I just
So
contacted
yeah,
my friend
but
out of Gaithersburg. They are out of power and they are reporting damage.
okay. Yep. That is to be expected with an 80-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, that includes a lot of
Um,
people.
yeah. We also have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Baltimore counties. This will stay north of the city of Baltimore itself, but this does include cities like Westminster, Glencoe, Carrollton, Upperco, Hampstead, Boring, weird name, Manchester, Phoenix, Jacksonville, Butler, Moncton. Um, Basically areas that are like suburbs of Baltimore itself. Um, those areas are about to get hammered. Another area that's about to get hammered is Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where there's a severe thunderstorm for Cumberland, Dauphin, and Perry counties out there. Um, and that is actually tornado possible. And as a matter of fact, they do say in the warning, and I quote, this thunderstorm has had a history of rotation with it. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, right now I'm just trying to get cameras. That's why I'm not really talking right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get going. I gotta deal with that IRL stuff I had going on at this time.
All right, see ya.
So, yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna go and switch the radar back to the west, like I've been doing at times.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a peek back at that Gyro Storm. Oh my goodness, that hook is something else. Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm.
it's about to cross the Ohio River into Kentucky. Yes, that is the Ohio River north of, or around Cairo. Um,
Yeah,
goodness.
so yeah, and also the thing to know is that this storm is completely by itself.
Yeah. I mean, there's two storms that are relatively close to it, but they're up in like Jonesboro, Illinois, and Eddyville, Illinois. This one is down by Cairo and is about to hop into Kentucky, crossing the Ohio River. And I mean, yeah. So this storm is just gonna stay by itself all like its entire time. We do have another severe warning up in northern Indiana, by the way, northwest of Indianapolis. Uh, they might have to put an end to Indy 500 practice here in maybe a couple of minutes because of this severe thunderstorm warning, depending on where it is going. My question is, why do they want it?
Yeah, starting to see a lot of more traffic back up as they try to avoid this storm over here in Maryland as they're trying to take cover.
Yeah, trying
I
to take
also do
cover, I
see
guess.
a notch near Woodlawn, west of Baltimore.
Okay. New severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that's actually currently crossing the Chesapeake Bay for Talbot, Queen Anne's, Carolyn, and Kent, Maryland. As for a storm that's actually about to jump over the Chesapeake Bay into the opposite side of the Chesapeake Bay and Maryland. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds for extending from historic Ellicott City out to Laurel in Maryland.
Yeah,
So put it mildly, we got activity going from the DC Metro up into Pennsylvania and down to North Carolina, all the way out west to Arkansas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Indiana, western parts of Kentucky, and um, yeah, this is going to be a really interesting day to see where this goes. We do have another tornado warning in east central Illinois, and the reason why I bring that up is because if that keeps going on its path, that is going to take aim right at Cincinnati, and I am actually quite concerned as to how this will go, as to how that one will go, um, because that storm is actually going to move due east at 50 miles an hour. And again, if that storm keeps going the way it is, I might be able to see something out of that, depending on if it either hits me or misses me. I'm hoping it misses me or it weakens before it actually gets here. But I'm definitely going to keep my eye on that because most of our storms here in the Cincy metro area come out of southeast Illinois and then cross through central southern Indiana, and in towards Cincinnati. Um, so I'm keeping my eyes on that one, definitely. Do we have any updates on that? On the what is it? Oh goodness, the Paducah storm. Apart from it still being on the ground.
I'm just gonna toss it back to the west. Yeah, yeah. Again, I just said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. This storm is completely by itself.
Yeah. And as I said, there's actually another storm up by St. Marie in Illinois. That one's also completely by itself, or at least relatively by itself. And if that keeps going on the way it's going, I might be in trouble later.
Yeah, some of the cameras again are going down.
Because if you look at that storm, it's taking aim right at Cincinnati, and that's not good for me. Again, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled on that one. Back down south toward Paducah and that cell. Uh, again, there is a really decent looking hook echo on that cell. So yeah. Let me see if I can get some Indianapolis cameras because I think
I know there's a really
uh,
good one in the skyline that we use when there is when I think it was like 80-mile-per-hour winds went through. It was
yeah.
like 2 months ago.
Let
Yeah,
me do I fucking Louisiana, Louisiana, VSD cameras. And I am going to keep these open. I'm going to keep the tab open for the Indianapolis for for Indiana. The reason why is because Indiana will actually get hit sooner rather than later. Um, and I think they're actually going to be able to get practice finished at the Indy Motor Speedway um, before the storms actually get there. So that's actually good news for the drivers. Because again, if there's any single if there's like only a couple drops of water on the track, and you're driving a car at 230, what are the lap times? 233 miles an hour, you're just gonna hydroplane, and that's not good. So that is one of the reasons why IndyCar drivers cannot race in the rain because they have slick tires. They can hydroplane at 233 miles an hour. It's just not good. Um, we now have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Sullivan and Knox counties in southwestern Indiana. And that is associated with that St. Marie storm that is headed into Indiana from Illinois. Back in southern and southwest Kentucky, that tornado is still on the ground, although I do not know for certain.
yeah. The velocity doesn't show much of anything, but the National Weather Service still says it's on the ground at this time.
Yeah. All right. Let me check. Let's go to. Okay. Let me check that. I'm gonna check that camera by Sullivan, Indiana.
You know.
Oh yeah, there. Oh yeah, there is a camera by Sullivan, Indiana. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right back in just a second. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay. I'm actually gonna go get some to drink myself.
All right, I am back. Um, Currently, we're going to switch.
Mhm. Oh, was that was that was that? Dang.
Actually, on
Was
second
that
thought, let's
just
not
issues?
switch back from the multicam.
Yeah, you said let's perspect from the multicam. Oh wait, we got a tornado warning for downtown Baltimore.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. I wish there was one for the sky. Um.
We'll see. DC doesn't really have a skyline, but same
No,
idea.
Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore. I think it's a DC. I'm like DC doesn't really have a skyline because of the building limit or whatever.
Yeah, I might have accidentally said DC. Not sure.
Oh well. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So Tyler, I think you heard me did say I'm keeping my eyes peeled on that St. Marie storm in Illinois heading into Indiana. I'm pretty sure. Um. Yeah, we got a tiny severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. I said tiny, like it is small. Like how big is this thing? It's only 52 square miles in area, so that is
Yeah.
tiny. So that is tiny. Um, so chances are that thing's probably not gonna last long. It's only gonna last for 10 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, so you look on so if you look at the radar, there's a storm just to the west of Palestine, Illinois, east of St. Marie. That is the storm I'm going to keep my eyes on because that is tornado warn. And by the way that is aimed, that is going to aim right at Cincinnati,
Yeah.
and that's not good for me. So
But yeah, right now one we have two main things going on. Right now we have some very powerful storms moving through Maryland and the DMV area, as well as that severe weather event we're still tracking to the west. Right now our main thing is going to be over here in Maryland, but we are tracking this pretty serious supercell moving towards Paducah at this current time.
as a matter of fact, Tyler, and I apologize for breaking in, but we had that tornado is still on the ground.
Wow.
It is still down, and weather spotters actually seen that thing on the ground. Uh, which says weather spotters confirmed the tornado, and then baseball says that was actually seen in Barlow, Kentucky, which is in, I believe, southeastern Ballard County, in Ballard County. So, Yeah. So we got a lot of severe weather on the board today.
Yeah, run.
We got 3 tornado warnings, by the way.
Yeah, right now I have 2 cameras on this tornado warning storm in Baltimore. We'll see if we get anything out of that. The top right camera, there's a lot of green to it. That storm looks nasty coming in.
Oh, yikes.
And keep in mind, even if you don't get hit by this tornado, there's still a lot of powerful winds with this that we're tracking right now. We've had pockets of 80-mile-per-hour winds with this one, with this line of storms moving through the DMV area. And
Yeah,
that and yeah.
yeah. I do want to note, by the way, that tornado warning is actually relatively small.
Yeah, that is a very
Uh,
small warning.
yeah, 27.5 square miles. It's not one of the smallest tornado warnings Vault Walk has ever issued. We're talking. I want to take a peek at this. So, Baltimore, Washington. I was not even close. It's not even close to being the smallest. Goodness, man. All right, then.
Yeah, and of
But it's
course, if these, yeah,
probably
real
up
quick,
there. But yeah,
with these kinds of tornadoes along this, like along the line, they are normally like 100% of the time rain wrapped. Like you very
yeah,
rarely see these actually non-rain wrapped, and that's
yeah.
what, yeah, that,
Baltimore one is probably rain wrapped
yeah,
because you're not going to see that thing. So, for those who are in Baltimore, don't go looking for this because you're not going to see. I don't know if I can curse, but I'm not going to.
you don't.
I don't.
Uh,
Yeah, but if you're in Baltimore, don't go looking for this because you're not going to see crap out of
yeah,
this.
trying to stay ahead of it in terms of cameras right now, but I highly doubt we're gonna be able to see it just from how rain wrapped this seems to be.
Yeah,
Like our only main way of knowing is if there's a tornado is with power flashes, and even then that could be caused by straight line winds.
yeah. So I don't think we'll be able to see that thing at all.
Yeah, I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I have a feeling that once that tornado, or once that possible tornado actually leaves Baltimore, I think they're just gonna drop the tornado warning entirely because of its absolutely miniature size. So that's just me though. Let's see. That tornado in Western Kentucky is still on the ground. That tornado warning for Crawford County, Illinois, is not on the ground. But again, I'm still definitely watching that thing because again, if it's taking aim right at me, I'm definitely paying attention to it. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri, by the way, for a severe thunderstorm that is actually has a it actually has a chance of producing something out of it. Oh goodness. Um,
Oh yeah, we are
okay,
seeing a lot of lights flickering right now with some of these cameras.
yeah,
So that signature that we're now getting, that is pretty intense with the Baltimore
yeah,
storm.
yep. Yeah. I think Paducah's probably went ahead and took cover. I think Paducah's NWS folks went ahead and took cover.
Yeah, traffic is at a
Um,
complete standstill.
that makes sense. That makes complete sense. Now the question is for Paducah, who did they hand off to? Who did they hand off their power to issue their warnings? I would say Memphis because they're the closest. Let's see. And again, that tornado is still on the ground and with 3-inch hail to go with. So yeah.
Whole lot
The,
of lights are flickering.
yeah, that Paducah storm, by the way, is actually nearly impossible to see now, considering the fact that it's actually on top of the radar. Yeah,
But yeah, right now, I'm trying to get. Okay, there we go.
huh? What's up?
Uh, nothing. I was just trying to get something fixed on the radar. Okay, there we go.
Sure.
Yeah. That signature. If I hit, but based on what I'm seeing, there might be a tornado on the ground. Like they've been issuing like very tiny tornado warnings with this.
Yeah, but I feel like it is proper to issue like a tiny tornado warning with this type of tornado, with this type of, you know. See, look at
With
this.
this many people possibly
37,
involved.
30, yeah, 37.2 square miles. That is absolutely miniature. Like that's about just about the same size as Monaco.
Yep.
So
Obviously, based on what we've seen, there's obviously a bunch of wind damage reports now coming out of DC and probably soon from Baltimore here in a minute.
yeah, if there aren't any, if there aren't severe thunderstorm warnings in effect already for Baltimore, which I think there probably are. Yeah,
You go in and just go back to the west here. Yeah, they pushed that. I think you already covered it, but yeah, they pushed the tornado warning for Paducah all the way towards Eddyville.
yeah,
Still a storm of concern right now. We also have a smaller storm over here west of Perryville. That's something that could need to be watched here as that crosses to Illinois here soon. Completely by itself. So
I
that's
mean
one of the storms.
you mean the Robinson storm that's crossing out of Illinois?
Yeah, Farmington storm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm watching because, as I keep saying, if that keeps going out of Illinois and it keeps its track as it is, it's going to hit. It's going to either brush me or hit me, and I don't like that.
Yeah, so right now, we're going to probably switch back to our radar feed in a moment. Pretty sure my dinner just arrived, so I'll probably go be eating dinner here in a minute.
Okay.
As yeah, are you able to take over till then?
I mean, if you need me to, sure, I can.
All right, yeah, I'll go ahead and be right back in about 5 minutes. Soccer will be taking over. I'll guess I'll put the radar over Maryland, I guess, or do you want to put it in Illinois or Maryland?
Whichever one you think works.
Well, yeah, I'll just keep it over Maryland, I guess. But yeah, I will be, and I'll see you guys in a moment.
Okay. Okay, guys. Um, okay, so here's how things are going right now. So Paducah, in a tornado warning that is uh, confirmed on the ground. We have a storm near Robinson, Illinois, that is looking like it's about to drop, and it's going almost due east. So if that keeps going as it does, it's going to flip me in the long run. And then we have two more severe thunderstorm or two more tornado. One for Baltimore City in Maryland, and another one for southeastern Baltimore County, which is about to cross over the Chesapeake Bay and into the eastern side of Maryland. Let's see. Hello, Zach Attack 97. How are you doing today? Let's see. All right, we got another tornado warning for St. Genevieve County in southeast Missouri. That's for a storm located over Kaufman, or 15 miles east of Farmington, moving east of 65. Um, Unfortunately, that one is in a bit of a radar hole. So we're going to pick. I guess Paducah's radar will work. Not very much rotation with it. But enough rotation to put the tornado warning on it. So if you're from, so if you're in that area, just take proper precaution. Lowest floor of your building, lowest floor of your home. Um, the basement is key, but if you don't have a basement, first floor, that works too. Um, Lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, no mobile homes, no cars. Don't park underneath an overpass. We've seen people do that a lot today. Don't do that. So,
All right, I'm back.
welcome back.
Is there anything
Okay,
that has
so
happened?
so we do have two more tornado warnings in Missouri. Um, One for St. Genevieve County, and the other in neighboring Perry in Missouri, not Illinois, because I know there's a Perry County literally just across from there, in Illinois. And so I checked velocity, not much on that one. I've been keeping tabs on the Robinson storm. Um, the Robinson, Illinois storm looks to be getting its act together quick, by the way. So keep your eyes on it. And then that Paducah storm, think, I
Ye-
think that one is back down to radar indicated.
Yeah, it's
Um,
now down to radar indicated.
yeah. And then, oh, hello. Random severe thunderstorm, two severe thunderstorm warnings actually. Two random severe thunderstorm warnings for Mercer County, Pennsylvania, along with Trumbull, Ashtabula, and Crawford counties in Ohio, and Pennsylvania. By the way, the tornado warnings in Maryland have both expired.
All right, good to know.
And that tornado warning for Robinson, Illinois has expired.
Yeah, we do have a camera right now out of Perryville, where we have that tornado warning storm as well.
I think so. We
You also,
do.
you
Yeah,
also got some
do
storm
we?
inspiring to the west, to the southwest of that storm.
Yeah. So,
Oh yeah, and also chat has been down for me the entire stream, so I don't know if anyone said anything.
this one person named Zach Attack 97 typed in the chat, said hi. I replied and said, "Hey, how are you doing today?" And then I gave a brief rundown of what was going on.
All right.
And so that was it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch in portions of Texas. Which is interesting.
Yeah, these have disappeared off the map, but apparently there was one person injured in Decatur, Illinois. There's some severe storms went through the area.
Okay. Let's see. Waverly, Virginia. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Prince George, Sussex, and Surrey counties out there. We got a couple more severe warnings. Roanoke Rapids is in one. That is for Halifax County, Northern Halifax. So yeah. Checking the watch warning count, by the way, we have 3 tornado warnings, 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 1 flash flood warning, 8 special marine warnings on the board. I don't know if you're getting any different numbers, but those are the numbers that I have.
Yeah, mine says 31 severes, 3 tornado warnings.
Yeah, so I would have thought 3 tornado warnings because we got 2 in Missouri and then the one in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and for the record, by the way, this is now moving into that moderate risk region. Where that 15 signature is at.
Oh, damn, just now.
Yeah. And also, I would like to mention, by the way, that the wind risk for Maryland today was only a 15 normal.
That should have been way higher during what we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, considering what we saw, because, yeah. The tornado risk was a 2%,
Yeah, that
and the hail risk
reminds
is the
me.
5%.
That reminds me, I should check power outages here.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, 30,000 people are out in Maryland. Over 100,000 people are out in Missouri. 51,000 out in Illinois. And 58,000 people out in Virginia. The closer we get, and also out here in Illinois, some of this is, a little bit of this is from the yesterday's event.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's still 200,000 people out in Michigan from yesterday.
Goodness.
No, I wasn't really tracking yesterday because I had more important stuff going on. So I don't know how high that was at its peak, but that's currently how much there is out in Michigan from yesterday's event.
Yeah. 212,000 people out in Michigan. Most of those are coming from Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Berry counties, St. Joseph County, Darien County, 13,000 people out there alone. Muskegon, 17,000 out in Muskegon County alone. Gogabit County up in the western UP, about 600 up there. In terms of how many people are out in Kentucky right now, about 8,000. Most of those in Leslie, Perry, and Letcher counties out in the east. Most of those in Perry County probably came from Harlan, or not
Yeah.
Harlan, Hazard, Leslie and Letcher, and then I'm surprised more people are not out of power in McCracken County where that tornado just came through. In terms of Missouri, by the way, it's no surprise that most of them are actually around St. Louis. However, there is 376 people out in DeKalb County, 39,000 out in St. Louis City, 45,000 out in St. Louis County, 12,000 out in Jefferson County, 5,000 out in Cape Girardeau. Um, yeah. Illinois, most of their power outages came from Calhoun, Macoupin, Madison, Christian, Shelby counties. Um, Madison County alone had 17,000 people out of power there, which is absolute insanity. And again, Tyler, as you said, I know a lot of people are still out of power in Wisconsin, and now more people are out of power in Indiana. Most of those coming from Lake County, Indiana, which is around Chicago.
Yeah.
Although I feel like most of the western counties are about to lose power as well.
Yeah. Quick. Oh, wait. I'm on. Let me just put this in the right tab. But yeah, there's a quick PSA that I want to do because this tweet's getting a lot of traction. This, and I'll send the team chat. This photo right here that I'm seeing that's getting a lot of traction. This photo is fake. So yeah, do not trust this photo. This one is getting a lot of traction. It has 43,000 views. Yeah, this photo is fake. So just a quick PSA. That's from the St. Louis tornado.
Send a new team chat real quick.
Yeah. I just sent it through. That's the Moore 2013 tornado photoshopped in the background.
Oh, yeah. All right. In terms of Virginia's power outages, 15,000 people are out in the city of Alexandria, 28,000 out in Fairfax, 932 out in Lunenburg County. Um, Several power outages are pretty widespread across the country right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, so Indianapolis has just been put in a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep.
And I did see that Indy 500 practice has just been finished. They managed to finish it before the storms came in. So before the storms come in. So I think the drivers are headed back to their hotel rooms. Um, from what I have heard. Um, and so as a result, of course, they're not going to be out on the track, obviously. Um, so they managed to get the practice in for the Indy 500, which is an approximately about a week and a half away on May 25th. So they managed to get the practice runs in today. Tomorrow, I think they'll be fine. And then I think it's qualifying on Monday, carb day, I think it is. But anyway,
Yeah, I'm trying to re-find that Skyline webcam that I used.
it's from Earth Cams. It might be from Earth Cams.
No, it was
Just
from
so you
some
can't use
other
it.
site.
Is that link from a very video take it from?
Might be down, but
Yeah. Yeah. Let me check the SPC real quick to see if they put out a new mesoscale discussion for that. Okay. Was that Texas severe thunderstorm watch issued without a measured scale discussion? What? Hold
Oh
on a
no.
minute. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna look back. Oh no, it was. Measured scale discussion 819 is what popped it. Okay. I thought that was issued without a single measured scale discussion. I was like, what? Sometimes it happens. Anyway, so this, oh god. So the Western Kentucky cell east is now moving east of Paducah. The hooking part of it is over a town called, and I'm not joking about this, Tyler, Possum Trot.
Austin Trot?
Yes, that's an actual town in Western Kentucky. Don't ask me a don't ask me a dang thing about it. I'm not from there. Anyway, moving on though, it is actually riding along US 62 right now and is about to cross what was formerly the Purchase Parkway, now called Interstate 2469, northeast of Mayfield. Mayfield, I think you're in the clear now. Mayfield, I think you're done for at least for right now, at least. Mayfield. Let's see. All right, severe thunderstorm warning for White County in northern Indiana.
A storm that's about to enter through Perryville here. I'm going to get that camera back up.
What's that?
I do think I see a wall cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see something crossing on the right part of the camera. Not sure if that's the wall cloud or not. It seems to be spinning, so I think that's the wall cloud.
Let me check your camera. Is it the Perryville camera
Yeah,
that you have
Perryville.
up?
Yeah, Perryville.
Okay. It might be. Ooh, okay. It
It.
might be that
Yeah. Now there's a wall of rain coming in.
rain.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's gonna
All right. It looks
completely at
like.
the end of that.
Yeah. So going back up towards Evansville and that radar. Sullivan. I feel like Sullivan needs to be put back in a tornado warning.
Yeah.
Sullivan, Indiana needs to be put in a tornado warning. So even though even though Sullivan, you're not in a tornado warning, I would go ahead and get into your shelter because there could be one. Just to be safe, I would say go ahead and get at your shelter right now, because there could be a tornado warning there as of right now. Yeah, the velocity couplet on that thing is pretty strong. Indianapolis needs to issue a tornado warning on that.
Let me go check that out.
Sullivan, Indiana. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, that'll definitely
Yeah.
be warned here in a second. Yep, they just did. On my end, they just did.
They just did.
Unless you mean another circulation. It's the one near Sullivan, right?
Yep, Sullivan, Indiana.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a warning there.
Well, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but
Yeah, my end it shows tornado warning, so I don't know.
Oh, they just popped it? Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I am. Where are you? Yep, okay, so they just now issued it then. Yeah, okay. Let me refresh this real quick then. Sorry, otherwise being a tiny bit dumb. There it is. Alright, so Sullivan and Greene counties for a storm located near Palestine or 11 miles east of Robinson, moving east of 45 miles an hour.
And that'll be on top of Highway 41.
Yeah, US 41. Let me go ahead and get Indiana traffic cams up because I know Indiana has some decent DOT cams, um, some live DOT cams.
Yeah.
So we're going to let me go ahead and get that real quick. They do actually have one right at Sullivan, by the way.
I'll go and get that pulled up.
Yeah, let me go ahead. Let me send this to you.
Yeah, get that sent over.
It may take a minute to load, but it's going. But it's good.
Loading video could also be down, but
Sure. Oh, by the way, for the record, the hail in that thing is actually quite big. Because there's like 60, 70 DBZ within that hail core.
oh damn.
Yeah. I think the Sullivan cam is probably down. Oh boy.
Yeah, that camera is probably like 100% down.
Yeah, I can't see anything out of the Sullivan camera because I checked that one earlier and it was working just fine. I do want to mention this too, by the way. There are some showers starting to fire in southern Indiana, like near Paoli, Marengo, south of Bloomington, down towards Owensboro, Kentucky, out toward Madisonville, and north of that tornado warning storm. Those are in an area that is uninhibited by any storms surrounding them. So if they manage to like get themselves together, they could pose a pretty big threat in the long run.
They finally got some sort of view of the skyline.
Of Indianapolis, I think.
Yes.
Or okay, give me 1 second.
There was another
That
one that I used. Actually, I think it's that one that I used. Who knows? It's still a good view regardless.
yeah. I don't know. The one on the left there is I think that the one on the right. I think that's the closest one to Indy Motor Speedway. Um,
Yeah.
and I know a lot of people are going to be leaving Indy Motor Speedway after practice for the Indianapolis 500 today. Um,
Oh yeah, the top right camera that's on the opposite side, but I'm trying to see if there's any cameras near there.
Near Indy, yeah. I think the one on the top left is the closest camera we got to Indy Motor Speedway. The one
Yeah,
that you
not.
just had. Yeah, that one. None of them are close enough to Indy.
Yeah, right now I'm just mainly trying to find a better another skyline cam.
Yeah.
These ones you gotta refresh every so often. That's kind of annoying, but whatever.
Yeah, but it's worth it.
Yeah. That one, okay, yeah, that one's also pointing at this skyline. I think.
Yeah.
There we go.
By the way, there's one camera where okay, so this camera isn't working, but there's a camera that shows cars lined up leaving the Indy Motor around Crawfordsville Road in high school.
Mm-hmm.
In the town of Speedway. That's just west of Indy, of the Indy Motor Speedway. Um, it shows cars like bumper to bumper
Bumper to
leaving
bumper.
Indy Motor
Wow.
Speedway. Yeah, bumper to bumper traffic leaving Indy Motor Speedway. And yeah, so again, the drivers literally just got done with practice for the Indianapolis 500, and they're now leaving Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, now we got these storms moving in.
Yeah. So now they're trying to get home before these storms come in. So yeah. Let's see what we got. So I think Baltimore is done for at least right now, at least for the rest of the day. Maybe after sunset when the storms that are now back by Indy
Mm-hmm.
head east is when they'll get like maybe the remains of that.
All right, so again, for the people that are joining us, we are going to be watching this severe thunderstorm move through Indianapolis.
Yeah.
We also got these group of tornado warnings over here now, and this one again now including Princeton. The only closest camera that I can get there is Cadiz, Kentucky.
You mean Cadiz?
Yeah, Cadiz. Yes.
Yeah. Cadiz is in the central part of Trigg County, or no, is that Trigg? Yeah, that's Trigg. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna have to watch the storms just start roaring through Indy, and we're gonna have to ride with those cameras.
He had a really impressive hook echo on west of Gorham.
Oh, Gorham? Yeah.
Yeah, and I need some water soon.
Well, go ahead and go get some water.
I'll actually have some right here. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a really impressive hook signature west of Gorham, and if you know your tornado history, Gorham and Murfreesboro were, of course, impacted by the very violent and deadly tri-state tornado.
Yep.
100 years ago, in 1925. That this tornado is more than likely going to be nothing like that,
Obviously not.
because that tornado is basically just a legendary tornado in its own right.
So yeah,
And
this rotation, they're definitely gonna be extending this towards those two areas, and then into like Carbondale, DeSoto, and then that rotation looks like it's really starting to get itself together. So I would take cover right now, if we're in that area.
Gorham, Murfreesboro, Carbondale
Carbondale,
probably too.
yeah, DeSoto,
Out towards West, DeSoto, West Frankfort. Um, I would say McLeansboro, but we'll have to wait and see for McLeansboro. But McLeansboro, I would watch this really closely.
yeah.
Brody in the chat is asking when should the event be done? I would say probably not until after midnight.
Yeah, that watch, that near PDS watch, that will be in effect till 10 o'clock p.m.
Mm-hmm. So I would say almost until midnight.
Yeah,
And then actually there's another launch down in Texas that is going until midnight.
yeah,
And then those watches in the east, they're going until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight, so about 10 p.m. Central Daylight. There and again the watches, and again the watch west of the near PDS one. Again, they're going ahead and taking bits and pieces out of it. I'm really surprised that they put extreme portions of parts of extreme eastern Oklahoma in there. I guess they did that for just to be on the safe side, which, man, fair enough. But
yeah.
yeah, but Arkansas really hasn't done anything apart from spawn like a severe thunderstorm that went on to become a severe thunderstorm. Um, and now they have a severe thunderstorm warning up for Randolph, Fulton, and Sharp counties in northern Arkansas that's about to exit the state and into southeast portions of Missouri. Um, okay. All right. Okay. So we do have a now. This isn't special. Now this doesn't have a special weather. I don't think this has a special weather statement, and it doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. But I do want people to know near Paoli and French Lick, Indiana, watch that storm closely because that could actually go severe at any minute from the way it's looking. It's trying to get itself going. It's trying to get itself to go.
You wanted to highlight that
Um,
the Indianapolis severe thunderstorm warning is now at 70 miles an hour.
7 miles an hour? Okay.
And
All right.
also
I think
that
we're
sorry, go ahead.
yeah. Um, yeah. We're taking the Indy. Yeah, we're taking the Indy camps full. You've already
Yes.
taken the full.
Yes, I am. I'm getting as full as I can. There's no full screen.
It's fine. Whatever. That's fine. That works. All right. Yeah. So Indianapolis is about to get blasted right now with
Yeah, just the shape of
thunderstorms.
the shape of that storm normally signifies very strong winds.
Yeah.
It's a bow shape.
Yeah. Let's not forget, by the way, too. I should mention that even if this is not tornado possible, you could still have like embedded hooks within, like embedded supercells within that line. Um, so yeah.
I do want to highlight that we've also been losing a lot more cameras to the west of Indy.
Hmm.
So that's something to keep in
Yeah,
mind.
the speedway. Yeah, yeah. But yeah. So, uh, yeah. So people are leaving. So again, as I said, people are leaving Indy Motor Speedway right now because they just like the drivers just got done with practice for the 109th Indianapolis 500. Um, and on top of that, it's rush hour traffic trying to get home before these storms come in. Um, so, in fact, actually, one of the first suburbs that's actually in the firing line for this uh, in Marion County itself is actually the town of Speedway, which is where the Indy Motor Speedway is located. Um, and then it'll be downtown Indianapolis, Lawrence, Warren Park, Beach Grove, before exiting there and heading to the north and east. Um, I'm keeping my eyes on that Sullivan storm, uh, which now has 70-mile-an-hour winds and softball size hail in it. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that. Um, Tyler,
Yeah, sorry.
did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, 4-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds.
With what storm?
Sullivan storm.
Solomon. Oh my goodness.
Sullivan.
Sullivan.
Yeah, yeah.
Destructive storm. Do you have any cameras out that far or no?
Let's see. I think Bloomington probably has cameras. Check Bloomington, Indiana.
Oh,
But one of them.
they for sure have some. I checked some there before.
Yeah. Yeah, keep one of the Indy cams up and then get the Bloomington cam up too.
Yeah, I'll do it a little bit later.
Yeah.
I think by the time it gets near there, then this storm by Indianapolis should have passed the cameras. So I
Yeah.
think we can stay on this.
Yeah. By the way, those severe thunderstorm warnings in Maryland have now made landfall on the opposite side of the Chesapeake Bay. And also, I want to mention that
Yeah.
the entirety of Delaware is in a severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, damn.
Just the entire state in one severe thunderstorm warning. Which Delaware and Rhode Island are the only two states that can actually do that. So that is interesting. Yeah, so very intriguing. By the way, that's also tornado for possible severe warning in all of Delaware and southern New Jersey.
Oh yeah. Oh damn.
Yeah. And a new tornado warning just got observed. Oh goodness. Okay.
Where would this
So it's
be?
Linton or 31 miles southeast of Terre Haute, doing east at 45.
Which state?
And that is Indiana.
Indiana. So if you,
Let's see,
so
that is for a damaging tornado and softball size. See, I told them to keep their eyes on that one.
it would definitely be this one over here for sure.
Yeah, that one. It is
Yep.
that one.
There
Kind of
we go. You sure there's no cameras out here?
Wait, let's see. What the what's the
I don't see any. I don't see any in the Department of Transportation.
DOT cams? Yeah, yeah. I'll highlight if there's any cams there. And again, if that keeps going on its course, it will eventually end up in places like Bloomington, Columbus, Napoleon, maybe Cincinnati, and I might be able to see that. But I don't know how strong it is. So.
So right now we're tracking this up into Worthington.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me look back down by Louisville real quick and see what's going on with those cells. And we just got another tornado warning back by Effingham, Illinois. And I believe we just got another tornado watch or severe watch. Northeast Illinois, northern Indiana, and far northwest Ohio. Yeah, we just got another severe watch on that. So.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, right now we're starting to see that storm move through Indianapolis. Let me just. I haven't been able to check the camera on the right, so I don't know if there's been any power flashes on that camera, but
yeah. It's currently on top of Indy International Airport, and it's headed right for the Speedway.
Yeah, heading right for downtown. Basically, the entire city is going to be, maybe apart from the northern outskirts, but effectively the entire city is going to be impacted by this.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, going down to Texas real quick, we do have a severe warning for Dallas, or just outside of Fort Worth. So,
yeah, this
very intriguing. I know.
Yeah, this tornado over here near Linton, this one looks like it could be significant based on what we're picking up here. This is moving up towards Highway 231 towards Worthington at this current time.
Yeah, it's gonna move south of Worthington towards Bloomfield, cross Interstate 69, then Indiana Highway 37, and then eventually would cross I-65 before it rolls into the Cincinnati metro area. And by the way, just for the record, I am literally right across the river from Cincinnati itself. So if there is any tornado with this cell, once it gets here, I might be able to see it. Because it is actually quite close to me.
Yeah,
we won't know until it gets. We won't know until it gets here. The main thing is.
Yeah, I have to cut in. I'm really sorry. I'm getting reports that there is a possible, like, very strong tornado in progress near Worthington right now.
I believe that is
in Indiana. That's something that we're gonna have to shift our focus to for a second.
Yeah,
this seems to be a strong tornado in progress.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no cameras around there, and I did check.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, the Sullivan camera is the only one, but that's it. And also to PDS too.
Yeah,
PDS.
Yeah, PDS.
It's a PDS too. Yeah, it's
Yeah, so
PDS
PDS,
too.
weather spotter confirmed tornado. It might be hard to maintain these two cameras on the top because I gotta refresh them every once in a while, and we're focusing on this one right now. So it'll be hard to focus on both at the same time. But yeah, right now that is going to be crossing Highway 231 towards Worthington, and you need to seek shelter right now if you're in the path of this storm. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation. It is very important to mention that in the long term, this will be going towards Bloomington in the long run. And yeah, you can see that couplet right there. That is a pretty tight couplet that we're picking up here, as that's northeast of Linton, and we'll be approaching Worthington here in the next few minutes. So everyone in this polygon needs to seek shelter immediately. It is a dangerous situation at this time.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. But yeah, in the long run, Bloomington, Columbus, Indiana. Maybe it might clip portions of northern, or maybe central portions of Dearborn County. Well, no, that's Franklin, and then Dearborn, and then maybe it may just barely miss Cincinnati and its immediate surrounding suburbs, but I don't want to risk it yet. We don't want to risk it yet, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled on that storm, the PDS Tornado Warning storm,
Yeah.
because this looks like it's taking that classic path, right? Because tornado warnings in the past here in this Cincy Metro often come from southeast Illinois, across south central Indiana, and towards Cincinnati. They often slide across that usual, I want to say, like, just paralleling US 50 almost, from about, let's say, about Bloomington towards Cincinnati. So those in Cincinnati, keep your eyes peeled. Um, and whenever these storms do get close to me, I will swap to my tablet so I can go out and take some photos for take some video footage and
Yeah.
whatnot. Let me check the SPC real quick because
Yeah,
it
that
may have
is.
put me in a Mexico discussion.
I'm currently checking to see if there's any photos of this storm, even if we can't share it.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, whenever I do take video, you're permitted to share. You're permitted to put my video on the stream. Just let you know. And I am in a Mezcal discussion. Most of central and northern Kentucky, southwestern Ohio, into southeastern Indiana. Um, I have a feeling chances may be this might be a regular watch. I'm not entirely certain as to what kind of watch it will be. I know it's going to be a tornado watch. Question is, what kind of tornado watch will this be? Like, is this going to be PDS or is this going to be regular? I think this is going to be a regular tornado watch. Um, However, we will not know until until um, until it happens. New tornado warning, by the way, just came in for Sussex County, Delaware, and Caroline County, Maryland. Just letting you know, Tyler. I think you
Yeah.
heard me there. Okay, good. 10-4. Listen.
Yeah, right now, just right. Okay, yeah, there we go. But yeah, we're starting. Yeah, right now that's about across 231 here in a second. This will be moving towards Bloomington in the long term.
Yeah. I feel like the main tornadic part of that storm is going to miss Bloomington just barely to the south. But Bloomington, I would go ahead and get your tornado safe place. Columbus, you need to watch this thing. Versailles and Manchester, watch this thing. I'm currently watching this thing very closely here in Cincinnati. Um, I would say
We are
those are.
getting, from other people's radars, they are getting really intense signatures from this tornado.
Oh, yeah, that's something.
And one of the other radars, there is a pretty deep debris ball as well with this storm.
Oh, it does. Um, okay. All right, let me check the velocity. So I'm getting a 143 on 80. So this thing is probably really intense.
Yeah, so again, if you are in this area, you need to seek shelter right now. This is a strong tornado in progress.
Yeah, this is probably a very powerful tornado. Um, near Worthington, near Columbus. Um, yeah. No, I'm gonna go ahead and take a peek outside. I will be right back, Tyler.
All right, I'll take
I'm
over.
Yeah, go ahead and take over real quick. I'm gonna take a peek outside and see what the hell is going
Large,
on.
strong tornado
Sorry,
reported on the ground.
I was gonna say. Yeah, I'll be right back inside as
All
soon as
right.
I can.
All right, but yeah, right now we are currently tracking this tornado as it's pushing to the east. It's about to cross Highway 231 south of Worthington. This is a very strong tornado that we are seeing right now, and yeah, and also we're trying to see if we can get any photos that we can as this tornado continues to push to the east. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning to the southeast, but our main focus is going to be on this tornado warned storm. We just had very powerful winds push through Indianapolis again. Last time we saw powerful winds go through there. And we had cameras there, but our main focus shifted to this ongoing situation that we are continuing to track at this current time. And again, this is a PDS warning. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. This will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, that is now on top of 231. Will remain north of Bloomfield. Linton, you're in the clear. Midland, you're in the clear. Loins, you're in the clear. Freedom, you're being battered by you're being battered by the by the supercell here, but this tornado should remain to your south. Yeah, after Worthington, this will be moving up towards possibly up into Whitehall and Bloomington. So we need to seek shelter right now. If we're in Whitehall and possibly at this point, Bloomington and Clear Creek, you should consider taking your tornado precautions, as eventually this tornado warning will get extended in your direction. And even then, there is 4-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. So even if you do not get hit by this tornado, you still have a very powerful thunderstorm on the way, according to that severe thunderstorm polygon to your west. And with that with that sized hail and with those winds, that can lead that can punch holes in your roof, that can cause a significant damage, called wind driven hail. That can sometimes cause damage as much as a weak tornado. and even the winds, and of course the winds themselves is basically a weak tornado. So you need to seek shelter regardless, tornado or not, as this storm is very dangerous in multiple ways. And again, we also have these two warnings out here to the west. One of them includes Paris and Vermilion. Vermilion. This will be moving to the east at 50 miles an hour until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and we'll eventually see that cross into Indiana. And then we also have this tornado warning over here by Montrose, moving to the northeast towards Greenup. This is for possible tornado and 2-inch hail. So same situation. Even if you don't get hit by the tornado here, the hail can still cause a lot of damage. And this is going to be moving to your northeast at 50 miles an hour. Now going back down here to the south, where we have these group of warnings here, and also we'll go back east to go back to the east in a second with that developing situation. We have this storm right here that I've been tracking for a while now. We've tracked this all the way since Sexton, and actually even further west. We actually captured a tornado live on air. We went across the Interstate 55, and yeah, that's going to be, and yeah, right now that's being downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. But there's baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I do hear Sacker in the background, but just real quick, we do have this other tornado warning east of McGee. This is basically taking the same path as that the storm over Princeton took, where it produced a tornado over. That will be moving to the east at 30 miles an hour until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then finally, we do have this these tornado warnings over here for Seaford, Sharptown, Millsboro, and this will be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. And yeah, that is a very decent hook to this thing. So take cover immediately. We've been seeing this storm do a lot of damage across Maryland and the DMV area in general, and that will continue to push to the east. We're still picking up 70-mile-per-hour winds from that storm at this current time. Sakura, do you have an update for us?
Well, I just came back in from taking a peek outside. It was really breezy out there. Say that. No sight of any precipitation yet. And I don't think we'll get any until maybe want to say a little bit later on tonight. Oh. While you were giving that update, and I just came back in on the later end, on the tail end of that, we do have another tornado warning in Paducah's area responsibility for Christian, Caldwell, Trigg, and Todd till 7 for a storm near Cobb, which is basically right near Cadiz in southern Kentucky, southwest Kentucky. We do have a couple pop-up storms just west of Louisville, which those, they have the capability of doing something as well. So nothing really going on here near Cincinnati. I'll check back outside in a while.
Yeah, and also real quick, I'm also going to show this. This is from a Cadiz. And you can see a lot of scud right there from that tornado warning storm. Not sure if we're looking at a wall cloud in the background, but that could just be scud. But yeah, we're looking very decently close to where this tornado warning storm is out of Cadiz. And yeah, I think we do have cameras at Hopkinsville that we could probably pull up here in a moment.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, all right.
And we do have a camera out of Hopkinsville that we can cut to here in a moment if needed.
Yeah, which we might need to.
Yep, most likely so. Um, you, there's still a tornado reported on the ground with this tornado now east of Worthington at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, they're probably going to extend that toward Bloomington and Columbus, Indiana.
Oh yeah, for
Um,
sure.
and then again, I think Wilmington probably needs to prepare to issue. I think Wilmington definitely needs to go ahead. I think the SBC definitely needs to go ahead and issue that watch for northern and central Kentucky because these storms are closing in on central and northern Kentucky, as well as southwestern parts of Ohio, as well as southeastern Indiana.
All right. Yeah, I have a camera on the top left out of Hopkinsville, and the top right one's out of Bloomington.
Yeah. Okay, so that severe thunderstorm warning, or that tornado warning for Bloomfield, that has been extended. Well, they went ahead and put a severe thunderstorm warning for
Yeah, that's
Bloomington for that Torwing storm. I feel like that's an okay call, but
yeah. Also, update on the Cadez thing I was looking at. Yeah, that's good for sure.
that's good.
That was on the log file that we were looking at.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning
Where would this be?
for Decatur, Bartholomew, Jackson, Jennings. In case if you're wondering, um, those four counties are actually right on NWS Wilmington's border.
Also, slightly, I mean, not really off topic because it's in the general area, but we do have a dust storm going on, in the northern part of this risk, like on the northern, like where all these tornado warnings are at, south of Chicago.
That's interesting.
There's a bunch of
Uh,
dust storm reports.
dang. Okay. Um, yeah, that is actually very interesting. Do we have like what the wind speed, like what the wind gusts are with that, or
I'll take a look. I'm also gonna check satellite and see if we can see it on there. Wall of dust extending from moving north at 50 miles an hour.
wait, is
Moving,
that dust storm warnings with this?
yeah, dust storm warnings. Less than one quarter
Oh,
mile visibility of damaging winds and excess of 60 miles an
oh, there we
hour.
go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we have a tornado watch for eastern Kentucky, southeast Indiana, southwest Ohio, and western West Virginia. No, wait, what?
What?
All the probabilities are high. Or oh, never mind. One of them is Okay, so the torque probs are 8060. That
Yeah,
scares me.
you can definitely see the dust on satellite. That's yeah. Once you're behind this, you're still not done because we got a dust storm that's now going on over here in Illinois.
Yeah.
So very life
Okay, so this
threatening.
tornado, yeah. So
So
this
very
tornado
life
watch
threatening for travelers. Go
just
ahead.
got, yeah. So this tornado watch just got issued. It is literally at the cusp of PDS. Like literally, it is literally on the verge of PDS. It's not PDS, but it's for far eastern Indiana, central and eastern Kentucky, western and central Ohio, and western West Virginia from now until 3 a.m. So let's see. Several tornadoes with a couple intense tornadoes likely. Widespread damage and winds and isolated significant gusts to 80, and then scattered large hail, isolated very large hail to 40 inches. So this one is for 85 miles east and west of the line, from 25 miles northwest of Columbus, Ohio, to 45 miles southwest of London, Kentucky. So we have a chance to get at least a couple tornadoes here in the Cincy metro area as these storms decide to go ahead and roll on by.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. New tornado warning for Bloomington.
All right. That's probably from that thing. Yep. I was going to say, is that one still on the ground?
Say again.
Is that one still on the ground?
No.
Okay. Look it up. All right. All right. That is tornado watch number 269.
Yeah, we're not capturing dust on the Bloomington, Illinois front.
All right. I don't know if this is confirmed, but Tyler,
Yeah.
the mayor of St. Louis says, and I quote, "At least 4 people killed from a tornado-warned storms in St. Louis." That is from the mayor.
The mayor. Are you able to send that over just so I can
I
confirm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, that is from the mayor of St. Louis. So, or at least that was relayed by this guy, but it was from the mayor of St. Louis.
Yeah, I do want to confirm that. You know,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go ahead and put the camera back on the Sexton camera because there's another tornado warning taking the same path as that old one. Also got a rotation moving up towards north of Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Yep. Yeah, this guy says he's from where is it? From KPLR 11 in St. Louis, and yeah, he's relaying the same info.
All right.
So yep. Unfortunately, we have seen
A deadly tornado.
lots. Yep, we have unfortunately now seen loss of life today.
So, and also another update real quick. Near Logansport, Indiana, there was a lightning strike that caused a structure fire over there. Don't know if that's been contained yet.
Okay. 10-4.
You also have these group of tornado warnings as well that's about to cross into Indiana. And we actually have a we might have a dangerous situation over here southwest of Marion, Illinois. That is a deep debris ball that we have. Seek shelter right now if you're south of Marion. EDS tornado warning. Check to the Marion tornado warning. There's a deep debris ball. Very intense signature on velocity. That is a very dangerous tornado on the ground.
Where is this?
This is in southern Illinois. Southern Illinois.
Okay.
This is this is a very dangerous situation. Seek shelter now.
Uh-huh. Oh my good! Oh goodness!
Seek shelter right now if you're in the path of that tornado.
Yeah. Do we have cameras on this thing? Do we have cameras on the
I
US-45?
highly doubt it. I highly doubt it, but we'll see.
Damn. Okay, because we need some, because that's where this is at.
I can't find one. Yeah, this is a very strong tornado in progress. Please seek shelter right now if you're in the path of this. That is a very deep tornado signature that we are getting right now. That is a deep debris ball.
Hold on, Tyler.
Yes.
Tornado emergency.
Okay. Wait. Hold up, Sakura. We gotta focus. Okay, so so I'm gonna go over this. We have a tornado emergency now issued. That is the highest level the highest warning that can be issued for a tornado. This is south of Marion, moving to the east towards Mitchellsville, Carriers Mill, Ledford, Stone Fort, and Cerro Springs. Take cover right now. This is a life-threatening situation. This is a very life-threatening situation. I'm trying to get some information on this.
Let's see. So, nobody should be on Interstate 57. Nobody should be on Illinois Highway 13. No one should be on US 45. No one should be on Illinois 145. No one should be on Illinois 34. No one should be on anybody who's in Marion, Creel Springs, Carrier Mills, Harrisburg. Get to your safe place immediately.
Yeah, I get
because this is a probably a large tornado.
Yeah, this is a life-threatening situation. Law enforcement reported the tornado on the ground. We already know that since it crossed the interstate. This is a life-threatening situation. Get to your interior rooms on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Get into a basement if you have one. And if you don't have one, again, get into an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Use anything that you can protect yourself, like pillows, blankets, a helmet, anything that you can to protect yourself from flying debris. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab a sturdy pair of shoes. In the case you have to walk out in debris and all that debris that's going to be scattered. This is a life-threatening situation. This is a tornado emergency. The National Weather Service has labeled us as catastrophic. You need to seek shelter right now. We're trying to see if there is any live video of this right now. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Yep. Yeah. Let's see.
We do have
Let me
footage
check
of the tornado in
CT.
progress. You have we have, but it's from 6 minutes ago. I don't know if we can share this, but yeah, I'll go and send it in the chat. Go and share this in the stream chat here. Yeah, that was from 6 minutes ago. We are still trying to see if there's any other imagery that we can get, but right now our current situation is that we have a possibly intense to violent tornado on the ground southeast of Marion, moving to the east towards Carrier Mills, Highway 45, Ledford, Harrisburg, and Stone Fort. And yeah, that is a tornado emergency. That is the highest level that can be issued, the highest warning.
Yeah. Any higher, and it would be a mass casualty situation. Let's hope this does not come to that.
Yeah, this is the highest level that the National Weather Service can issue. This is a life-threatening situation. Again, this is the National Weather Service has labeled this as catastrophic.
Well, we're not in tornado watch. I was gonna put in a tornado watch, so that's great.
Yes, so let me just go over here real quick. That is moving towards Carrier Mills right now. That is east of Interstate 57. We did get just posted in the chat some footage of the tornado, and there will likely be more to come here in a moment. But yeah, right now we have every indication to believe that an intense to violent tornado is in progress. Seek shelter right now in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and get into your basements if you have one, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're also tracking this circulation over here as it's moving towards Benton here. We do have some on the top right, that's going to be where you can find that tornado if you do have one. That's the same camera where we had a tornado earlier in the stream. And also you have that tornado over there by Bloomington, Indiana. That's only radar indicated for right now, but that has a history of producing a strong tornado. But yeah, the elephant in the room is going to be this strong, intense to possibly violent tornado that is in progress right now. Let's check out a CC here. To see how deep this tornado debris signature was. And yeah, right here. And yeah, I actually just said that was no longer on the ground, so it's immediately touched back down. Oh, and that's another powerful signature right there. That is another very powerful signature. If you are in Bloomington, seek shelter right now. That is another debris ball that we have right now, south of Bloomington. We do have cameras out of there that we will be trying to get back. I know that we were the camera that I was trying to use is down, and it probably still is down, but I'll definitely check to see. Okay, yeah, it's still there.
Yeah. By the way, Wilmington, Ohio, first severe warning of the day from them. We'll get to that in a minute. But
Yeah, we have more
this
important priorities at the
this
moment.
this Bloomington tornado and this other tornado warn or this tornado emergency are our two main priorities for this
Yeah,
very second.
yeah, and also checking back in to get the newest radar scan out of this one if we have it. I'm just downloading it right now. I'm just seeing how this one is doing. Yeah, that one still has a tight couplet on it as continues to chug to the east towards Highway 45 and Carrier Mills. Just real quick before I'm just gonna check on the Hopkinsville storm just real quick so we don't forget about those people. That rotation seems to be dying out, or has died out. So we're gonna focus on these other two, and also just real quick, we have these two tornado warnings over here, and eastern Illinois, about to cross to Indiana, but but we can't really get much of good imagery, so we're gonna be focusing on these. This one is south of Bloomington. This will be moving towards Clear Creek. It's going to be moving towards Clear Creek. So you need to seek shelter right now if you're in the path of this storm. We have been losing. Yeah, it looks like we did lose our camera. The only camera that I could find here is and again, this is obviously a PDS tornado warning. And yeah, that is on top of Clear Creek, cutting through Clear Creek, south of Bloomington. Now going back to the tornado emergency here that we have ongoing. Let me just get this here. And right now that continues to the east. Right now, the newest scan, the debris ball seems to have kind of shrunk down a bit, but I do see some decent velocity to this. Let me check I don't see much in terms of tornado debris signature, but for right now, remain in your shelters. It's still a life-threatening situation, and it could touch back down. If it did lift, it could touch back down at any moment. But still treat this as on the ground for right now.
Got another tornado warning near Seymour, Indiana, and oh goodness,
Take a look.
if that one holds together, I'm in trouble. Oh boy. That one.
Yeah, definitely.
That one. The one just north of it, which just got tornado warned, and then
another tornado warning issued to the north of it. Another warning, and and that one, the one south of. Okay, well, let's try to focus, Sakura. We need to make sure that one of us speaks at a time. This is south of the rotation south of Seymour. That one looks like it's actually pretty held together. And then this one over here, that one's starting to get going west of Westport. And we do have a tornado report. Let's see if there's any details on this. Bloomington reported debris. So yeah, again, we have seen the tornado is carving through Clear Creek. Just finished carving through Clear Creek. Now moving to the east, and it will remain mostly over rural areas from this point forward, up until it gets into Interstate 65 into Columbus. So there's that. Sakura, go ahead real quick.
Yeah. So, oh boy. I'm gonna send you this real quick. This is from that Tor E area.
All right.
KFVS says, and I quote, Houses leveled south of Marion, Illinois, as Tor E declared for surrounding areas.
Okay. That is,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
concerning.
Yeah,
That
and
is
also we
very
got this
concerning.
tornado warning south of, well, Popper Bluff is in this. This is moving all the way towards Dexter. This would be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, moving to the north. It says east at 45 miles an hour. My bad. And yeah, and also and also I'll also check Twitter, but yeah, we also have yeah, we're starting to have a cluster of tornado warnings forming over here south of Indianapolis,
And
including
just west of Cincinnati. Yeah.
yeah, and that'll
Um.
be going into your region.
Yeah, that's going to be headed into my region, so I'm definitely going to keep my eyes open for these. The Westport storm looks to be going just north of, like, if we take the track and if it keeps going the way it is, it'll pass just north of Cincinnati as it is. But that Seymour cell, if that holds together, that could just barely clip the northern tip of my county. And then, of course, that Bloomington storm, if it keeps going the way it is right now, um, yeah, that's not good for me.
You know, send this in the team chat here. There, for one of the videos of the tornado that touched down in Marion.
Yeah,
Yeah, and just a little bit off topic, but this is like in the same ballpark as where this severe weather event's going on. That dust storm is going to be impacting Chicago here very soon. So again, for people that are driving, mainly in Indiana and Illinois, it is very dangerous to travel because of the severe thunderstorms and the dust storm. So to be honest, unless you have very important plans, I would stay inside. And if you have to drive, then if conditions get bad enough, then pull over on the side of the road with your hazard lights on. So, so I just want to point that out real quick as again we're now and as we continue to track these tornado warnings here and this tornado emergency, and it's now about a crossover in Highway 45 in Cary Mills. I will say that this has looked a lot weaker than what we've seen it before, but still seek shelter right now. As even if it's lifted, it has a history of producing a possibly violent tornado that we just seen earlier. And yeah,
yeah,
it still has rotation to it, so it's probably not even done yet. That's going to be, and also this storm is pretty discreet as well. So still remain in your shelters, still treat this as a tornado on the ground, and just and yeah, take your tornado precautions immediately.
yeah. That Seymour storm, by the way, is looking like it's about to cross Highway 3. Um, it's about to cross Indiana Highway 3. It looks to be it's going towards the northeast, which would put it um, on a collision course with the CVG airport, um, just around the Florence area, just northwest of Florence. Um, yeah, definitely. I'm definitely keeping an eye on that Seymour storm. Um, as is. Um, Tyler, if you didn't look at at the velocity on that, I need you to because that
Which
velocity is
one,
looking pretty
Seymour?
rough. The Seymour storm, yeah, the one that's just south of Seymour,
Which radar?
southeast of Seymour.
Annapolis or Louisville?
I'm looking at Indy. I'm gonna I'm gonna swap to Louisville real quick to see if I can get a better picture from it from
Oh
there.
yeah, I see that. That's south of southwest of Vernon. That's oh yeah, and impressive hook signature is starting to form with that West Point port storm as well.
Yeah. Um, I think Wilmington's probably about to issue a tornado warning for Franklin and Dearborn counties here in just a minute.
Yeah, that Clear Creek storm. Let's see if there's still a debris signature. Kind of hard to tell, but yeah, right now velocity wise, it looks slightly weaker, but this is when I would still treat it as a tornado on the ground. I still believe that a tornado is in progress here, for right now. But yeah, that is our but yeah, that went through Clear Creek. We'll get information on that as soon as we can. But yeah, this storm west of Westport is moving to the northeast long term towards places like Newport, Oldenburg, and Brookville. Towards and then actually Newport isn't long term, but it's still it's going to be moving up towards Interstate 74. That yeah, that rotation looks like it's really starting to get together, so I would pay very close attention to this.
Yeah, I'm currently paying really close attention to that. We just got another tour warning. If I can find which one it is. Monroe, Brown, and Bartholomew. That one was just issued. Yes, it was. Perfect. Tour and baseball set sail. I believe. Oh my goodness, there's so many tornado warnings right now. I swear.
I mean, and not to downplay it, but there's only like 10, well, actually 11, but yeah, although I'm kind of, wait, hold on, let me just check this real quick.
Well, what I mean by so many tornado warnings, I mean like so many concentrated in one area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is goodness me. Not to mention that tornado emergency is still there, and there's actually a tornado warning right behind it.
You know, verifying a tornado photo that's from Sullivan from a tornado that happened there, and I'm trying to verify right now, but that looked like a decently sized tornado.
Yeah. Let me check Wilmington, Ohio, and see if they can see this, and they cannot yet. I would say probably when the Seymour tornado crosses the Jennings, Dearborn County line. That's probably when they're gonna be able to see this. The Wilmington's gonna be able to see this.
And also
Yeah.
just giving it
So
one mention, and that's it. But we also have some storms, group of storms south of Louisville as well.
yeah, those are moving toward the northeast, I think. So they may impact me in the long term.
Might remain south of
Um,
you based off the direction they're going right now.
yeah, I'm right. I'm not in Cincinnati proper, but I'm just south of it. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
again, we have this cluster of warnings like Soccer is talking about, and
that's just what's with me now.
yeah, the west one that's the Bloomington tornado that happened. It's now pushing to the east, where we have another tornado warning, including Columbus, and that if that was for a separate tornado, then that one's I don't really see that one anymore. But I would still remain in your safe spots because of this tornado warning that went through Clear Creek. That probably did a decent amount of damage. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and we have these
Going
two
back to
tornado
that,
warnings. Go ahead.
yep. And then going back to that tornado emergency, it's still on the ground, I think. Carrier Mill just got Carrier Mill just got hit. Harrisburg is gonna pass just south of Harrisburg, but Harrisburg, stay in your shelter because there could be falling debris, not to mention large hail that could be going on with this. So Harrisburg, stay in your shelter, stay in your safe place. Um, this is Shawneetown, Morganfield. Both of you need to keep your eyes peeled on this and be ready to take shelter at a minute's notice. Because once this thing does get extended, if it does, right,
Yeah.
it could just be a Tor E right off the jump. So Morganfield, Waverly, Corridon, Henderson. Henderson, I won't say you need to take shelter now, but I would say keep your eyes on this.
I think we just got a live view of that wall cloud on the top right camera as that one's crossing through the Interstate 55. And that might be into distance. I'm gonna go back on the stream on my phone to see if there is something that we missed. Yeah, keep going, Sakura, if you had anything else to say.
Okay. All right, going back up to that one storm that is threatening me a little bit. First off, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning down near over Louisville now. This is Jefferson County. Let's see. So that Vernon storm, it looks. I don't really know how to put this. Like, I don't want to downplay it, but I don't want to overhype it too much. Like, it's looking like it's starting to weaken a little bit, but
Which storm
I
would
feel
this
like
be? I was zoned out a bit.
the Vernon storm, Vernon,
Vernon, okay.
Indiana, the one that's aimed right at me. Oh, by the way, Paducah's back under the gun again because they just got a tornado warning just west of them, and it's also on the ground.
Yeah.
All right, so that tornado emergency is gone finally. Um, so it says in the warning, this storm has a history of producing severe structural damage and could produce another strong tornado at any time from the X-Tor E. And we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ohio, Ripley, Dearborn counties in southeastern Indiana, Boone County, northwestern Boone County in northern Kentucky, as well as Hamilton County and southwest Ohio. This does not include the city of Cincinnati just yet. So, yeah. Um, yeah, so we now have a severe thunderstorm warning um, within the Cincinnati metro area now. And let me go ahead and screenshot this.
Also going to be sending in more video to the chats here of that tornado that happened near Marion. I'll also send it in the team chat as well. And I'm going to just put that, and then I'm going to just fix this tweet up real quick so that we can view the video. There you go.
Okay.
But yeah, right now we just had a possibly violent tornado go south of Marion, and Yeah, we also have this cluster of tornado warnings over here and severe thunderstorm warnings as that continues to push towards towards the east, towards Cincinnati and where Sakura is located.
Yep. Yeah, I've definitely been keeping my eyes on these for the past couple of hours, and I kind of expected this. Yeah.
And it looks like we have another situation going on over here. This is east of Hopkinsville. We have a pretty deep debris ball over here east of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. So we need to seek shelter right now if we are in the path of this storm. That is a PDS tornado warning that is going to be moving toward. This is north of Algiers. I think that's how you say that. And that will continue to move to the east at about 50 miles an hour until 7 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Definitely no camera coverage that close to it, but there might be some out of Russellville if it makes it there. And I'm actually go ahead and check right now.
Yeah. All right. So that Vernon tornado or the Vernon storm. I think Wilmington probably would go ahead. I think Wilmington is probably going to put a tornado warning on that just for safety's sake. So yeah, we got quite a few tornado warnings on the board right now. We
Yeah,
currently have a total of 14.
14.
Yeah.
Yeah, that group of severe thunderstorm
14.
warning south of Louisville just got a severe thunderstorm warning. Just want to briefly mention that. Go ahead, Sakura.
Yep. Yeah, 14 tornado warnings and 39 severe thunderstorm warnings. And I'm almost in one of them. That also does include a couple severe warnings in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Texas, Michigan, Illinois, and okay. So that forewarned storm. Let's see. There's now a severe thunderstorm warning right over it. I'm not sure what they're going to do with that tornado warning. They're probably
Another.
going to keep.
Okay,
Probably
wait.
going to keep it.
Yeah, looks like we got another strong tornado developing. I'm pretty sure this is the Bloomington cell that is west of Columbus, Indiana, and south of Nashville, Indiana. And yeah, that looks to be another debris ball. So we have another strong tornado in progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's moving towards 135 and then eventually Interstate 65. Let's see if we can get cameras out there.
You probably can, because Columbus, Indiana is a pretty decent sized city, from what
Oh
I can
yeah,
tell.
yeah. We got cameras for days out here.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and get the multicam ready for this.
Let's see. Tristan says something in the chat. Says, and I quote, "MCS complex developing in the northern Ohio Valley." That I can tell you that is more than likely true.
Yep.
Um.
Let me Also, just look, there's a camera in Columbus straight up.
Yeah. By the way, I forgot to mention, that storm, that is, that hook just south of Nashville, Indiana. Take a look at that.
Take a look at what again? Sorry, I was trying to get this.
The Nashville, Indiana storm, just south of it. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the
That
one I've
looks
been
like a
looking at.
debris ball. That
That is
looks
a
like a
debris
debris
ball.
ball.
That is a debris ball.
That is a debris ball. Okay. I have a feeling they're gonna go Tour E on that once this gets to Columbus, Indiana.
Maybe, yeah, if it stays together and gets stronger. Let me just see what the best cameras we can get on this are. That one's facing due east, but that one's not the highest quality. It looks like it might go south of Columbus, so I'm gonna look for cameras that are south of Columbus.
Yeah, I think Seymour's our best bet.
All right, we're gonna have to multitask for these cameras because because there's a decent amount of them to pick from. Yeah, for now, we'll pick these two as this tornado gets closer and closer to Columbus, and that tornado looks very strong right now. That is a decent debris ball to that, and I think that's actually you can actually see a spike like what Mayfield had. If you remember, the Mayfield tornado when it was going over Mayfield had this spike to it, and this tornado has that spike.
Yeah. Tristan also puts in the chat, and I quote, by the way, earlier today, an MCS complex in the mid Atlantic, which, oh, by the way, that actually dropped baseball sized hail in the mountains of eastern Kentucky. Caused a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure that's true. And then now, time is now for a long shot violent tornado between now and 10 Central Standard.
Okay, so real quick, I want to start shifting our focus to this tornado because this looks like it could be another intense to violent tornado in progress right now.
Yeah, it's just west of the community Stonehead and Pikes Peak. Not Colorado, but yeah. And it's going to the east.
So yeah, and again, it has that spike to it. You need to seek shelter right now if you're in this polygon. They're definitely going to be right now. They only have it as a regular tornado warning. They're definitely bumping this up to a PDS minimum.
Yeah, I thought they might actually Tory that.
Yeah, Tory possibly. And yeah, right now I'm waiting on my end to see that. I don't know if it's happened on your end, Sakura, if they've gone ahead and upgraded it.
They have not.
Yeah. This is a definitely intense to violent tornado about to cross 135. This camera, if this remains on that path, that camera on the top left will probably be our best shot at seeing it once it gets to Interstate 65. Oh yeah, newest update came in. That is a very deep debris ball. They're gonna have the tornado emergency this for sure. There's no doubt that this is going that they need they need to issue a tornado emergency based off that recent scan that we're getting. That is a very deep debris ball. Don't let me just go and just get this here. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, right now we are tracking a intense to violent tornado that is approaching Columbus at this time. And this is approaching an area where we have a decent amount of camera coverage on. In fact, that's going a bit to the bit to the north than where I had the cameras on. So I'm just trying. I'm doing my best to see once it gets to Interstate 65 that we can see this if we can get this on air. Yeah, right now that is currently moving to the east at 50 miles an hour.
PDS. All right, we got it.
All right.
PDS for Columbus, Indiana.
Okay, there we go. PDS, there it is. That is on top of 135, moving right for Columbus. You need to seek shelter right now if you're in the path of this storm. I do see an airport that's slightly in the path of this thing. You need to seek shelter right now if you're in the path of this. There's a very strong tornado in progress.
Yeah, that's oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely. It'll be passing just north of Stonehead, just barely to the north of Pikes Peak and New Bellsville. Columbus, Indiana, you need to get ready.
Yes, I'm just going to go over the
You need,
other. Yeah, I'm just using my radar to go over the other warnings just real quick, not mentioning them, just to make sure that we're not missing on anything else in terms of strong tornadoes.
yeah. I think we got. Yeah, yeah, they're good. Those two tornado warnings in eastern Indiana. That Vernon one, I think they're going to extend it into Wilmington's area of responsibility,
Yeah, this is
and I might.
approaching. Yeah, right now I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get as best of camera coverage that we can. This is as close as I think I can get it. Once it gets close to Interstate 65, I'll be rapidly swapping out cameras to see if we can get it on any other camera. I might use the I might use an independent one for this to do that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna copy this over, put this here. I'm gonna block off that bottom left quadrant, so that way I can do that. And now we have 4 boxes here.
All right. Wilmington is ahead of the game. They just went ahead and popped the tornado warning for Franklin, Ripley, and Dearborn counties. WLWT should be going live right about now.
Okay, so let's. Okay, wait. So I do again want to focus on this warning here before we focus on like that. I want to
Well, then
get
again, it's around my area, so.
the. Yeah, I know, but we do have we do have this going on right now that is moving up towards a very populated area. Yeah, that is moving up towards Columbus and Interstate 65.
Yeah. I'm surprised they haven't put a Torii on this yet. Why have they not put a Torii on that yet?
Yeah, on that one scan, the cameras is already down. This is a kind of a little bit of a nightmare to manage. All of these right here. I'm trying. Yeah, right now we're starting. Yeah, we're continuing to see that push to the east here. This camera would be better if we already have something for that.
Yeah.
Let's push this Okay, we have camera coverage here. Just mainly missing the one here. I think southbound is down. Okay, no, it's not down. Okay, so that's the one that we'll be using. Unless we already have one on that. Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
do. Okay. Let me. Oh, what? I'm trying my best to organize this here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Okay, tornado report came in from fire department and rescue. Let's continue to move to the east towards Interstate 65. I'm going to remain on this for right now, unless we have any other strong tornadoes that are developing right now.
All right. Okay.
Do you know?
So
Do you know if you have any?
I don't think we have any from any of the storms just west of Cincy. Um, okay. We have someone in that is not so possible. Okay, so that PDS is still there.
Yeah, that's still. Let me see what that one is. Yeah, there's still some solid rotation to that. That debris spike that we had back there, I haven't seen that kind of spike since Mayfield. You normally only
Oh
see that
boy.
for hail.
Yeah,
I don't know if you saw that too on your radar.
I did. Yeah, I did. I saw it on WeatherWise radar. Okay. So that tour warning for the Bloomington cell that has been extended. So now it includes Shelby, Decatur, Brown, Bartholomew, and Jennings counties in Indiana. That's for that Columbus storm. Um, and it might just pass just barely to the south of uh, of downtown Columbus, Indiana. And if that keeps going on its path, I might be not trying to not trying to fearmonger or anything, but you know. We have another tour warning for Paducah, and I think that one was confirmed at one point.
Yeah, that was.
Yep.
We're getting to a point where if we're gonna see a tornado out of this thing, then we're about to see it soon.
Yep. Okay. Tour warning for Jennings will expire 8/15. Um. Okay. So if
Cone-shaped tornado visible from the south side of Columbus. That just came out.
Okay, I'm gonna take another peek back outside. And I'm actually I'm gonna go on Devon real quick. I'm
All
gonna go
right.
back outside and take a peek at some of the. I'm gonna take a couple photos of what's going on out there. I will be right back.
All
Um,
right. I'll keep tracking this, of
keep
course.
yeah, keep tabs on the radar. And let me know what you find when I get back.
All right. Yeah, we also have a new hook echo forming southeast of Farmersburg. That's going to be pushing to the east. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Indianapolis, and we have these tornado warnings down here. We have this one that's for Morgan Field all the way towards Henderson. And I'll quickly bounce it down to here. Where we've been tracking that. That's east of Old Shawnee Town. And that'll be moving its way towards Morgan Field Waverly and other areas in that polygon. We also have a small tornado warning over here. Um, and looks like, okay, there we go. You can see that. That's the Menard. That is, if you're in that polygon, take cover now. So yeah, this is about to cross the interstate here. Based on the contrast in the sky, I doubt we'll be able to see it, but we'll definitely keep our eyes there just in case. And that is now about to cross the interstate here. I think it's best to try to get. You're starting to see a lot more winds here. The rotation seems to have mostly fallen apart, which is good news. But it could always form together. I mean, this came from a tornado over here by Clear Creek. It died out and then reformed to produce another very strong tornado. And yeah, new tornado warning from Lewis all the way up towards Spencer. And that will be moving to your east here at 55 miles an hour until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now bouncing it back down to these group of tornado warnings over here. We are currently tracking another storm as it makes its way through Paducah, the Paducah area. That is currently tornado warned. Don't see much in terms of rotation, but still a very powerful storm that we're seeing right there. And then we have this one over here. As that continues to make its way to the east towards Greenway, St. Francis. It's moving to the east at 50 miles an hour until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. We also, in other news, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Arkansas and Texas. And this group of, and a group of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in Michigan as well. We're now starting to see a line of storms make its way into Ohio. now into Cincinnati, where our team member Sakura is located, and she will give us updates on that situation. We are really starting to see a hook form of this one southeast of Lewis at this current time. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. We have a group of severe thunderstorm warning southeast of Louisville as well. I'll be going ahead and seeing if we can get any updates at this current time. Um, we also from Marion from that storm, they did get a visual on that tornado. From their news station. But yeah, there was. Yeah, don't think we can share it though. Yeah, that had violent motion in that thing. Let's see if we can get an update out of the situation that happened near Columbus. It's a lot of cameras to manage. There was a wall cloud here on this that I saw looking back on the other thing. Yeah, that's completely fallen apart at this point. Yeah, and they might drop it all together here soon. So I think we're gonna go back to our tri-cam, unless we need to go back at any moment. That's something I probably need to experiment with next time, making a quad box instead of just 3 of them for cameras. But anyways, currently still tracking several tornadoes here as they continue to push to the east. And we have this one over Summeron and Raymond. That one will be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, moving to the east at 40 miles an hour. We also have this other tornado warning that's all the way up to Cambridge City until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we do have a bunch of tornado warnings down here as well. You can see on the left camera, Sexton's getting hit very hard. We've seen a lot of stuff out of that camera today. We've seen a tornado on the ground there. That is a very powerful storm that we're seeing hit. It's actually warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And there's the other camera for a second. Yeah, that's something that's just happened there as well. We also have this one all the way up towards St. Francis. It's moving to the east at 50 miles an hour until 8 o'clock p.m. Central. Yeah, right now I'm just waiting for Sakura to come back with information on her area in Cincinnati. In the meantime, we're going to continue to track the this. We're going to check in on this tornado that had a. Look, it looks like that hook echo did collapse a bit, but that's still south of Clay City, and it'll eventually make its way to the east. And I'm also just checking in on Twitter and stuff like that to see if you have any information on the tornadoes that have happened so far. At this time, we did confirm 4 fatalities happened from the storm in St. Louis, the tornado. We'll see if we can get any information out of the Marion tornado. At this time, I do not see anything. Maybe I could just look up the town name and see if we can get anything. Okay, yeah, that was a hit. Oh wait, that's the wrong tab. I gotta put it on the right one. We do have some damage photos here. For that Marion storm. Oh, look at all that debris there. My goodness. And yeah, that happened from that Marion storm. We also have. Yeah, and here is that. Oh wait, that's gonna be all weird. That's there we go. And here is that storm near Marion as well that they captured. You can see what actually appears to be a, a horizontal vortex there. That is a very strong motion right there. A lot of debris as well. Yeah, that was a violent tornado for sure. For the St. Louis tornado that happened a few hours ago, I think I heard Sakura.
Yeah, I'm back. All right, so looks like I might be spared a little bit here. Just that the most of it is actually going to be to my like far north. I
But
think
Sakura, I can't really hear you right now.
I said that I'm probably going to be spared here for a bit since most of the tornado warning stuff is all to my north.
Yeah, yeah, and also yeah, I also just checked out some of the damage in St. Louis. Yeah, the damage looks pretty bad out there. A lot of terrifying videos as well that I've also seen. Yeah, and that tornado over by Columbus, that is completely collapsed.
Yeah, all right.
You're tracking a situation here where we do have a tornado over Morganfield at this time.
That's northwest Kentucky.
We just okay, I don't know what happened there. There we go.
But so far, I think that is, fingers crossed, I think that is currently the only one that's on the ground. If I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Okay. So,
we do have. Let me just confirm. Yeah, we do have a pretty significant debris ball now with the Morganfield storm.
yeah.
So another strong tornado in progress here.
This is the third one we found it at.
We have tornado report as well with that one. Yeah, another strong tornado in progress here. This will be making its way towards Waverly, Corden, Cairo, Roberts, and Anthoston. And also Cairo. That's not the one over here where west of Paducah. It's east of Morganfield.
Okay.
To clear up any confusion there, but yeah, that is another strong tornado in progress at this current time. We do have a new tornado warning for Bowling Green as well. And checking
Yeah.
the radar here, doesn't seem to be much in terms of rotation, but still take cover right now if you are in Bowling Green. What were the tornado
Yep, we got
warnings over
another.
here? Oh, go ahead, Sakura.
So we got a total warning for Greene and Clay counties in northeast Arkansas.
Oh yeah, I covered that. We'll check back in
Cover that
on
one.
that in a moment.
Cover.
But yeah, these two tornado warnings in eastern Indiana, they have been dropped. Yeah, let's go over to that tornado warning in Arkansas to check back in on it. Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
torrent circulation south of Corning, Arkansas, moving to the east, and that will make its way towards St. Francis, going east at 50 miles an hour until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Yeah. 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 I think I can consider myself relatively lucky for right now because three tornado warnings just west of me immediately turned to none, and ugh, I'm glad I didn't get any of them. Mm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
right now, let me go back to the situation over by Morgan Field, as that looks to be our next strong tornado. Let's see that one. Oh yeah, that is a very strong signature that we had just a scan ago over by Morganfield. That is moving to the east here, south of Breckenridge Center.
Yeah. Um, yeah, the velocity is really tight on that. Let me see if we can get numbers on that. 80 on 111 is what I'm finding on that.
Yeah,
So definitely pretty powerful. No less.
yeah, it's continuing to move to the east, south of Breckenridge Center. That will make its way towards Cairo and Roberts. And yeah, that is a PDS tornado warning. Not surprised. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. That rotation still over up east of Coal City in western Indiana as well. Also had very strong winds move over Fort Wayne and northern Indiana, northeastern Indiana. That line now pushing into Ohio now.
Yeah, that's gonna stay north of Cincinnati, I think.
Your peak tornado threat is, of course, right now up until probably 10 or 11 p.m. That's going to be the peak of
Yeah,
our tornado threat.
and ooh, I'm probably gonna stay for quite a while tracking oh boy. Uh, yeah. Also, Tyler, I believe you have been made aware, but we do have tornado watch number 270.
270.
Uh, yeah, West Tennessee, northern Mississippi, most of Arkansas, what northern and central Arkansas, and the Missouri Boothville.
Yeah, right now, continuing to track this east of Morganfield. We're going to check on the other warnings here. Yeah, the Columbus storm, they're going to drop the warning altogether here in a moment for that Columbus cell. That is no longer tornadic at all.
Yeah, I don't see that tornado warning on my end at all. I think they did drop it altogether.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yep, they just
I
did on my
got,
end. They just did on my end. Go ahead.
yeah, I got lucky. Oh my goodness. I got really lucky with that.
Yeah, they
um,
dodged a major
there is,
bullet.
yeah, that's major bullet. There's still another storm northwest of Bloomington that could make a run for it. And
Bloomington.
that is that. Yeah, just northwest of Bloomington. That is tornado one as well.
Yeah, that will remain north.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, circulation east of Morganfield. Definitely not as strong as it once was, but it's still holding itself together, so it's still remaining in your safe spot regardless. Seeing another, and they just dropped the tornado warning for Paducah, replacing it with a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail.
Yeah. All right. All right. Now that um. Okay. So we have four tornado warnings. I think it said we could go ahead and mention a couple of the other ones.
Yeah,
We have one tornado that is on the ground. Um, that is just to the east of Morganfield. That one is for Henderson and Union counties in Kentucky. We have one tornado warning to the northwest of Bloomington, Indiana, for Clay and Owen counties in Indiana. We have a storm that is tornadic for Logan, Butler, and Warren, tornado warning for them. And then we also have one tornado warning for Clay County, Arkansas. Um, we forewarning for Green, just for Warren County. That is where Bowling Green is located. Um, US 16 or I-165, formerly the what part was that? I don't know, but
Yeah.
the Nature Parkway from Bowling Green to Arlington.
Okay.
That
So.
is,
Okay. So let me just go ahead and share some of the damage photos here. I'll put this on the other screen just so I can start rapid firing through these. Let me just get this. So this is from the tornado warning storm that happened in St. Louis a few hours ago. In this one video, you can see that roof just gets ripped off here, and you can see some of the
yeah,
aftermath of that, all the debris that is in that area. Yeah, that has some pretty bad damage. And then going to this one real quick. Let me get that. We have this here. Where you have multiple trees down, walls blown down, just and oh wait, there was one more image here. Here's the final image on that St. Louis one. That was along Natural Bridge Avenue in St. Louis, and
yep,
then I think that. Oh yeah, we also have this as well as of St. Louis as well. Seems to be some sort of storefront or something that collapsed onto the road there. And yeah, that's basically all for that. Probably some more here. Well, actually, yeah, there is some more here that I'll go ahead and share here. There's also this footage as well. That shows a lot of damage, a lot of debris scattered from that powerful tornado that happened in St. Louis a few hours ago. And then oh yeah, and also there was this there was also this pretty dramatic video as well that was submitted to a news station here. You can see all like a lot of debris being scattered, and also let's see if there's anything else here. Wait a second, is there any news right now that you have?
hold on. Let me step back in there. So, um, so that storm just to the northwest of Bloomington, Indiana. That one is starting to get its act together again. So
Yeah.
keep an eye on that. We do have. Oh, there we go. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning from Monroe, Morgan, Brown, and Owen. That is actually that Bloomington cell. That is not the old one, but this new one. That is going on there. Um, I think eventually later tonight, most of these storms in like central and northwest Kentucky are going to move off to the northeast, from what I've seen. So as a
We do
result of
have
that,
as well. Just real quick, this is some of the damage out of Marion as well that we've been from that violent tornado that happened there. We've seen this is from the news station that I just showed a video while you were away that captured it forming. It had very violent motion to it, and yeah, some very some pretty bad damage there. And then also with this one, you can see what appears to be a house swept off its foundation.
yeah,
Yeah, that is a house that is swept off its foundation there. And again, in case you missed it, here was that video of that tornado in Marion.
Yeah.
You can see the horizontal vortex there. You can see just how violently spinning this tornado is. All the debris in the air. Sakura, is there anything you want to say real quick?
Well, we do still have that tornado warning for Bowling Green. I'm going to mention that real quick. Updated. It's now 8 miles west of Memphis Junction, maybe east of 45. It looks like, I think after this line just blows through Ohio, uh, there's like a chance we could get like a second batch from Indy on down to like Evansville, Owensboro, kind of Paducah or whatever. Because
Yeah, we got this decent circulation over here in northeastern Arkansas as well. That's continuing to move its way towards Pollard. So if you're not Polygon, seek shelter now.
yeah,
Let's see if we do have any damage photos out of the storm that hit Bloomington. And yeah, we actually do have some drone footage here. So let's go and review this drone footage. You can see a lot of trees are snapped. You can see a lot of trees are snapped here. Some shingles blown up. Let me just see if there's anything else here in this video. Oh yeah, you can see some more substantial damage here. Some of the you can see a lot of debris on the road. You can see that house is completely destroyed. Basically, that's going to have to be demolished for obvious reasons. But yeah, that was drone footage from Micah. I'm definitely not saying that correctly, but so this is Micah. Yeah, from Micah. I also had to turn that. Okay, so yeah, that thing that we were just looking at, that was the Clear Creek post office that got destroyed. Here's another view of that post office that was destroyed in the Clear Creek from that tornado that happened.
okay. Wow. Yeah, so very destructive storms we got going right now.
Yeah, also from Kendale, this is here is a tornado from Bloomington as well. There was that tornado. You can see that vortice around it as well. That indicates that this was a very strong tornado.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the Bloomington one has been dropped. I'll go and check in on this warning over here.
Yeah, we got a near severe warning for Lexington.
And one near Cairo, that might try reforming here in a minute based off how that one looks.
You mean the one near in southern Missouri or the Blue Hill, Missouri?
Oh wait, yeah, the one near Cairo, the one east of Morganfield.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Speaking of that, let's see if you have any damage photos from there right now. Yeah, Storm Chaser got it on video. Of course, can't share that one. We do have this as well. So yeah, this is from Morganfield. Trees are uprooted, and there's a bunch of debris. We'll go and give you updates on that as they come in here. more tree damage from the Morganfield tornado as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far we have had a bunch of strong tornadoes so far. For the time being, we're kind of in a lull period right now. We're down to 3 tornado warnings. That could kick back up here soon. So yeah, that's why we're going back and reviewing everything up to this point, as well as checking on the tornado warnings that are currently in effect.
Yeah. So we have 3. So one of them is for eastern Clay County, northern Arkansas. That was for a severe thunderstorm or a storm near McDougal or 8 miles east of Corning, maybe east at 50. Um, this will eventually head into the Bootheel, Missouri, and far northwestern Tennessee. They're across Interstate 55 in the long run, and so that one needs to be left. Then we have this PDS tornado warning for Henderson and Union County. This one is to the east of Morganfield. It's about to cross Interstate 69, and and then eventually in the long run, it'll cross Interstate 165,
They're
formerly the William H.
they're
Natcher Parkway.
Yeah, they're definitely dropping that PDS tag here in a second, unless this forms back up. Till then,
Yeah. And we have another storm down near Bowling Green at the other end of Interstate 165 for Warren County.
yeah. While we have the time, I am going to toss it up here to this. Hold on, let me just get it here. We're gonna toss it back up here to these lines of severe thunderstorm warnings that, being honest, we've kind of been ignoring, but we were tracking very strong tornadoes that took priority. But as yeah, we currently have these line of severe thunderstorm warnings extending from Pioneer all the way down just north of Cincinnati. So it's effectively for from one side of Ohio to the other, but not fully. A little bit
Yeah,
off.
I was just, yeah, those just barely missed me too. In fact, that this is probably I can't see them yet, but they're probably north of me, so I probably wouldn't be able to see them either way. Uh,
Yeah, and also
uh,
Indianapolis is being hit again by more severe storms at this time. We have also have a group of severe thunderstorm warnings up here. Let's go over these. We have one for Petoskey, all the way up towards Pellston. I was actually born in Petoskey. Um, yeah, that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, moving north at 20 miles an hour. Moving until 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and yeah, that's going to be moving up towards Pellston, and then up towards the lake, um, Lake Michigan,
um,
towards the bridge.
yeah, the Mackinac Bridge, which kind of separates Lake Michigan from Lake Huron, as you probably know that way. Um,
Yes, I know
yeah.
Michigan like at the back of my hand, like you do of Kentucky. So
Or maybe over Cincinnati, yeah. Um, Meanwhile, we don't have any more severe thunderstorm warnings in North Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, or Maryland.
yeah, that
They
is
are
all moved
about to
out to
move
sea.
out to sea. That was done for the day. That was basically the morning round this morning. We have a extended tornado warning. We do have an extension to that tornado warning. However, Tyler, I do want to mention this.
Yeah,
So this says, and I quote, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Robards, or 12 miles south of Henderson east of 50. This storm is showing very strong circulation and could produce a strong tornado at any time. They PDS'd it.
they PDS'd it.
Yeah, TDS
And I
radar
actually do
indicator.
know why they would do that. And yeah, like they highlighted there. It's because of how this looks. Because going back here, when you have when the velocity looks like this, sometimes that can fully tighten up and can produce a strong tornado effectively every single time.
Yeah.
Like with how this looks, of how the green is moving in one direction and the red moving in the other. Sometimes we have seen it. I mean, actually, we've seen it on stream multiple times before. That can tighten up and then lead to a strong tornado. So that's see, I actually do understand why they would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also we got some an impressive hook signature and velocity signature with the storm east of Bowling Green. That is moving to the east at 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They've dropped the warning in Arkansas, so now we're just down to 2 for now.
Which is great. So yeah. Tyler,
Yeah,
Tyler,
yeah.
we jinxed it. We got another tornado warning in Indiana.
In Indiana. Okay, let's go over there. I'm assuming it'll probably be in central Indiana with all these groups here.
Monroe County in south central Indiana. That was issued by
South Central.
Indianapolis.
Would
Just
probably
north
be
of
this
Bloomington.
South. Okay, so oh wait, so okay, yeah, it is this one. Okay, yeah, this one hasn't shown up on my end. I have another radar pulled up. But yeah, this is moving to the east towards 37 Route 37 north of Bloomington. This area, this general area has been tornado busy today, and I'm just making sure. I'm just checking weather-wise to make sure that we're not missing any destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which I don't think we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have this tornado warning moving to the east at 50 miles an hour until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
And the only one that I see that's like above, that's like 70, is this one up here, from Pioneer to Sherwood. I'm just gonna make sure that I'm correct on that. The viewers can't see it, but I have another website up where I can see. Okay, okay, yeah, there's more than that. Okay, I'm just making sure that we're not missing anything destructive.
Yeah.
Actually, we do have one. Okay, so yeah, we do have one. This one is in Texas. So let's go to Texas. This would be south of Dallas. And this is for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's check the other severe thunderstorm warnings here to see if they need our attention here in Texas while we're here. Not really. This one down here is warned for ping-pong-sized hail, but that's basically it. But yeah, right here, this one is warned for baseball-sized hail moving across the Interstate 45, towards even though it's not in the polygon yet, towards Gun Barrel City. That's east, moving east at 35 miles an hour until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And yeah, let's go ahead and see if there's any other ones that are going to need our attention. Also, this one east of Bowling Green, that one's been extended up towards like Glasgow.
Yeah, Glasgow, Kentucky. That's down in Barron County. I think it is. Yeah, if it hasn't crossed Interstate 65, it definitely will here in a matter of minutes. Yeah, and then That storm will eventually head towards the kind of Edmonton, not to be confused with Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, but Edmonton, Kentucky. We want to clear that up for maybe a couple Canadian viewers.
Yeah, let
And then
me.
eventually, and then later on, eventually head towards Columbia, Russell Springs, maybe just past the south of Somerset, Corbin, Barberville, and eventually head out like some of the earlier storms did in Harlan or Letcher counties. Um,
Yeah, one of the warnings, including Evansville, that is warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So on the second camera on the camera bar on the left, there is a camera out of Evansville that I have pulled up for now. I'll keep searching
yeah,
here. Yeah, one of the warnings, a decent amount of the warnings in Ohio are warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds.
yeah. So I got pretty lucky there, though.
Yeah, mainly, although it's mainly in northwestern Ohio where we're getting that at.
You know, that's cool. 60, seeing more 60 mile an hour than 70. Uh, yeah. Here it's saying fix my mic. How am I supposed to fix my mic? Ah, I see. Oh, can you hear me just fine?
You sound decently muffled. If you're able to fix that,
Ah, I'm sorry.
severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Little Rock. And we have a tornado.
Dang, called me out. Yes, Mia, I know I called you out. Anyway, sorry, Tyler, go ahead.
A tornado warning. We get a direct beeline for southern Owensboro.
Yeah. Ah.
Rain spotter reported tornado. That might be one of the older ones though.
Yeah. That PDS radar indicated tornado warning. Yeah, that's gonna pass south of Owensboro. Um, but Owensboro isn't in the tornado warning, and as such, I don't. It's probably going to miss Owensboro, and also forgot to mention that hook is kind of faded a little bit. Like it's not that classic shape.
Yeah.
So
Downtown Evansville is starting to get rocked by that severe thunderstorm warning right now. That severe thunderstorm, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
is this event lasting overnight, Tyler?
Say again?
It says this event like lasting overnight, or the tornado that it puts
Let
out.
me check.
because my tornado watch goes until 3 a.m.
Yeah, definitely cannot stay up for that long because I got work tomorrow, like at 7 a.m.
Damn. That tornado warning north of Bloomington now has shrunk to an area of 44 square miles.
Yeah.
So it's not quite small. And we got another severe warning. Not tornado watch, although it's still pretty darn big. Tornado watch. That is nothing too big. Yeah. Let's see. Du Bois, Crawford, Perry, and Orange counties in south central Indiana until 9:30. Now that is an area I'm actually relatively familiar with because I've actually gone through there on a road trip. So let's see. So this is currently going to ride along I-64 or cross I-64, I should say, around that area, like around like east of or south and east of Ferdinand, where I-64 just splits and turns between Du Bois in Orange County in southern, or Du Bois and Crawford, I should say, in southern Indiana. It's like from about Linville to Ferdinand is where I-64, just splits back and forth between Orange and Du Bois counties in southern Indiana. So around that area is where this significant one will be. Let's see. Indianapolis is being tormented by another severe thunderstorm warning. Just south of downtown now. So,
Yeah.
let's see. We've got a pretty. Oh goodness, we have a pretty decent looking severe thunderstorm just to the northwest of Mason, just to the west of Mason, Ohio. Um, I'm not quite sure if that will I'm not quite sure if that has rotation on it, but it looks like it's trying to rotate
Where is this?
just west of Mason, Ohio.
Okay,
That is
yeah, there.
just to the northeast of downtown Cincinnati. Um, it looks like it's trying to do something, but like I don't know if it really wants to.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything in terms of tornadic activity at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a lot more of straight line damaging wind threat for right now at the very moment.
Yeah, and also just to get these covered real quick, we have a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings northwest of Mount Pleasant. One of these is for golf ball sized hail, and let me check the others. I think these are just that. This one's also one for golf ball sized hail, and the one on the far left is one for ping pong sized hail. And up here, from Bear Lake to Manson, that'll be for quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving north at 55 miles an hour.
We're not. It's well,
still tracking that this tornado warning near Owensboro will try to kick back up here. And I'll be checking Twitter and all that to see if you have anything else.
Uh,
Oh yeah, and Chicago got slammed by a dust storm too.
yeah, I was gonna say, probably Dust Storm probably just walloped them pretty good.
Yeah, I just seen one of these. Yeah, and also I'm gonna check. Hold on, let me just do this. Okay, I'm gonna check power outages. We currently have over 100,000 people out in Indiana, 60,000 people out in Illinois, over 100,000 out in Missouri, nearly 20,000 out in Kentucky, um, nearly 80,000 people out in Virginia, 83,000 people out in Maryland, 24,000 people out in North Carolina, over 5,000 in Delaware, 11,000 in Ohio, and some of these are left over from the previous event, yesterday's event. But Michigan, 193,000 people out, and Wisconsin, 25,000 people out.
Yeah.
And
So going a little bit in depth as to where most of these power outages are in these states. Uh, most of Indiana's power outages are in Greene County, while White, Stark, Jasper, Newton, Lake, Boone, Clinton counties, along with Marion County, have the most power outages. Marion County alone has 16,000 power outages. In terms of Kentucky, most of the power outages came from Union County, where out of the 7,900 people um, that are tracked in power outage, U.S. and Union County, Kentucky, 4,100 of them are out of power. Henderson, Webster, Lyon, and then Letcher, Perry, Leslie, Clay. Those ones are from earlier this morning. Franklin County also has a decent number of power outages too. So to the Pardon, Lyon, as I said, and then Ballard as well. Looking to Missouri, St. Louis City obviously probably has the most, along with Mississippi, Scott, and Cape Girardeau counties. Dunklin, Butler, St. Louis County, Jefferson County, DeKalb County has quite a few out as well. I'm not sure if that's related to this. To Illinois, and most of the passes are coming from Jackson, Williamson, Johnson, the Sac, Macoupin, Madison counties, Macon, McLean, and Vermilion in Illinois. But looking up to Michigan real quick, though, I do want to mention that Kalamazoo now has the highest percentage power outages in the state, by the way. Um, 40, 50,000 people in Kalamazoo County alone, which is actually this is a lot. And as these storms in Michigan roll north, they're gonna eventually put more power outages in northern lower Michigan and eventually into upper Michigan as well. Um, Wisconsin, I believe most of those power outages are coming from Menominee County from last night, I think. Maryland, most of their power outages are coming from Calvert and St. Mary's County. Prince George's also has quite a lot, 15,000. Montgomery has about 8,000. Howard, 30,000. Carroll, about 2,500. Baltimore County, 28,000 out in that county alone. and then 2000, and then 2700 out in Calvert. Or not Calvert, but yeah. In terms of Virginia, most of their power outages are coming from the city of Alexandria, the independent city of Alexandria. 15,000 customers are out of power in the city. Um, then Fairfax County, 29,000 people out of power there. Lunenburg, Brunswick, Southampton, Isle of Wight, Suffolk, and then Chesapeake have about 2 to 8,000 out in those counties. And then finally, North Carolina. Most of the power outages are really coming from Halifax and Northampton counties, but also quite a few from Currituck, Camden, Hertford, Gates, Warren, Vance, Granville. Most of theirs are on the northeastern portion of the state. Franklin also has a couple, only about 260. Yeah, overall, most of the power outages are coming from Missouri, Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, and basically bits of the upper Midwest. Back over to you, Paul.
Definitely, especially over the next few hours, definitely have your phones charged. We're starting to, but mainly in Kentucky, we're going to start seeing more of that damaging wind threat start to play in. Mainly in Kentucky and possibly Tennessee as well.
Yeah, I will not be surprised if the FCC somehow later today or later tonight go ahead and pull the severe thunderstorm watch, maybe a tornado watch for Middle Tennessee, North Central Alabama, Northwest Georgia, and Western North Carolina. Because they're probably going to need to sooner rather than later once this decent storm heads into Tennessee.
Yeah, and also I just want to, while we have the time for right now, let's go. I'm going to go ahead and take us through what we're going to be seeing over the next few days. And I'll get the SPC loaded up here. So yeah, here is the SPC. Tomorrow, we have on Saturday, we have a slight risk over here in parts of New England and as well as parts of the plains here, including Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Texas, and parts of Louisiana. There is a 5% chance of tornadoes over here in the Dallas area, and a 15% chance of wind, and a 15% chance SIG for large hail in that plains risk as well. For the New England risk, that there's a 2% chance of tornadoes, 15% chance of wind, and 50% chance of hail. Tomorrow will be tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. The day after that. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an enhanced risk here over Kansas and northern Oklahoma. This is for a severe thunderstorms capable of all hazards are expected on Sunday across portions of the central and southern plains. We might go live for this one. I will have to see because that does coincide with my when I went out to work. But after that, on day 4, we have a 30% chance over here, severe weather, including Oklahoma and southern Kansas, and this includes Oklahoma City and Tulsa. And then after that, into day 5, we have a 15% chance of severe weather, basically areas to the east of that on day 4. And after that, predictability too low onwards. Zachary, if you want to go more in depth about that.
I think the severe weather risk for tomorrow.
Just over the next few days, basically, mainly on Sunday and Monday.
Okay. So let's see. So we'll kick it off at day 3. So we don't know what we're going to do with this enhancement over eastern Kansas into northern Oklahoma. But it looks to be, we don't really know what the chances are for that yet. But going to day 4, we have a enhanced over the eastern central portion of Oklahoma into the eastern part of southeast part of Kansas. We will have to see what that does once day 1 comes in, or day 3 comes in. Day 5, which is situated over the mid Mississippi Valley, and if this plays out to what we think it might, chances are it could be something. Um, it could be like a similar tracking system to what we have seen so far today. Now, I'm not saying that we're gonna get a bunch of tornadoes on the ground. I'm not saying we're gonna get a bunch of tornado warnings. I'm not saying we're gonna get a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. But what I'm saying is that this is gonna be impacting like similar areas to what we have seen today. We don't know what the future of this is past day 5 yet because days 6, 7, and 8 are all probability or predictability too low. And so the further out you go, the less confidence we have because, you know, past, day 5, 6 is when some of the models start to spread out a little bit,
Yeah.
right? Like, for example, one model could do something while the other model said, no, this will happen. And so when there's like too much model spread, it's like a little bit up in the air of what it's going to do. And so as a result, day 6, 7, and 8 are all predictability too low. So
Yes.
that means like we don't really know what's going to happen until we get to like the future time and date. So
Yes. So
that's my take on this.
I'm going to have to see if we're going to be going live on either Sunday or Monday or both. I've seen people talk about it could be it could be like quite a serious setup, but I haven't looked for myself yet. But yeah, we'll definitely see for Sunday or Monday. Sunday, I don't know about Sunday because that could collide with my work. But Monday, if we have to, then I can 100% go live because I'm off that day. So
Yeah. Let's see. So going back to what warnings we have right now, um, so let's go over what warnings we have right now.
say again.
I said let's go ahead and run over what warnings we have right now in brief detail. So
Yeah.
starting up in Michigan, so we're gonna start from Michigan and work our way south and east.
Yeah, let me just get the
So
radar up there real quick for you to go. Okay, there you go.
okay, so we have a a couple of special marine warnings. One for Lake Superior, the other for the Mackinac Bridge, one for northern Lake Michigan, and 2 more for the eastern half of Lake Michigan and Michigan's half, and then the other for Wisconsin's half or Milwaukee's half of Lake Michigan. Further south, um, we have a severe thunderstorm watch up in northern Indiana into northwest Ohio. along with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that passed just north of me. So I really dodged the bullet there. There are a couple of tornado warnings down in central and southern Kentucky. One to the just to the east of Bowling Green in county is that. I think that is Barron County now.
Yeah.
So just to the east of Bowling Green. We have a severe warning for Lexington and areas surrounding there. And then we have another tornado warning just to the south and east of Owensboro. The PDS tag for that one has been dropped because because it was strangely it was a PDS radar indicated. Now the reason why they did that is excellent. The reason why they did that is because they think they thought at that time that a tornado could drop at any moment with that, and so they didn't want to take any chances.
Yeah,
And
they want it
you
to be
know,
early.
yeah, they wanted to be early, and they were early, and that was good. But then they found out, hey, I don't think this is going to produce. I don't think this is going to produce as strong as the tornado once was. Should we downgrade this to maybe a regular radar indicated
Yeah, and they
tornado
did.
warning?
So I'm
And
also,
so that's what they did.
yeah, real quick, I'm seeing a little bit of broad circulation of that storm right now, northwest of Masonville. That's something I'll keep an eye on.
That and Kentucky or something.
That's the one that's south of Owensboro, the one that we were just covering.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, moving into the western. Oh, we got another tornado warning in Kentucky. I'll get to that here in just a second. But we do have a couple more severe warnings stretching from about Paducah on into the Boothville, Missouri, into northern Arkansas, northwest of Jonesboro and Batesville. Um, those mostly pack a damaging wind threat, I would say. Um, so northern central Arkansas, West Tennessee, and northern Mississippi, they're all in another tornado watch. By the way, so is most of the areas are covered, minus Michigan.
Yeah.
Moving down to central Texas now, by the way, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch in that area. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings from about one for um, Williamson, Travis, and Burnett counties in central Texas. And then a few are
Yeah.
moving to the north and to the east with Texas. And then one more severe thunderstorm watch in northeast North Carolina, southeast Virginia, eastern Maryland. Those storms have moved out to sea. Those storms are basically out of here. So they're probably going to let that severe thunderstorm watch expire, or they might drop it early because again they can do that. So there you go. All right, let's get back to the tornado warning. So we now have a tornado warning for Cumberland, Barron, Adair, and Metcalfe counties in south central Kentucky until 9:15. That is for a storm basically just east of Glasgow. It's about to cross into, what is that? It's about to cross out of Barron and into Adair County. Actually, no, not Adair, but it's about to cross out of Barron County into Metcalfe, and it'll eventually flip to southwest corner of Adair and the northwest corner of Cumberland. Um, and may also go ahead, Jackson may also go ahead and probably pull a tornado warning for areas south of Jamestown on Lake Cumberland, northern Wayne, southern Pulaski, and northern parts of McCreary counties in southeast Kentucky. In long run, I think.
Now, according to some people that I follow, looks like the strong tornado threat is diminishing right now.
Okay, that's good. All right. Let's pop back up to Central Ohio real quick.
Yeah,
Because
let me just do that real quick.
we do have a 60-mile-an-hour massive severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, heading into Columbus, Ohio, from let's say about West Mansfield to down to Mechanicsburg, down southwest of London, Ohio, is moving to the east. So Columbus, you need to batten down the hatches down there. Tie up all your loose objects. Make sure that you know where to go because chances are there could be, well, okay, maybe no tornado warnings, but I would not want to take that chance. With that, let's see. Another
So,
one updated.
yeah, real quick, I do want to go back down to Texas for a second because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving up into just north of Austin and into Georgetown along Interstate 35. And that
Yeah,
one
and
looks like it's trying to form a hook. I don't see anything on the velocity side of things. A tornado is possible. Okay, there's a 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and the tornado is possible. You can see that hook, that the hook signature on the radar. Again, I don't see anything yet on velocity to signify that there's active rotation, but this is something to watch here. This is all the way down in Texas.
yeah, this severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, does include the town of Gerald, and those of you who don't know what it is, you know Gerald very. Speaking of tornado warnings, we got another one in Texas
Yeah, that would be. Let me just go ahead and cover this here.
for
This is Rice.
Navarro County, by
Yeah,
the
this
way.
from Rice to Goodloe Park. I'm pretty sure this is the one that had the baseball-sized hail. This is currently on top of Interstate 45, moving to the southeast at 25 miles an hour, so a very slow-moving storm. 2-inch hail is also indicated of the storm, and this will be in effect till 9 o'clock p.m. Central. And yeah, that's on top of Rice. Will eventually, is crossing Interstate 45 as we speak, and it will eventually make its way towards Powell eventually, and then continue on to the southeast.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Tyler, I did go back. Yep, that's the one that had the baseball size tail on it.
All right.
Yeah. Now it's down to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, let's see, Pain Springs, Malakoff, Star Harbor, Trinidad, Gun Barrel City. They're in that surrounding severe thunderstorm warning. So while those areas are not in the tornado warning, those areas in the severe thunderstorm warning are probably going to have to deal with pretty decent sized hail.
So yeah, right now with this storm that we're seeing, over here north of Austin, Texas, there is some upper level rotation of this thing that's trying to crawl down to the lower levels right now. I just saw it from one of the radars to the from Fort Worth. You could see the upper level rotation on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The hooking part of that storm, or the booking part of that storm, is headed towards Round Rock and Pflugerville in Central Texas, just north of Austin.
then there's
And they
also
may pull a tornado warning on that.
it,
You might want to keep your eyes peeled.
yeah, and also we do have a 2-inch hail report of Meridian with this severe thunderstorm warning that's moving to the northeast, long term, moving towards in between Fort Worth and Dallas.
Yeah. This is actually not far from Fort Worth and Dallas.
Yes, yeah, that rotation just crossed in Rice past Interstate 45.
All right, so we got a pretty decent sized severe thunderstorm warning in south central Kentucky. So Gulf Coast San Diego, 70-mile-an-hour wind. So let's see. So most of these severe thunderstorm warnings within this little Echo Ish region from about southwest Kentucky on down to like northeastern Arkansas.
Yeah.
Yeah, those ones have like most of 60-mile-an-hour winds on them, and less than 1 inch hail. So
Yeah, from what
yeah,
I've seen from the models, like before we started streaming and yesterday, like I forecasted a pretty significant line of storms pushing through Kentucky and Tennessee. It looked like it would have very strong winds to them.
but yeah. All right, we got a. All right, Louisville has just popped a severe winter for floods, Bourbon and Nicholas County. East of Lexington.
Yeah, right now we are continuing to track what's basically at this point, well, over the past few hours, it's been a severe weather outbreak of tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Starting to, well, for now, we're starting to calm down on the tornado side of it. We've kind of been fluctuating between around 4 to 5 tornado warnings at a time, but most of them are just extensions on one another.
Yeah, sort of about that. So, all right. So,
Yeah, per people that I follow, the strong tornado threat seems to be diminishing as this line continues to truly get itself going. It'll push east over the next few hours and a little bit into the overnight hours.
yeah,
But there's nothing new that really happens. We might end the stream at 9 o'clock p.m. Central.
yeah, yeah. There's if,
If nothing happens,
if.
nothing really happens. If nothing really happens,
Oh God, Tyler, you're gonna jinx it. I know it.
I always do.
But I mean, we have 3 tornado warnings on the board right now. Oh, new tornado watch. Where is it?
New tornado watch.
Middle Tennessee, middle into eastern Tennessee, and southwestern Virginia. Far southwest Virginia, as I mentioned.
All right.
And Jackson just popped their first severe thunderstorm warning of this certain band for this specific event right now. Montgomery, Bath, Fleming, and Rowan counties until 10 Eastern time, which is about when we're going to end the phase. If nothing happens, we don't get another tornado warning, fingers crossed. Hopefully we don't. Let me check the problems in this one. So the problems in this one, wind driven mostly. Oh yeah, Tyler. We also do have a severe thunderstorm warning just west of Little Rock. And we got a tornado warning north of Hopkinsville for Kristen Caldwell Trigg. for the same area that got hit with a actual tornado earlier today. You
Yeah, and
kidding me, Tyler?
also we have some rotation trying to kick back together over by Edmonton. This one has been warned for quite a while. I think it's been warned always since west of Bowling Green. Actually, I think even further than that. I think
Yeah,
that was warned always since west of Hopkinsville.
yeah, and Hopkinsville now has another one on the board.
And actually, even then, I think it's been warned for longer than that.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this was the tornado emergency. Well, no, this wasn't the tornado. That
Yeah,
one
I
actually
think
went through.
I would have to fact check it, but I'm pretty sure this is the one that we've seen always since Sykeston, Missouri.
Yeah, so up to southern Illinois into
If
southwest
not,
to
yeah,
western Kentucky,
then if not,
and
then that
then
that would be the second storm that went over there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same one. So yeah, this has been warned for a long time.
I think it's about 4 hours.
Yeah, if that is true, then yeah, and also yeah, newest scan shows rotation trying to kick itself back up near Highway 60 in Edmonton right now. Debris
Yeah,
signature
but
at this current time. I do not pick one up, but we're still going to watch it.
yeah, so Edmonton, Summer Shade. There's a town in, oh my god, there's a town in, in, in Russell County out in Adair County called Reading. That's fun. Chance. Okay, let's see. Flatwood. Weed. Um, Bakerton. That area, those areas just to the east of Edmonton, Kentucky, not Edmonton, Alberta. Um, yeah, not Edmonton, Alberta. I should mention. Um, areas east of Edmonton, Kentucky. Let's see. So Hancock and Northern Ohio counties in central Kentucky. Southwest of Louisville. Yeah. So, yeah, Todd, do we have anything else to run over?
Not really. Just currently watching the storm near Edmonton.
Okay.
Yeah, still there, kind of a little bit more broader, but still moving towards Edmonton at this current time. Remain in your safe place as that tornado continues to move to the east.
Yeah. So that new tornado watch, by the way, has let's see, 60-40 Thor props, 70-40 wind props, 40-30 hail props. So a little bit
We do
less
we
of
do
the
got we do got something we do have something in progress. We have a 80-mile-per-hour destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson and all the way up towards Washington Courthouse in Ohio. Let's get something on that as soon as we can.
Oh yeah, we do. That is for Clinton County, and actually, that also includes the National Weather Service office in Wilmington. Um, they're probably taking shelter by now. So
Yeah, right now I'm just trying to see if there's anything that we can do to cover this more in terms of cameras. Yeah, the Wilmington has an airport right there, so we would have clocked its wind speed there.
Well, I got 70 mile an hour severe warning for areas west of Bowling Green.
Yes, yeah, we're now. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any camera coverage, likely for a long while. But yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, so yeah, if you're in that area, you need to remain indoors, as that is very destructive winds. Hence the
Yeah,
name,
80
destructive
miles an
severe
hour.
thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, yeah, it's headed to the northeast, and this is going to miss Xenia, Ohio, to the south. The destructive part, but Xenia is still in a severe thunderstorm warning at all. Um,
We
let's see,
actually got
Columbus.
a sorry, real quick. We actually got a tornado report north of Hopkinsville with that tornado warning storm from emergency management.
Where am I having down? Hey, Island Jinxon.
Yeah, sometimes with these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, you're able to tell that they're destructive, like right off, like right just looking at it. If it's like inside of a severe thunderstorm warning like this, so sometimes they do that. We've seen it happen 2 times, and when they're in that windstorm over Maryland, that wind event over there. That's for 80-mile-per-hour wind. Sakura, what were you gonna say? Something? Oh,
No,
okay.
no, like,
Yeah, right now we're
all,
starting. Go ahead.
all I was saying is that you jinxed it.
Um, yeah. So
Anyway,
let me just. Yeah, this one's warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind. So right now we're starting to see this transition from what I've seen from more of a strong like strong tornado threat produced by all these supercells to a damaging wind threat along a line with a chance of KLCS tornadoes. With those
yeah,
quick
they're gonna
spin up
start
tornadoes that
lining
we
up,
normally
and
see at the end of every event.
yeah, yeah, they're gonna start lining up, and then they're gonna start marching through Kentucky. Um, so,
Let's see. I'm actually going to toss it back down here to this real quick. Yeah, it looks like we do have um, that circulation over Edmonton right now. I'm trying to find. We're gonna check it out from this radar. Yeah, that still remains to have some decent rotation with this. So this tornado could,
yeah,
if it maintains like this, then it could drop a tornado here soon.
yeah, and then,
Yeah, this is basically like the only, like in this area, the only main supercell left that's not being consumed by this incoming line. But eventually, this line will catch up. and that will be the end of that.
Yeah, thank goodness. Oh, today was interesting. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, so real quick, back bouncing it back down to Texas here. Still have that tornado warning here over by Powell.
Yeah, so northeast of Corsicana. It is still up until 9, so about for another 10 minutes,
All right.
roughly.
And we've been collecting a bunch of hail reports here as well from this severe thunderstorm warning north of Austin for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. A tornado still remains possible with the storm. And then we actually, with this storm up here, that's making its way towards Dallas Fort Worth in the long run, we've actually picked up baseball-sized hail reports with this one. Yeah, right now though it's
By the
more for
way,
tennis ball-sized hail. Go ahead.
yeah, I want to mention, by the way, we had 23 tornado reports, 373 wind reports, of which 5 of those were high wind reports, and then 282 hail reports, of which 61 were large hail reports.
Yeah, so pretty good forecast by the SPC so far. They nailed this.
Yeah, yeah. My my thing with this is that I feel like they could have made the wind risk in the Mid Atlantic a little bit higher near DC
Oh
with
yeah,
what we were
true. Yeah,
seeing.
true. They should have put a
Yeah,
significant on that.
but yeah, but for what they um did, you know what? That's not a bad forecast.
Yeah, still
So yeah,
seeing this push through Williamson and then into Route 73 for that destructive severe thunderstorm warning.
uh,
Let's make sure
uh,
I'm not missing any other ones on the board.
actually, that destructive severe warning is now no longer destructive.
Oh, no longer destructive? Okay.
The one in Ohio,
Yeah,
yeah, it's down to 70.
down to 70. I'm just gonna go through these, making sure I'm not missing any other destructive ones. If there's any other ones in effect.
The one for Hopkinsville, the tornado one for Hopkinsville, is gone.
Oh, all right, good.
Goodbye then. Let's find out a tornado warning for Hopkinsville that we thought was going to drop, but no, it didn't.
No, yeah, that wasn't the one I thought was gonna drop. That was, the one near Edmonton was. I was
Oh,
checking out on that
yeah.
actually.
That one is still active.
Yeah, still see some
But
rotation on it.
which radar are you using? Nashville, Fort Campbell, or
Nashville.
Jackson?
I'm using
Nashville.
Nashville.
Okay.
I've just been kind of switching between radars here.
Okay. That one doesn't look as great as it. There's no CC with it, which is great news.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one is. Yeah, that one had a pretty good hook on it. Still does have a good hook, a decent hook on
It
it.
still does have a good head, but I don't. But I mean, the velocity isn't as grand as it was back in like Missouri or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jackson is probably going to extend this tornado warning into um, Pulaski and Russell counties, and we just got another tornado warning for Grissom, Breckenridge, and Hardin counties in Kentucky, and that was actually headed right for Elizabethtown. Oh boy.
Oh damn. Yeah, and it seems like yeah, right now, and again, just a reminder, in about 8 minutes time, if nothing insane happens, then we'll probably end the stream.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, what a day it's been. So that moderate risk is still up for Central and Northern Kentucky, but I mean, honestly, for us here, it really wasn't that bad, right? For at least right at the very at this second, I should know. Um,
Yeah, just to recap, we started the stream and I think it was like 1 p.m. We started the stream at 1 p.m. right when the storm started to get started. And yeah, the first big thing of the day that I remember was the strong tornado over St. Louis that has killed 4 people as of this moment. And
unfortunately,
yeah, unfortunately, then that produced a lot of damage there near downtown St. Louis. Then after that,
yeah,
we had a tornado live on air near Sykeston, and after that, we had rapid fire strong tornado warnings. We had that tornado emergency over Marion, where a violent tornado seemingly occurred based on what we've seen on the radar and with seeing the tornado itself. We also seen tornadoes over by Bloomington, one west of Columbus. There was also one. I know there was a strong one somewhere in Kentucky. I think that was like near Russellville, northwest of Russellville. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, yeah. We
Yeah,
saw one in near Bloomington, Indiana. That if it would have kept going on that track, it would have hit me, and we got really lucky.
yeah. The storm seemed to like form a gap, like Cincinnati is like in a gap between these two severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah. Speaking of severe thunderstorm stuff, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch for northern and eastern Ohio, far southwest PA, and northern West Virginia.
Yeah, and just to get just to start to wrap things up here, of course we do have more days of severe weather up ahead, mainly on Sunday and Monday. We'll see if we go live for those days. But yeah, there's also that. There was also a there was also a dust storm up there in northern Illinois as well. That's something I remember. And then we also had we also had a wind event over in the DMV area as well, with a couple of tornadoes there as well, including one in downtown Baltimore as well. And also I think you just said this, but yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville now.
Yeah, yeah, it just went in. Yeah, it just got it. Does clip southern parts of Oldham County, which actually where one of my IRL friends was, so they probably got that. And then western Shelby, western Bullitt, northern yeah, there's that Nelson. Uh, most of okay, hold on. See, Harrison, Clark, Floyd, Oldham, Spencer, Shelby, Nelson, Meade, Jefferson, Bullitt, and Hardin. That is actually for a storm 9 miles northeast of Brandenburg. For you tornado history geeks, you definitely know why Brandenburg is important.
Yeah,
Moving to the
so
northeast at 75 miles an hour, I should mention.
yeah, and just to
So
get
that's what's flying.
yeah, just to get some people to sleep real quick. If you're past this line here, then your day, then you don't have any more severe weather for now. Yeah, you're basically done for the night. So once you're past the line, this line over here, then you're done for the night. For the people ahead of the line, if you are going to sleep, make sure you have a way to get alerts and make sure you're able to wake up to those alerts. We are expecting this to transition into more of a wind, like a damaging wind threat overnight as this pushes into Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as a possibility of some spin up tornadoes along the line. And then for the one up here in Ohio. We're expecting that to continue to push to the east throughout the state with more damaging winds. Maybe a spin up tornado, but we'll have to see. But yeah, make sure you have your electronics charged. Make sure you have the way to get an alert. Make sure that make sure that you are ready in case you need to head to your tornado shelter or just your shelter regardless if there is like 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in at you, even 60-mile-per-hour
Yeah.
winds.
Also, real quick, Hopkinsville, why do you have another tornado warning just west of you?
Hopkinsville, that's check that out.
That's like the fourth one down there today.
Yeah, I do see that. That looks like it has a lot of winds to it.
Yeah, that one.
Tree and lines power reported down. Yeah, this is a very powerful line over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me just check to make sure that we're not missing anything.
There's a couple 70-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm warnings, I think.
Yeah, I would normally stay up to cover those, but I need to get to sleep so I can get to work.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hop off myself.
All right. Yeah, real
So
quick, very important information for the people in St. Louis. Beginning at 9 p.m., so basically right now, on May 16th, beginning at 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for parts of the city of St. Louis, there will be a curfew in effect. This will be on the 16th and 17th due to the tornado that went through there. I just want to go and broadcast that. We're going to be wrapping things up here. If something does happen, when we're gone, then I'll go back on the air. Sakura will be asleep, of course, but I'll try going back on the air. I'll keep monitoring this until at least midnight, and then I have to go to bed myself. And we'll possibly go in live again on Sunday or Monday, or possibly both days. We'll have to see. But yep, this has been Watching the Skies, watching for everything. Stay safe out there.